The Land Swarm by Dr. Alarone Kong. Law, the capital of Eve. A solitary figure stood in the burnt husk of a building. Night was falling. A trio of sailors passed by, unaware of the shadowed figure that stood not more than 20 feet away. The 3 seafaring men were gamblers who had already lost their coin, intentionally distracting prostitutes than their cards. Now, the friends were finding consolation in a bottle. They bemoaned their poor fortune, unaware that the points each of them. If they had seen the man in the black cloak standing silently in the ruin of the warehouse, their next and last sight would have been a visage that had never known pity. The last rays of sunlight faded away, and the man moved for the first time in an hour. It was time. Guttural words of power spilled from his lips. An unseen black energy surrounded his hands. 5 seconds passed while he finished his spell. After the incantation was done, the darkest part of the ruined building began to stir, and a creature of dark magic became self-aware for the first time. This was no summoned creature, but was instead a monster born and bred from the terror of murdered men. This fledgling creature may never have fully awoken if left to its own destiny, but the will of the magician could not be denied. It rose from the darkness. The mage let it feed on the ambient anger and fear that still permeated the charred timbers, but only for a moment. Then he beckoned it, with a will stronger than steel. Hating its master and itself, the creature obeyed the command. Once in front of them on, it bent its head in angry subservience. The darkling began to speak. For an hour the figure listened to the creature's story. He learned of the slaves that had been kept in the warehouse, and about their rough treatment at the hands of the thieves who held them captive. He listened to the monster's account of a fierce battle that had claimed many lives. The man heard the fear in its voice as it described how the building had caught fire, escaped destruction by hiding in the dark under a loose flagstone. He heard many things, but only one thing interested the mage, and that was the person who started the fire. It took many questions for the simple creature to understand was needed, but then it formed its ephemeral body into the shape of the arsonist's face. The figure leaned forward and saw the visage of his quarry. For the first time, with a wave of his hand, the powerful dark paladin destroyed the darkling. The pitiful creature cried out as its young existence was extinguished, but the man barely noticed. All that mattered was that he was one step closer to his prey. The captain of the plague squad left the charred shell of the warehouse and slowly spoke the name of his quarry, aloud as if tasting it. Richter. Chapter 1 Day 110. Corral 29. Richter kept running through the forest, rage building in his breast. As he followed the distinctive trail, some of the slower members of his party began to fall behind, sweat pouring from their faces. He forced himself up a hill and pushed through a stand of trees that extended below on the other side, though only 100 yards away. he caught sight of a distinctive three-pointed crown. The rock giant looked up, its mouth smeared with blood, the body of a slain bear at its feet. When it saw him, it roared both in rage and recognition. Alma, hovering above, screamed back, and the adder raised its body 10 feet in the air and hissed. Richter drew his elementum short sword and roared back, "Missed you too, motherfucker. You and I have unfinished business." Richter used Analyze, and in an instant knew much more. The monster, name, rock, giant disposition. There are many different types of giants. Rock giants are solitary. Monsters, unlike other giants, structure as average-sized humanoids. What rock giants lack in social graces, they more than make up for in ferocity. Durability. Their skin acts as a formidable exoskeleton. Damage. Level 15. Health. 1610 mana. 80 stamina. 2190. Strength. 93. Agility. Dexterity. Constitution. Endurance. 219. Intelligence. 8. Wisdom. 7. Charisma. 4. Luck. 9. The fucking thing had gotten stronger. Richter ground his teeth in. Consternation. The giant's heavy tread shook the earth as it ate the distance. Between them, Richter took the time to send out 2 thoughts. Alma, Psy Blast. Adder, circle around it. Then it was in front of him. The giant roared and swung a barrel, sized fist at Richter. The chaos seed spun to the right. One hand swung out, to the side, gripping the hilt of his short sword, and the other began to contort into a particular configuration. As he finished the spin, his hand shot out and he shouted, even as a blue glow enveloped the giant, slowing its attack, and movement speed by 10%. Richter's green short sword raked across that monster's fist. The elementum blade scored cleanly in a line just below the knuckles, and a small spray of black blood covered the ground. In the past, Richter had barely been able to draw a single drop of blood from the 20-foot-tall beast. That had only been because of the magic of his shadow dagger, which had allowed him to ignore a portion of the giant's armor. Not so this time. The elementum blade gained plus 10%, the maximum damage of each strike to 36 to 41. Richter didn't know exactly what the armor rating of the giant was, but seeing that he could damage it, he didn't fucking care. A bloodthirsty smile broke across his face. The monster reared back with a roar, just like last time. It seemed shocked. Richter had actually managed to injure it. While Richter watched it hold its injured fist, he realized that his ability to hurt it was most likely disposition towards him had worsened from enmity to hatred, despite the fact that Richter's blade was enough to harm the giant. The wound was still minor. It paused for barely a second before attacking. Again. The monster reached its other hand forward, ready to grasp Richter and crush the life out of him. He wasn't alone though. Alma struck from above. Swooping down from the sky, she let loose her focused sigh. The last time she had attacked the giant with concentrated psychic energy, the monster had barely been phased. This time, however, her psi blast, level 2. The attack could theoretically stun an opponent for 7 seconds, and perhaps for as long as 10 seconds. Focused, the giant still had high mental resistance, but it couldn't just ignore the powerful emanations from the diminutive dragonling. Richter looked on in pleased awe as his cat-sized familiar caused the 20-foot-tall behemoth to collapse. The monster's body struck the ground with an earth-shaking thud. Richter had already started running towards the beast's head when he heard Scion call out, "Get away from it." Ignoring the sprite's most likely sound advice, Richter shouted back, "It's something that you should be shooting." Richter jumped onto the giant's chest and raised his sword high. His arm tensed to drive the elementum blade into the monster's face. When its expression cleared, and it affixed him with a baleful gaze. Before Richter could complete his attack, a massive grey fist against his left side. The chaos seed went flying, almost complete. Dazed, he thought. This happens way too often. A sprite arrow imbued with blue force struck the giant in the face, knocking its head back down into the ground. Alma added to the assault, with a lightning bolt shot from her small body. The electricity broke across the giant's body, though, and it was unclear if it had a noticeable effect. The rock giant put its arms down to its sides and started to push itself up. Well-placed blue arrows struck the inside of its elbow and knocked it down. Again, multiple shouts heralded the arrival of the rest of the war party. Richter hit the ground and rolled to lessen the force of the impact. The blow and subsequent impact took off 78 health, but his anger at the giant was so great that he surged back to his feet. He had landed more than 20 feet away, and from what he could see, missing all the fun, Calder was shouting up at the giant, his steel war door held before him. Terret stood next to him, sword at the ready. The captain had his wooden shield on one arm, for all the good it would do him against such a monstrosity. Cedrin stood just behind them, thrusting his spear at the giant. Keep it off balance, judging from the telltale purple-black flash. Richter saw coming from the monster's chest. Bayan had just finished casting his laughing skull spell, and Zhang was firing bolts of dark magic. From his wand, Crom was approaching the giant from the right, hammer held ready. Scion was powering up an arrow, the blue of his imbue arrow. Skill getting brighter, and Yulind had just released an arrow that spun. Own accord, showing the archer had used the sub-skill drill arrow. Richter smiled grimly. It was time to rejoin the party. Richter reanalyzed the giant and saw that despite the multiple attacks, it still had only lost 63 health. He realized that the risk of it, grabbing and mauling one of his party, was too great for him to allow the fight to continue as a melee. "This isn't working," he shouted to Sion. "Aim for more vulnerable spots." His companion didn't let up on his rate of fire, but he did shout, "Back, it is a rock monster. It doesn't have any vulnerable spots." Richter realized that his friend was right. The giant's natural armor was just too tough. He had to do something about that. It was time to cast a new spell. With more than just a touch of trepidation, he once again prepared to use deep magic. Slamming his sword into the ground, he began moving both arms to start the complicated casting of weak aura lance. It was a bold choice to dual cast it, but he put his faith in the increased mental fortitude from his Sai bond with Alma. The spell began with both arms slowly windmilling in opposition to one another. While Richter cast his spell, Calder stepped forward with his shield held up, drawing the enemy's attention away from his fellow party member. The giant accepted his challenge. The huge monster kicked guard as hard as he could. The sergeant caught the blow on his shield. It deflected a large amount of the damage, but couldn't stop the pure kinetic force that had been created by the giant's blow. The heavy metal slab dented and Calder's shoulder dislocated. The man might have flown back, but the heavy weight of the war door kept him grounded. Instead, Calder collapsed backward. The giant raised its other foot to stomp down on the guard, but Tered saved his fellow guardsman. He ran forward and placed his body between the giant and Calder, his long sword thrust upward. The cobalt blade sank between the toes of the giant's foot. The dusky grey sword lacked the power of Richter's elementum short sword. Penetrate the giant's rocky skin. The blade buried into the sensitive webbing of the monster's foot. Still unaccustomed to pain, it reared back, bellowing. The dazed sergeant was spared, and Tered breathed a sigh of relief that he hadn't been squashed into jelly. While the monster was off balance, Crom ran up and swung his ebony hammer into the giant's ankle. The large, black sledge impacted the rock monster's grey skin with a heavy crunch. The tough exoskeleton fractured, and once more the giant toppled to the ground. Thud. The dwarven smith shouted in victory. The power of his ebony warhammer of crippling wasn't just its high damage potential until the effect wore off. The giant's movement speed would be reduced by 37%. Crom ran back, out of its reach. It was time for the ranged attackers to have some fun. Cedrin and Tered called her away from the giant. Bayon cast another laughing skull spell, which impacted against the monster's side. The effect of the spell was questionable, but the next attack clearly did some damage. Seon finally released the arrow that he had been imbuing for long seconds. The arrow streaked down from the hill he was standing on and struck the giant in the chest. Already lying down, there was no room for it to be rocked back. The force of Cyan's strike acted like a hammer pounding the giant into the anvil of the earth. Its natural armor cracked, and it grabbed its chest. Pain. It screamed at the injustice of its own newly discovered mortality. The giant's view of the world and its own place in it was being rocked. It's having finally come up against opponents it couldn't easily dominate. The ranged fighters and magi kept up their withering fire, incrementally chipping away at the giant's health points. Air Mage Jean supported the group in the background, continually recasting weak haste when he could. At Cyan's shouted order, everyone had spread out. 2. Encircled the giant, not giving it a concentrated knot of enemies to attack. Despite its natural armor, the fighters served to distract it. Spell was completed. As Richter had been casting, waves of black energy tinged with gold had been emanating from his body like heat from the desert. The effect had started on his hands and then spread to his arms. A second ripple of energy began to emanate from the center of his chest. The waves from both locations seemed to feed off of one another, creating a turbulence of spirit. Power directly in front of Richter. Several seconds into the casting, a small kernel of black power appeared in the center of the turbulence. It swiftly grew to the size of an orange, then a softball, and finally, gold. Lightning danced across the surface of the sphere. Richter had continued. 10-second casting, each word becoming more difficult to say, until it felt like his mouth was full of sand. He had begun to worry that his choice too, dual cast, the spell had been a mistake. To make matters worse, his mind had begun to play out scenarios of just how horrific the backlash from a failed deep magic spell would be. Ultimately, though, Richter could see his friends risking their lives against his dangerous foe. His will firmed, and he pushed through the last seconds of the spell. The ball of gold and black energy rocketed away. The spherical spell form shot towards the giant, lengthening as it flew. After 5 yards, it was an oval. After 10 yards, it was a cylinder. And after 15 yards, it was a javelin that flickered between being a light, sucking black and a brilliant, shining gold, millisecond to millisecond. The javelin flew unerringly towards the giant. The accuracy of the spell was governed by Richter's 32 points of agility, by no means a paltry number. Taking into account the size of the giant, its slowed combat speed, lower agility, and the scant distance between Richter and his target, monster had no hope to evade. The flickering javelin struck the rock giant directly in the chest, and the results were spectacular. As soon as the spell impacted against the monster, disappeared and the rock giant's skin fractured. Cracks raced through its skin, making pieces no larger than Richter's palm. The pieces began to peel off, like ash being blown away in the wind. Each piece was millimeter thin and broke apart into nothing once free of the giant. The entire process took only seconds, and when it was complete, the rock giant looked exactly the same as before. All fighting ceased as everyone present, including the monster, waited to see if anything else would happen. There wasn't any outward change, but Richter accessed his combat. Lug and what he saw made him smile. Richter has struck the rock giant with dual cast weak aura lance, or spell type. Resistances decreased by 11.8%. Any resistance dipping below 0% will cause a resultant susceptibility to that spell type. It's weaker to magic now. Richter shouted, "Take it apart." Richter wasn't sure if the giant could actually understand him, but it hated him with a molten anger. Ignoring everyone else, it started to lumber towards him, if you could call the sprint of a 20-foot tall, raging monster a lumber, bravely and perhaps foolishly. Richter pulled his short sword out of the ground and prepared to meet it. He shouted his defiance. "Come on, pretty girl. I've got something for you." He sent out a mental call and rushed forward. Richter had never felt a battle high like this before. There was no doubt in his heart or mind. He was going to crush his enemy. A cackle of wild abandon escaped his lips as he ran towards his foe. His motions were noticeably faster than the giant's, but its large size still let it cover ground fairly quickly. Sion Bjorn, Jean and Yolind shot the giant in the back, staggering it somewhat, kept running. Tered and Cedrin immediately began to give chase, but they were too far away, having pulled Calder to a safe distance. Crom raised his hammer to attack the giant as it ran by, backhand from the monster. The dwarf hit the ground in a heap and didn't move. Richter sent a quick order to Alma to heal the smith. The two foes sprinted towards each other, and for a moment, nothing else existed except for their shared hatred. When the giant was only 10 yards away, the grey humanoid stumbled suddenly and fell onto its face in its blind rage and need to harm Richter. Notice the grass-green body of the shale adder shoot forward between its ankles. The 20-foot snake interwove between the giant's legs and brought it down. Richter grinned, and his eyes widened. He stood before his face-planted foe and raised his short sword high into the air, before plunging it down into the back of the giant's head. A foot of clear green metal sunk into his enemy's skull. It screamed in agony, more than half of its total health gone in an instant. Richter hadn't been sure of its physiology and didn't know if the blow would kill it outright, but he was glad it was still alive. He reached into his bag and whispered with a smile. Like a spider monkey, he pulled out the quicksilver collar of submission and swung it. around the screaming giant's neck. "You're mine," Richter shouted. Triumph. He reached out with his other hand to grab the free end of the collar. With a mighty pull, he brought the two ends together, or at least he tried to. The damn thing wouldn't fit. He pulled 2 more times, in desperation, but he just couldn't get the 2 ends to meet. After the 3rd attempt, it vaguely entered his consciousness that the giant's latest scream of pain had sounded more like a roar of rage. In the next instant, grotesque and powerful hand reached back and partially encircled the chaos. Seed's chest. The giant picked Richter up off of its back and swung him forward, suplexing the chaos seed into the ground, face first. Only luck kept his neck from being snapped. Despite that, he lost consciousness immediately. The next thing he knew, he could hear loud shouts and the sounds of battle. Richter knew he needed to get up, but he couldn't seem to open his eyes. All he could see was his interface, blinking furiously with waiting information. One icon was flashing red. With a thudding of his heart, realized it was the icon that signified armor. She only had 24 health points left. Richter struggled to open his eyes. When he managed it, the sunlight made his already agonizing headache flare into the worst migraine of his life. Through pure strength of will, he forced himself to ignore pain and focus on his minimap. To find Alma's location, she was only 10 feet away. Stumbling forward, he immediately fell prey to a bout of extreme vertigo and collapsed back to the ground. Vomit spilled out of his mouth and over his chest. Richter forced himself back up, crawling, much as stumbling towards his familiar. He looked at her blearily. It was difficult to focus, but what he saw made his heart clench. His familiar's beautiful body leaked red blood from multiple locations. A large swath of her scales were also missing. One wing was mangled, and her left leg and arm were jutting out in unnatural directions. She raised her head weakly at Richter's approach. All she could communicate psychically, though, was pain. Casting a spell wasn't an option. He could barely see straight. Thankfully, there was another option. He stuck his hand in his bag and accessed his inventory. For the first time, it took several attempts to make the 20 by 20 grid appear. He withdrew several health potions. The first went to armor. Richter poured the red potion down her throat. Not stopping, she coughed and sputtered. Each small convulsion spread pain through his familiar's body and through their shared psi bond, share of it as well. He almost swooned, but he kept going, knowing that if he didn't increase her HPs immediately, that was not an option. Once she had ingested the health potion, her health immediately began to rise. Satisfied, Richter poured 3 vials down his throat at once. Taking the potions at the same time wouldn't increase his rate of health regeneration, but it would increase the total amount of health restored. Then he fed another potion to Armor. This time, the dragonling took it, eagerly. Richter sank down on his butt, exhausted even by the faint exertion of feeding Alma. As he sat there, the Chaos Seed heard cries of pain and the crunch of metal on rock. He knew that this should matter, but his head wound prevented him from grasping exactly why. The magic of the potions continued to do its work, though, and after a few minutes, he could start to think coherently again. Richter still felt extremely confused. Being able to concentrate enough to cast spells was out of the question. Least see what was going on. For the second time in minutes, his heart dropped. The giant had laid waste to his war party. It stood tall with short sword still sticking out of its head, the fourth spike for its crown. Crom was back on his feet and was still swinging his hammer, but the dwarf lays drunkenly, clearly not fully recovered from the giant's backhand. As Richter watched, Crom swung his hammer in a horribly aimed strike and missed the giant completely. His momentum spun him around and he fell to the ground. The dwarf looked around groggily. Cedrin's spear was sticking out of the giant's side. Down on the ground, Calder stood over him with his dented war door held up, but the sergeant bled freely from a scalp wound. The man had a beleaguered expression on his face while he weathered a blow from the giant. The war door rung like a bell. Tarad was down as well, 20 yards away, moaning and holding his leg. Richter could see a shard of bone extending out of it. Bion, Jean lay in a crumpled pile nearby. Richter couldn't tell if they were alive or dead. The giant's body looked like a pincushion of arrows, and Cyan had been unable to bring it down. They had apparently irritated the monster, though. While Richter watched, the rock giant untangled the adder about his legs. Then, using it like a living whip, the monster swung the 20-foot-long reptile at the archers. Alin dodged out of the way, but Cyan was struck by the snake's head. The sprite was knocked off of his feet and flipped end over end before landing in a heap. Richter could barely think straight, but he was pretty sure he heard his friend say, "Motherfucker." In sprite speak, Alma screeched and pulled his attention back to her. "I need one. More potion. Master. Please." Richter drunkenly reached into his bag again and produced a red He poured it down Alma's throat, while in the background he heard a resounding clang. Again, he knew that he should care more about what was happening, but all he could focus on was Alma. A good deal of the bleeding had stopped, but her scales had not regenerated, and her wing remained mangled. Despite that, when she spoke in his mind, Dragonling's voice was cold and determined. "Pick me up and point me at the giant master. Pick me up now." Richter did as he was told, his will little better than an auto. He picked up the dragonling, who hissed when he jostled her damaged wing. He stood slowly and almost fell, but was able to keep his feet. As soon as he was relatively stable, he extended his arms slightly in the direction of the giant. A yellow glow surrounded his familiar's small body, and a second later, a bolt of lightning streaked towards the monster. The giant's fist was raised to pound on Calder's defense again. Unlike the first time, lightning had struck the giant, was a clear effect. Its body arched and it let out a short roar before falling to the ground. The aura lance had done its job. Alma turned her sinuous neck to look at Richter and thought, order the snake to bind its arm. Run over to the body. We have to finish this. Richter lumbered forward and sent a mental command as he been told. The shale adder stirred from where the giant had thrown it, against a tree. After a few moments, it started to snake forward. Even though it was injured, it wrapped itself around one of the giant's arms. The animal looped around the giant's limb and then flowed around its neck. Its grip began to tighten. No real damage was done, but it did serve to immobilize that one arm. Richter kept closing the distance between himself and the giant. 40 feet, 30 feet, and then Alma looked at Calder. The guard looked confused for a moment, but then dropped his shield and shambled towards the giant's head. It had recovered from the stun effect of Alma's lightning bolt and was in the process of reaching its free hand towards the shale adder. Alma gave one more order. Throw me towards its head, its arm, and keep it from harming me. Part of Richter screamed that this was a horrible idea. It would place his familiar in further danger. That voice sounded garbled in his mind, though. The only thing that was clear in his addled consciousness was Alma's voice. He tossed her towards the giant's head and then grabbed the giant's arm. Richter wrapped his legs around the creature's bicep, extended his body along the rocky arm. He encircled the giant's wrist with both arms and arched his back, trying to keep its arms straight. Even with his 33 points of strength, he might not have been up to the task. But the giant had other things to worry about. His toss of armor had been enough to get her into position. Her broken wing had almost made her lose consciousness when she landed, but pure spite kept her alive. This thing had dared to harm her master, and she would make it pay. She landed just to the left of the giant's head, wasting no time. She crossed the few remaining inches and latched onto the side of the monster's face. After casting a short spell, she attacked with brain drain. She had tried this attack earlier in the battle after Richter had been injured, not knowing what else she could do to help her helpless master. Alma had latched onto the giant's rocky head. The monster had failed to succumbed to the mental attack and had swatted her off like a bothersome fly. Though its blow had been almost absent-minded, savaged her small body. While she tried the special attack again, she focused on her anger rather than her fear as she drained the giant's life away. The rock giant strained both arms, trying to reach the dragonling. That was killing it. The shale adder tightened its grip further, and Richter screamed unintelligibly as he strained to keep the giant's right arm. Immobile, both man and snake were unequal to the task. Despite the efforts of the beast and its master, both of the monster's arms slowly bent towards its face, eager to crush the life from Alma's body. The giant's left hand was only a foot away from the dragonling when Calder finally reached its head. Following Alma's previous mental command, the guard seized the Elementum short sword sticking out of the creature's head. A twist and thrust shoved the remaining foot of metal deeper into the giant's brain and stole its remaining health. All strength left. The giant's rocky limbs and both arms fell back. Richter's already damaged. Head hit the ground, and all he knew was blackness. Light encircled his body. Chapter 2. Day 111. Kuban 1. 15,000. Richter woke up naked in his bedchamber. A mist light hovered above his bed, the soft grey light softening the edges of everything in the room. Looking to the side, he could see that Alma lay next to him in the bed. A white bandage encircled her body, binding her wings down and in place, though her arms and legs were free. Her limbs all appeared to have been healed. She slept fitfully next to him, her breathing easy. A peace came over him at seeing her in good health, despite the fact that she apparently needed a bit more healing. Richter checked his internal clock. It was 2:43 a.m. He sent out a mental call to he desperately wanted to know what had happened after he had passed out. His memories after his head had been driven into the ground were fragmented. He was only able to recall bits and pieces of the subsequent battle. Despite his curiosity, coming from running around in the middle of the night looking for answers, hopefully the remnant would be able to fill him in. Also, the fact that his war party was still active told him that less than 24 hours had passed. All members of his party appeared as an icon on his minimap. So, felt safe in assuming that the rest of his party had made it back to the village safely. Otherwise, their dot would have disappeared, though he realized he might have just been using game logic. Richter decided to just wait, Futin to receive confirmation. Plus, now that he was becoming more awake, he realized that his entire body felt like it had been worked over. A gang of angry carnies. He let out a small groan. A guard peeked his head into the room. Lord Richter, you are awake. Yeah, I am, Richter replied softly. Speak so loudly. "What can I do for you, my lord?" the guard asked at the same level. Richter winced slightly. "A glass of water would be great, man." The guard's face turned doubtful. "I am not supposed to leave you unattended." Richter nodded. "And I appreciate that. I'm rested and feeling much better. Please grab me the water. I'm parched." The guard nodded and left. Richter eased his head back down onto his pillow and closed his eyes. In the corner of his vision, there was a flashing notification icon. Not having anything else to do, he mentally clicked on it. The first message set his heart racing. "You have suffered an injury. Causes -75%. Intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and concentration." Richter's hand immediately shot up to check his head, stopping at the last minute from searching his skull vigorously. He started to feel his scalp with light touches, not feeling any soft spots or deformities. He checked his stats. Name Richter. Age 24. Level 30. 85%. Health 689. Mana 504. Stamina 350. Strength 33. Agility 32. Dexterity 38. Constitution 56. Endurance 35. Intelligence 46. Wisdom, charisma 27. Luck 21. Abilities limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner, bounty of life. Cybond. Skills, qualities, resolute, honorable, implacable. Marks, master of Mist Village. Blood Oath, forge of heavens. Dragonkin Eye. Resistances. Air 50%. Earth 20%. Fire 5%. Life 50%. Mental 65%. Spiritual 15%. Race human. Reputation LVL 3. Worthy of my attention. Alignment neutral. Language all. He breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that the debuff being removed. That sigh turned into a grunt of discomfort, because even this small arm movement shot pain through his body. Thank Abrams and Whedon for Sumiko. He couldn't think of any other reason why he wasn't a vegetable. His health potions and healing spells couldn't even heal bone, let alone mend something complicated like a skull fracture. Richter started, thinking that he would have to do something nice for the old sprite, like get her a fruit basket or a gigolo. He started to chuckle to himself, but it made his baseline headache flare. Realizing that he might have just been the recipient of instant karma, he kept going through his prompts. The next one had been auto-minimized as it was from mid. It made him realize that there might be an argument for having some prompts appear in an unobtrusive way while fighting. This one could have saved him a lot of pain. You are attempting to use an item. Quicksilver collar of submission. Creature of the wrong size. This item may only be used on medium or small creatures. Take it to an enchanter if you wish for it to be Richter grimaced. Well, that explained about the collar not fitting. He had just thought it was too small, but it turned out that certain items were graded for certain beings. From his first law book, he remembered that humans, elves, and dwarves were considered medium in size. A sprite or goblin would most likely be considered small. What a half-blood like Yoshi would be. He guessed he would put the rock giant in the too fucking big category. In retrospect, Richter realized it. Been a dumb risk to stand over a still-living behemoth and try to capture it. Not once, but 3 times. As he thought about it, that particular moment felt surreal. He could only remember that it had felt like he was riding in his mind. He had been untouchable, and he could remember believing at a core level that anything he wanted could come true, because he willed it. Was that the consequence of using spirit magic? He asked himself. Richter took a long, slow breath. Deep magic was powerful, but it was clearly also dangerous. He resolved to learn more about it and practice it in controlled conditions before relying on it again in battle, before he got back to going through his prompts. Though, he remembered one other thing about using spirit magic that was even more disturbing. He had loved the way it felt and right now was eager to use it again. Richter didn't feel ready to deal with the implications of that yet, so he went on to the next. Notification. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 13 in light armor. 2%. 2. Defense of all light armor. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 2 in beast bonding. 1%. Effectiveness to tame. 1% attack and defense to bonded creatures. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 9 in war leader. 1%. Effective distance. 1% attack and defense for all allies. You have completed the quest. Hunters, or hunted to. The dangerous creature your hunters had noted was the same rock giant that you had met. Previously, the monster had marked you for death, for having the audacity to wound it previously. Nonetheless, you and your war party vanquished it, plus 100% experience for your entire war party, enemy of their leader. Reward, 37,500 experience. Reward, restoration of full hunting grounds for the Mist Village. Reward village-wide. Reward, increased regard of the hunters for you. You have trapped the soul of a rock giant. Soul level, luminous. Richter paused again and accessed his inventory, seeing anew glowing soulstone. He read the description and saw that indeed, the soul of the rock giant. Richter smiled and crooked his index finger at the inventory window, waving to the captured creature. "Hey, arsehole," he said quietly but with intense satisfaction. The collar may not have worked, but he would take the soul as a consolation prize. More than pleased, he went through the rest of the prompts. For slaying one rock giant, you have been awarded 5 war points. Total war points 286. You have been awarded 10,101 experience. From brain drain against level 15 rock giant. Tring. You have reached level 31. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a chaos seed, you gain 6 points to distribute. Characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also receive 15 talent points instead of the usual 10. Plus 5 talent points for 100% affinity. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week, or they will randomly be assigned. For you, Futin had floated into the room while Richter was going through prompts. With a final smile, Richter dismissed his last notification. Focusing on the remnant, he asked, "How did I get back here?" "I believe that you were carried back to the village by Smith Chrome." "My lord." Richter nodded. "Did all of the members of the war party make it back safely?" The light at the center of the grey orb pulsed. There were several injuries, some quite serious. None were fatal, however. Lady Sumiko and her healers fixed the damage. Richter exhaled a small sigh of relief. His assumption about the war party had been correct. What about my snake? The Sheladar? That is on the floor. Lord Richter, came the monotone reply. What? Richter shouted, sitting up quickly. The movement made. His headache flare again, but it didn't stop him from peering over the edge of the bed. Sure enough, after a second he picked out the form of the snake, blending in with the grey marble of the floor. It raised its head upon, hearing the bed creak and its red tongue flicked out of its mouth, before it lay back down again. Richter was seriously creeped out. Every child learned there weren't any monsters under the bed, that there was a monster under his bed. If he had stepped on the damn thing without knowing it was there, he might have been horribly scarred. Years, not to mention that a shriek of fright would not be in keeping with the badass aesthetic he was trying to cultivate. Happy that the snake still seemed to be under control, Richter still couldn't resist asking, and everyone was okay with just leaving this giant predator resting under my bed. When you were brought into the room, one of the villagers mentioned that very point, my lord. No one seemed willing to try and lay hands on the snake to stop it from following you. I believe it was. Decided to simply trust in the power you had over the beast. Uh-huh, Richter said. Not that anyone would have known how long his control would actually last. After what had happened last time, he wasn't even sure if he could risk casting Tame again. The blood magic had seemingly taken away his self-control. He had tirelessly disarmed a Sangai Queen's traps, not even considering that staying in a monster lair for hours might be a bad idea. He couldn't even say that his decision to charge after the rock giant's trail wasn't influenced by the blood magic, and he had done that hours after he cast the spell. It was true that he probably would have followed the trail either way, but thinking about it now, attacking a 20-foot tall rock monster head-on, after calling it out, no, less seemed the height of idiocy. It was clear that using weak aura lance was not completely safe either. Even though the 24-hour cooldown hadn't expired yet, he was already itching to use it again. It had felt so good. Richter shook his head. The deep magics were definitely more dangerous than wielding them. Basic elements. It was so frustrating, though. The power of blood and spirit magic was incredible. The high-level monster lying under his bed, meek as a freshly born puppy, was proof of that. That meant that he would have to cast Tame again soon. Otherwise, the snake would once again become a feral monster. It was also arguable that without weak aura lance, the war party might not have overcome the rock giant. The son of Ebich had been tough, Richter exclaimed, slapping the bed. What is wrong, Master? Alma thought at him sleepily. Richter immediately felt bad at having awoken his injured familiar. He could see that her health bar was blessedly full, but Sumiko must have had a reason for binding her wings. It's nothing, my love. Go back, sleep, he thought to her soothingly. Rather than following his instruction, though, legs and arms, and stood up. She walked over to his face and licked his cheek. I know that you want to protect me, Master, but I am not the simple creature that I was when you summoned me. I am your soul familiar, and I am here to help you. Tell me what is wrong. Richter was taken aback by her gentle but firm tone. He could not argue with what she said. Alma had progressed massively since he had torn a hole in reality to summon her. The gaze she directed towards him was focused and intent. He decided he deserved the rebuke. You're right, Alma. I'm sorry. I do need to share more with you. What I'm concerned about is how out of control I feel when I use blood or spirit magic. Dangerous or not, though I can't just ignore the power those magics offer. I need to find a way to control myself. The Dragonling continued to stare at him intently. I think that I can help with that, Master. My race has strong mental defenses. These defenses protect Psi Dragonlings from dangers without, but also from those within. Our Cybon gives you unconscious access to those same protections. With my help, you can begin to consciously use those defenses to control yourself. This will be a journey of discovery for both of us, but I know in my heart that I can help you master the mental tone of her words, transmitted feelings of love and support. Richter smiled at her. How do we start? For the next few hours, Richter and Alma rested in bed, gently pushed her way through his mind. During their communion, he also began to get flashes of her past life, and it was fascinating. She came from a world of dragons, small and large, intelligent and bestial, dragons of all types were the dominant species of her planet he wasn't able to get to. Many details, but what he did see was tantalizing. The level of understanding between them deepened in the same way. That friendship deepened during a night of soulful sharing. She guided him through techniques of mental control that were instinctual to her kind, but instructed him in a way that transcended language. Concepts were offered to him at the speed of thought, and as they swam through each other's memories, they grew to know both each other and themselves. The defensive techniques that Richter learned as they communed, rudimentary, but after hours of training he had earned several prompts. Know this. The journey to know oneself is a path without an end. Step brings you closer to your truth. The mental training you have begun has long been honored by mystics and madmen. You have learned anew skill, self-awareness. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 2 in self-awareness. 2%. Mental and emotional control. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 7 in self-awareness. 2%. Mental and emotional control. They practiced various techniques through the night. Both master and familiar began to enjoy themselves, one another, teaching and learning simultaneously. This continued into the morning, and they only stopped when Randolphus came into the room. 2. Check on his lord. You are awake, the Chamberlain said in greeting. Nice to see you too, Randy Richter said with a faint smile. Randolphus looked down at the adder on the floor and said, We speak in the conference room, my lord, and perhaps your Ahem pet could stay here. Richter nodded and threw back the sheets. He took a set of clothes out of his bag and while donning them asked, Do you know where my sword and armor are? Your armor had apparently taken quite a beating, my lord. It is being repaired in the forge. I believe Captain Terad took your sword as well. Richter nodded and finished dressing. They walked out of the room and over to the conference room. The snake started to stir, but Richter mentally ordered it to stay put, and it settled back down to the floor. Before leaving, Richter picked Alma up and placed the dragonling in her favorite spot atop his shoulders. As they walked, Randolphus asked, Are you a beast tamer now? Well, my lord, It seems that your powers know no bounds. Not exactly a tamer, Richter replied. I do have a skill, called beast bonding, though. The Chamberlain stopped walking and looked at Richter sharply. Blood magic. Richter paused, interested both in the Chamberlain's reaction and his immediate knowledge of the skill. Instead of answering, he asked his own question. What do you know about it? Randall Fess's lips twitched in an effort to control his expression. Finally, he said, I know that such magic is dangerous. My lord, there are countless examples of magicians losing their minds and becoming like beasts themselves. Deep magic is not to be trifled with. Richter was initially irritated at being scolded in such a manner, but he controlled himself. It actually seemed quite easy to rein in his emotions. He realized his new skill was already coming to bear. Instead of snapping, he said in a measured voice, I appreciate your concern. Chamberlain, I quite agree with you about the dangers. You must trust me that I am taking steps to deal with this. Randolphus looked at him for another moment before nodding resignedly. The two men started walking again and didn't speak until they were sitting across from each other at the conference table. The Chamberlain stared at his liege and said, Killed. Again. I saw you before Lady Sumiko healed you. There was a rock sticking out of the top of your head. When it was removed, I could see that it had left a dent in your skull. If anyone other than a life master had been here, you would have died or been left with permanent brain damage. Randolphus took a deep breath before continuing. I have the utmost respect for you, my lord. I have the utmost respect for what you have done and sacrificed for your people. I would be remiss, however, did not say that you are taking too many risks. You do not need to lead every assault, and you do not need to conquer every dungeon. I do what I can to make this village more successful, but you must help me. While the man had been talking, Richter could see the stress in his Chamberlain. He saw the toll that running the village had taken on his seemingly tireless steward. Randolphus had seen to the daily activities of hundreds of people of various cultures and various races. Not once had the man complained or wavered. Seeing him lose his cool now, though, Richter realized that he had been asking too much. Richter leaned in and put a hand on Randolphus's shoulder. Sorry. You're right that I need to support you more. You are truly invaluable, and I think this village would fall apart without you. I cannot tell you that I will stop taking risks, because I believe the time is soon coming where my strength will be tested. All of our lives may depend on how powerful I have become when that happens. That means I must sacrifice, gamble, and accept the pain that comes from pushing the boundaries of what I am currently capable of. With all that being said, though, what can I do to help? Silence presided over the table for several moments before Randolph said, Well, I do have some reports I need to go over with you. Richter gave a long-suffering sigh, softened by a faint smile at the end, and said, "Of course you do. What's the first item on the agenda?" Chapter 3, Day 111, Cuban 1, 15,368. The two men talked for a good hour and a half. Richter also authorized Randolphus to hire 2 of the workers to serve as dedicated aides. The relief on the Chamberlain's face was comical. For a second, Richter felt bad for whomever Randy chose to help out, sure that the man would be a taskmaster, but then he figured it was tough all around. While they had been speaking, Richter had sent Futon to retrieve Samako. The Sprite Life Master entered the room with her usual flair. "Who said that you could get out of bed? Your brains were hanging half out when you came back. The bones could still be setting together. If you like having a large crack in your skull, I can give you another." She shook her cane at him threateningly. Richter raised both hands to placate her. "Thank you. You have saved me again. I truly don't know what I would do without you." She sniffed at him in disdain, but didn't start haranguing him again. Richter took that as a good sign and continued, "I was told that everyone from the war party is all right. I hope that you can confirm that." Sumiko rolled her eyes and huffed. "Yes, though many were in almost as bad shape as you were. Those 2 majors are still resting, being checked over by some of my healers. They both suffered massive internal trauma and will need to be healed in stages. You are lucky you didn't suffer any major brain damage, or you would be lying beside them in that pitiful excuse for an infirmary you have me working in. There is no guarantee that even I could repair that type of damage." Richter felt a chill. Despite his quasi-immortal status, it was both a useful and frightening reminder that there were worse things than death. Living as a vegetable was not his idea of a good time. Richter thanked her again and also told her that he had picked up on her not-so-subtle hint. Making the healer's hut was a priority. What about Alma? Are her wings okay? This was the other main reason he had wanted to speak with the healer. Sumiko cast a quick spell and extended her hand towards the dragoning. A nimbus of gold light surrounded both her hand and Alma, and a thin tether of the same light connected them. The healer closed her eyes and lowered her head. Soon she opened her eyes and smiled fondly down at the familiar though. The spell faded and Sumiko reached out and unbound the bandage. As soon her wings were free, Alma gave a cry of joy and launched into the air, circling above their heads. 2. Richter's delight, her delicate scales had regenerated as well. The vessels and nerves in a wing are small and delicate, said Wassing the dragon. It wasn't anything overly complicated. As I had never healed a dragonling before, I wanted to make sure everything was repaired correctly. My diagnostic spell showed that the 2 wings are working exactly the same though. Alma swooped low over table, twisting in the air. As you can clearly see, Sumiko said with a small laugh. Richter thanked her again and stood. He and Randolphus had already finished their work, and Richter was starting to feel a bit stir-crazy. He felt the need to feel the wind on his face, telling Randolphus that he needed to check on something. He bid them both goodbye. The room. Upon crossing the Great Seal, he decided to make a quick stop. In the treasury, he gathered several bars of elementum and all of the quicksilver, cobalt, moonstone, and high steel. Each ingot went into his bag, with the bag's weight-reducing properties and his high strength. Richter barely noticed the increase in load. He left the treasury and walked out into the hallway that led outside. A mental summons to the shale ladder was all it took for the monster to slide up alongside him. Alma flew above him, casting shade-filled glances at the large snake. Futon floated along silently just behind his right shoulder. With this kind of posse, Richter realized that all he needed was some theme music. Since there was none to be had, he just imagined the theme song to Green Hornet. Several hundred yards later, the motley band emerged from the tunnel and looked down from the top of the hill that led down to the village. It was still rather early, and the sun had not yet risen. There was a stillness to the village. Faint wisps of smoke rose from one of the long house chimneys, but that was the only movement that Richter could see. The feeling was magnified by the barely visible overlay of magical mist. Richter looked out to the boundaries of the village and the 5-foot wall that ringed the settlement. Torches were set periodically into the defensive wall. As he took in the view, he was struck by the fact that there was a glaring hole in the defenses of the village. It was just too damn dark. Out there was no way that the guards could see more than 30 feet past the wall, with only firelight to provide illumination. Maybe they could see a bit further if Quasia and her dark novices were casting dark vision. They had said they would, but the presence of the torches argued against that. Richter thought about it for a moment, thinking what they really needed was streetlights. A smile broke over his face. Actually, maybe they just needed the Mist Village equivalent. Futen, if I summon mist lights, can you move them about? I can, Lord Richter, the remnant replied. That's what I wanted to hear. Richter used his personal mana to summon 10 mist lights. The lights were not overly bright, but each light would last a full year before disappearing. It was true that the village mana pool was twice as large as his own, but it only regenerated at about 40 mana per hour. His own mana pool replenished much faster. Nearly depleting his magic reserves brought on the typical headache. But he was getting used to it. I want you to start making mist lights and posting them around the boundaries of the village, he said. Each should be 20 feet high and, I'm guessing, about 100 feet apart. The point is for the guards to be able to see what is out beyond the wall day and night. So if there are dark spots left when you space the lights out, make the lights lower to the ground, or closer together. Make one row that is only 10 feet out from the wall, then go out further and make another row. I want to be able to see what is around the village all day long. That will require a large amount of mana. The remnant replied. There wasn't any concern in the grey orb's monotone voice. It was just a statement of fact. Each mist light costs 50 M. If I make a large amount of mist lights each day, there will not be any mana left over to summon mist workers, or for your own personal use. Richter nodded. I already thought of that. Each morning, I want you to use 300 mana to summon the lights. I'll try and supplement the rest. If the mana pool is full at any time during the day or night, summon a light so that we aren't wasting potential magic. It will most likely take a long time to do this, but it's important. The mists are only an advantage if we can see, and our enemies can't. Reduces the effectiveness of the enchantment. With the mist lights, though, we will be able to see 24/7, and our enemies will still be inhibited. Futon voiced his assent and floated off to do as ordered. The mist lights trailed behind him. Richter walked down the hill and started moving towards the Forge of Heavens. He was feeling kind of naked without his armor and sword. Also, with the village still asleep, it seemed like the perfect time to practice his smithing. Richter took a handful of nuts from his bag and munched on them. While he walked, the air smelled clean and was heavy with a scent of pine. Dew clung to the grass, and the first birds were starting to call out in the forest. The adder glided noiselessly beside him. For fun, Richter started looking for tracks on the ground. The daily crisscrossing of hundreds of people lit up the earth like a Christmas tree. Richter smiled at the evidence of the industriousness of his people. The forge loomed in front of him, and Richter heard a faint clanging. It seemed he was not in fact the only one awake. He ordered the snake to conceal itself and wait outside. It wordlessly communicated that it was hungry. He gave it permission to wander and eat any small rodents could find. After a second's pause, he also ordered it to never harm any person, domesticated animal or pet it came across village. After thinking for one more second, he amended his order to never do so unless he ordered it. As Richter walked into the building, he saw that the main anvil, unattended, but one of the muscular humans he had seen in the forge before was at a back anvil swinging a hammer. Richter observed for a few minutes. Before getting closer, the man's sure hammer blows stopped when he saw Richter approach. A quick use of analyze showed the man's name to be Samini. So what are you working on, Samin? The man placed his work back into the furnace and laid his hammer down. A simple plough blade, Lord Richter. One of the farmers broke hers on a rock. Richter nodded. He knew the work of a villager's forge wasn't only focused around swords and arrows, but also on building and maintaining the mundane tools and implements vital to any medieval society. But why? Are you working here before the sun has even risen? The man looked slightly abashed. It is a great honor to be able to work within a magic forge, my lord. As long as I perform my other duties. Well, Sprick, do not interfere with the work of the dwarven smiths. So I come early, when no one else is here. Richter nodded. It sounded like Samin was paying his dues to earn a place among the smiths. Richter approved. He had always been a big believer in hard work, and besides, he wouldn't interfere with how ran the forge without a very good reason. Instead, he said something that surprised the human. Show me how to forge the plough you are making. Explain it step by step, please. I need to better understand the process of smithing. I am sure Smith Crom would be a better teacher. Protested. I'm sure he would agree with you, Richter said wryly. But you are here, and I have asked. Will you refuse me? Oh, course not, Lord Richter. Then let's get started. Samir pulled the red-hot plough blade from the furnace and laid it on the green anvil. He showed Richter the proper way to hold the hammer and how to strike the metal. He also taught Richter the importance of using various hammers at different stages of the work for beating a lump metal into a general shape. A large hammer was fine, needed to sculpt the metal. Most of the work on the plough blade had already been done, and soon they plunged it into a barrel of water, eliciting a hiss of steam. Once cooled, they placed it on a nearby table. After that, walked Richter around the forge, explaining the purpose of the myriad number of tools, both large and small. The sky was beginning to brighten. By the time they finished a full lap of the building, Richter looked around at the still empty forge and then said, with a smile, let's make a dagger. Samir looked at him in unease. I am not allowed to make weapons here, my lord. Richter chuckled, thinking at how annoyed Chrome was going to be when he showed up. Meh. I'm sure it would be fine. With that, he went to the back of the building and grabbed a high steel ingot. Samir ultimately persuaded Richter to use one of the smaller anvils, and also to settle for using only an iron ingot. The Chaos Seed only agreed because of the look of pure terror on the man's face when he had started walking towards the main anvil that Crom normally used. Handing over the grey iron ingot, Samir grasped it with a set of tongs and placed it in the cherry red heat of the furnace. After the metal was glowing, the man brought it out of the furnace and placed it on the anvil. With the first grin Richter had seen on the man, Samir said, just start swinging, my lord. Richter grinned back and took his advice. Chapter 4. Day 111. As soon as Richter had started swinging the hammer, 8 lights flared in the center of the smaller anvil, eager to have his shot at learning an enchantment. Richter swung the hammer with vigor. His high strength made the ingot flatten quickly, but it was only under Samir's instruction that it began to take shape. After less time than Richter thought would have been necessary, he had made his first blade. You have made crude iron dagger. Damage 0 to 3. Durability 7/7. Item. Class. Common. Quality. Poor. Weight. 0.3 kilograms. Richter held the foot-long piece of metal. It was unbound, unadorned, lacking a crossguard, and was poorly balanced. Still, he couldn't resist a feeling of pride that he had taken a block of metal, formed it to his will. Samir suggested that they recast the dagger again, but Richter decided to keep this first rough attempt at smithing. The simple weapon went into his bag. He did agree that they should keep training his skill, though. Another ingot was obtained, and they started the process again. He forged, resmelted, and reforged 6 daggers before the other dwarves started to enter the forge. It was almost comical how each one had an emotional struggle written clearly on his face. Not a one of the bastards liked seeing one human working at the anvil, let alone 2. One of the humans was the master of this village, kept their tongues still behind their frowning beards. Cram was the one exception. What in the name of the banished ones, pimply left nuts, think you're doing? The dwarf shouted. Richter paused, with his hammer poised above a still glowing length of metal. Why, Crom? I do hope you are not objecting to your lord using his own forge, he asked sweetly. I object to the flailing about on top of that anvil, like an epileptic teenage boy on top of his first sweetie. You're all arms and elbows, just bashing away as hard as they can. That'd be no way to treat a lady. And you can tell me how to treat a lady, can you? Richter asked, with barely concealed amusement. Crom scowled for another moment, before a large smile split his salt and pepper beard. Oh. Then he looked at Samir, and glad. Nah, have other work to do. The muscular man bobbed his head and said, Yes, Smith. Moved off into another part of the forge. Well, you have gotten rid of my teacher, Richter said. You better be able to take his place. I plan to be a master smith by the end of the day. Actually, your lordship, I was hoping ye would like to put some of that new enchanting power to good use. I can share the enchantment. Already know if ye help me while I swing me hammer. It will also give us both a chance to learn something new from these damn lights that be dancing in the anvil. Richter smiled. Using his new profession was already on his agenda. One thing remained to be done, though. He still needed to choose his specialization. The only thing that held him back was that he didn't know any enchantments yet. If he was going to be helping Crom, though, it would seem the time had come. Before he got to it, he pulled Crom aside. Once they were beyond earshot, there was a quiet moment. Then he asked. Crom just stared back for a second before his face relaxed. It was a tough fight, your lordship. I will not lie and say I didn't get a knock, too. But at the end of the day, we took that big bastard down, and it will not be getting up again. Crom grinned. Otine with that fine silver-haired sprite lass. Richter looked at him uncomprehendingly for a moment before. His mouth dropped open in comprehension. Samiko? He asked incredulously. Aye, Crom said, his grin widening. She's got to be like 100, he exclaimed. Not too old for me to breathe life back into her, as long as I be. Breathing in the right place, Crom said with an evil chuckle. I can't hear any more of this, Richter said, putting his hands over his ears. Crom just kept chuckling and walked off. The dwarf said he needed a bit of time to get ready. He ordered one of the other dwarves. 2. Stoked the fire in the furnace, then walked off. Richter sat on a nearby bench and pulled up his personal interface. He found the icon he was looking for. A sword with a glowing aura that had appeared when he had obtained profession. Richter mentally selected the symbol, and once again, multicolored starscape filled his vision. Blue spheres with writing on them floated like planets amidst a nebula. Golden filaments connected all of the spheres. 2 of the spheres glowed slightly, backlit against the cosmos. The others were darkened like lifeless moons. The central sphere had the word enchanter emblazoned on its surface. The second globe was connected to the first by a glowing thread. Across the surface of this second sphere read the words, increase enchantment strength 2. There was something new in the nebula now. A second red sphere, the same size as the central blue sphere, floated amidst the stars, right of the blue spheres. It had the word specialization carved into its surface. Richter focused on it, and suddenly the screen zoomed in so fast that he closed his eyes and dodged back, involuntarily. Luckily, he didn't actually fall out of his chair. Crom would have teased him mercilessly. His view had shifted until it looked like he was standing on the red sphere. He had a strange sort of double vision, in that he could see the forge of heavens and everyone around him. But he could also see another world. As he looked around, he realized that the prompt had actually seemed to pull him into it this time. He was no longer looking down at the spheres from above. He was now standing on a sphere that had become as large as a planet. A distant part of him realized that he should perhaps be bothered by that fact, but more than anything, was seeing As he focused on his view of the sphere, his perception of the forge faded until it almost disappeared. As the prompt became more real, he was actually able to feel, taste, smell, and hear things. World. Richter's feet rested on a desert made of fine red granules, the color of rubies. In the distance, dark red storm clouds hovered on the horizon. He could see orange bolts of lightning striking down towards the ground. The sky was a deep pink. The clouds were far. Into the distance, mountain-sized dunes surrounded him, but he was standing on a relatively flat space. What occupied his immediate attention were the figures, standing not more than 20 yards away from him. There were 21 figures in all, and they were arrayed in a circle around him. Richter could only make out the details of 7 of them, as the others were shrouded in shadow. What could be casting that shadow was a mystery, because there was nothing else around them, but it didn't change the fact that he couldn't make out a single detail of the remaining 14. Each figure stood on a short column of black basalt, only 2 feet off of the ground. Richter looked at each in turn, and was amazed to see that each of the 7 figures he could examine had his face. He was about to take a step forward when a prompt filled his vision. A prompt within a prompt. Richter thought to himself with a smile. Greetings, Enchanter. You have persevered through your profession for 10 personnel levels, and now have the opportunity to choose your specialization. This is not necessary, but it is the only way to reach the truest heights of power in your profession. Only one specialization can be chosen for your profession, and any choice is irrevocable. Choose your path of power wisely. Richter dismissed the prompt and walked up to a figure on his right. The men that he could see were clustered on one side of the circle. The first one he approached was wearing rings and bracelets that glowed power. A platinum necklace hung around the man's neck with a swirling black jewel at the end. Richter looked bemusedly at his own face. Man on the pedestal stared off into the distance, even though he knew the figure couldn't just be a statue. The Chaos Seed was startled when the man's neck bent and they made eye contact. His surprise deepened when the man spoke with his own voice. Hello, Richter. Not really knowing what to do, Richter responded. Richter, his face wrinkled in irritation. This was getting way too meta. The man on the podium laughed. It was uber weird, hearing his own laugh, but Richter reasoned that this experience was still way better than his trial, being tortured by Nexus. It'd been horrible, so he just waited for the man to finish. After a final chuckle, the man on the pedestal said, No, it's all a bit meta, isn't it? Seeing Richter's bemused expression, the man continued, Feel like this is a bit self-explanatory, but I am who you could become. You choose the path of an item specialist. You will be able to make much stronger rings, bracelets, and other magical items. My powers are not as straightforward in a fight as a battle specialist, affect a wider breadth of enchantments. Or put another way, you, when you become me, could serve your people well to make them strong rings of health or goggles of true sight. Richter thought about it for a moment, then asked the most relevant question. Are you who I should pick? The man on the pedestal cocked his head and looked back at Richter with a really, dude look on his face. It was a particular blend of derision, condemnation, and mockery. Seeing it, Richter finally understood why people in his past had always been quick to call him an arsehole. They were in a fight. It was absolutely an arsely look. Rolling his shoulders to let go of his irritation with himself, Richter asked another question. If you were me, would you choose you? The man on the pedestal looked at him a bit longer, but the expression changed to one of grudging respect. I am not allowed to tell you who to choose. I can't say whether you should go left or right. As he said that last statement, he raised first his left hand, then his right. It seemed like he motioned just a bit with his right hand, though. I wish I could be of more help. The man's neck straightened and he began to look off into the distance again. Repeated questioning didn't get any further. Response. The man had once again become as still as a statue. Before Richter could walk away, he received a prompt. Do you wish to choose the specialization item enchanter? Yes or no? Richter backed away and the prompt disappeared. Immediately, too. The item's specialists. Right. Richter tried to approach it, but his body locked in place, and try as he might, he couldn't take another step. You lack the prerequisites to know or choose this specialization. Seek your future elsewhere or wait to improve. How the hell am I supposed to know how to improve if I don't even know what I'm supposed to be working towards? Richter thought with some irritation. For the 1000th time, he wished there was a wiki of the land. There was so much he didn't know. He set his emotions aside and walked over to the next figure in the line. This version of Richter held a radiant sword in one hand, axe in the other. The figure was outfitted with black, full plate armor, was studded with spikes. As Richter walked up, the man broke his statuesque immobility. He extended a hand and said, My armor gets a wee bit jealous of my personal space. What? Richter asked, confused. My armor, the man said again. If you get within 5 feet of me, the spikes might attack you. This is all happening in your mind, but it still probably wouldn't be fun for you. Good safety tip, Richter said, stopping 10 feet away. Guessing you're the battle specialist I've heard so much about. The battle specialist gave a haughty laugh. Well, it's nice to know. You're not just an incredibly gorgeous face. Definitely. To Meta, Richter thought. Yes, if you choose my path, you may one day be able to make the strongest weapon and armor enchantments in the land. Some of the things I can do are wonderfully horrifying. The man gave a dark chuckle, then kept chuckling for a bit longer. A bit too long, in Richter's opinion. This guy is a little bit off, he thought. It was honestly disturbing, too. See his own face contort like that? On the other hand, there was no denying that making stronger weapon enchantments had an obvious benefit. Is there anything else I should know about your specialty? He asked. The man on the podium gave a coy smile. I can tell you that I have a few talents that could be quite useful in battle. Besides, look at my power. He flipped both his axe and the sword high into the air. The sword fell back down first, the pommel slapping into the man's right hand. The axe fell a second later. The handle almost slipped through his fingers, and the man had to reach out to catch it. It left him in an awkward position. Somehow his sword was left pointing horizontally to the right. The man straightened, gave Richter another cocky smile, then resumed his original stance, looking over Richter's head into the distance. Once again, there was no response to further questioning. Decidedly weird, Richter thought, looking at the battle specialist. Are my potential future selves finding a way to cheat the rules here? He wondered. With a faint smirk, he realized that was probably exactly he would do. In the words of Papa Smurf, get it done. Both of the specialists had indicated that he should go to their right, his left. He decided to test his theory. Richter took a step back, dismissed the prompt, asking if he wanted to be a battle specialist, and walked to the lit figure. That was farthest to his left. This version of Richter held a staff that had a ghost-like green light writhing up and down it. He also wore a crown and gauntlet that had identical green lights pulsing within them. Richter hadn't really taken the time to examine the stats of the items on the other specialists, but he couldn't help himself this time. Unfortunately, all it said was magic and magic crown respectively. The man on the column turned to look at him and spoke. It was still Richter's voice, but every word was enunciated with a surprisingly regal tone. Let me help you with that. The man's free hand waved in a spell pattern, and he spoke a word of power. Richter could suddenly, easily, see each item's stats. You have found staff of high damage, 44 to 52, durability, 1712, 1712ths, item class, legendary, quality, weight, 6.2 kilograms, traits, item 1 of 3 of the item set, 231% attack, vs non-death creatures, fires a beam of necrotic energy with a range of 103 yards, charges, 1034, you have found, gauntlet of high defense, 79, durability, 1543. 1543. Item class, legendary. Quality, masterwork. Weight, 3.7 kilograms. Traits, item 2 of 3 of the item set. Wraith Mage. Can siphon health, mana, and stamina from enemies upon touch at a rate of 56. Charges 1769. You have found Crown of Hyreka. Defense 63. Durability 1611. Item class, legendary. Quality, weight, 2.0 kilograms. Traits, item, 3 of 3 of the item set. Wraith Mage, Hyreka, plus 32 intelligence, and wisdom, 10 to charisma, plus 113% to total defense against death creatures, or death. Know this. You have found the entire item set, Wraith Mage, Hyreka. With this item set, any foes killed by the wearer of this item set have a chance of converting to a spirit, undead, or living dead creature. If this occurs, they will be placed directly under your control. Killing 1,000 enemies within a mile radius will desecrate that space. From that point on, death creatures will regularly arise from this location. It against any intruders. They will follow your every command. Richter blinked in shock. Someone with these items was capable of great evil, but they also could forge an empire. Where did you find this? Ha! The man on the pedestal scoffed. Why would I settle for the crap I could find when I can make items like this? The man laughed at seeing Richter's mouth drop open. He took a small bow and said, I am a synergist. I specialize in making item sets. Mine is the highest expression of the enchanter profession. Only synergists can make the strongest enchantments. Why would anyone choose anything else? Richter asked. Ha ha ha, the man chortled. It's easy to say that when I've got this badass gear right in front of you. The road of a synergist is not easy. However, you don't want to know how many high-level souls it took to make these. You don't want to know about the other components that I needed. He paused for a second before continuing. Be made of just any common material. This set is named Wraith Hyreka because it is made from the bones and essence of a year-old Lich King. The man's face became clouded for a moment. Tens of thousands died to defeat his armies and vanquish his evil. Even after all of that, you see that his malevolence endures in these objects that I have created. How could you make things of such evil? Richter asked, with a tone of recrimination. The synergist fixed him with a stare and a smile to match you. Know the answer to that, don't you? Silence hung in the air between the two men until Richter looked away and admitted the truth. For power. The man nodded. Of course, were fully formed was to destroy them. In the end, I just didn't have the heart. I could never see them callously cast aside any more than a mother could sacrifice her own child. Synergy is the path to the greatest enchantments, but it is an arduous and time-consuming path. This entire set took 10 years to create, and the materials cost as much as a palace. Choose wisely. I wish you luck, but cannot offer you any further guidance. Right after the man finished speaking, he yawned expansively. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, and Richter couldn't help but see that. The man's thumb pointed strongly to the left. He made eye contact one more time, and Richter could see laughter in his eyes before the figure froze back into immobility, staring into the distance. Richter smirked and nodded in appreciation. He dismissed it, prompt asking if he wanted to be a... He liked the sound of it, but definitely wanted to know what the other options were first, and he had just been given marching orders. He walked to the next figure, rather than standing on a simple column. This figure sat in the lotus position. This wasn't that interesting, but the fact that he was sitting on top of a miniature floating castle and was flanked on either side by humanoid figures made of water and fire, respectively, was pretty fucking cool. Just like the rest, the man focused on Richter as soon as he started. Getting close, he saw the Chaos Seed admiring his setup and made eye contact, both arms flexed up in a bodybuilder pose. Voice imaginable, he said. That's right. This is how I roll. And just like that, they became best. Richter ran up looking at the golems in the castle and said, Amazing. Enchanting can do this. The guy put his arms down and broke into an easy grin. It can... You are a macro enchanter. My specialty focuses on creating monuments. The fantastic. Everything from simple, elemental golems like these to great underwater cities or floating citadels so high that you could see curvature of the world. You need another enchantment to help people breathe. If you build that last example, awesome. Our works can inspire people for millennia and can bring true majesty to this world of magic. Richter smiled at hearing the joy in the man's voice. He could definitely see the appeal in devoting his life to making wonders, to actually change the face of the world. Richter knew that this was not his path, though. Maybe one day he could have the inner peace and patience required to slowly build the fantastic, but today he and his people, something with a faster yield than however long it would take to make an enchanted fortress. The man in front of him read his face. He just smiled and raised his left hand in farewell. Then the macro enchanter's face looked off into the distance and froze into immobility. Richter dismissed the prompt that appeared as he walked away and moved on to the next pedestal. Strangely, there didn't seem to be anything enchanted about this figure. The man was just a perfect copy of Rick, standing barefooted and bare-chested, wearing only simple white linen pants. Around his neck was a brown leather cord, white stone at the end. The pendant contrasted against the man's chestnut colored skin. He smiled as Richter approached, and the Chaos Seed couldn't help but smile back. The man's expression was one of peaceful serenity. He opened his mouth, and in a strong, sure tone, he said, "What do you think of my specialty?" Richter paused for a moment, looking over the man again. Couldn't see evidence of what his specialty could be. The man laughed again. The sound had no derision or ridicule. It was simply an exaltation of life, and the man's place in it. "I was teasing you more than anyone. I'm sure that you understand why our sense of humor has been accurately described as dickish. I am what is called an ambient specialist. My power is not focused on making a magic, ring or enchanted sword, though I can still do that. Instead, a portion of my magic is diverted to affecting the world around me. I cannot fully control what this change is, but the people, things, and events around me, twisted slightly to better suit the needs of my true self." The man had placed a slight emphasis on true. "What do you mean?" Richter asked. "I mean that the core of what you are is served by my specialty. Your conscious will can sometimes nudge this change, but the true guiding force will be your soul. In exchange for this unconscious change in the environment, you will have a reduction in your total mana. Initially, you will experience a 20% reduction, but you can purchase upgrades to increase the amount that is channeled to your specialty. The greater the amount of mana utilized, the greater the change in your environment. Why would I ever want to reduce my own mana pool? What possible benefit could be worth that?" Richter asked, confused. Rather than answer, the man's face grew speculative. He regarded Richter for a full minute before speaking again. "I cannot know for sure. I feel that my specific path may not have been offered in the land before, or at least not offered in a very, very long time." He paused again before, once again adopting an expression of peaceful amusement. "Of course, seed of chaos in your soul makes you special, different from almost anyone else in the land." Richter's eyes widened, and he began to ask a question. Ambient Enchanter just shook his head slightly, while maintaining his smile. He cupped one hand, and there was a rumble in the red sand under Richter's feet. A stream of crystal-clear water shot to the ambient Enchanter's left, and a generous amount splashed into his curled fingers. The spout disappeared, and the water, already in the air, fell down to the ground, leaving a rough line of damp sand. The man drank from his hand, gave a satisfied "ah," and then resumed his original position, completely still and staring off into the distance. "Well, I wish he would have answered my question, but that was some impressive, mystical shit," he dismissed. the obligatory prompt and followed the surreptitious directions of the enigmatic figure. Moving on to the next avatar. This time, he wasn't exactly sure what to make of what he was seeing. The specialist was as strange as the ambient enchanter had been normal. This version of himself was also wearing only pants, but they were ripped like the Hulk's. For the umpteenth time, Richter wondered what type of super spandex Bruce Banner must be wearing. There was no way the khakis he normally seemed to rock in the movies could have stretched from a size 32 to a size 64, which was at least waistline had to be. If you went back to the 70s show and took the fact that he was always wearing bell-bottoms into account, forget about it. Richter acknowledged that it wasn't exactly family-friendly to show a set of gammy-ediated cock and balls flailing around. Monster killed your loved ones. But hey, at least it would have been realistic. He came back from his mental meanderings to see the man staring at him. He only loosely used the word because the figure he was looking at seemed like an amalgam of different monsters. Both hands ended in claws, and his arms and legs were insanely muscled. His skin was thickened and covered in thick scales. The mouth was elongated and lined with sharp teeth. The ears were long and rose up like a bat's. Even stranger, there was a barbed tail behind the figure that moved randomly and seemingly of its own volition. The only body part that Richter recognized of himself was the right eye. The left was slitted like a lizard's, with a red cornea. "Are you done staring?" the figure asked in a guttural voice. Richter's attention snapped to the here and now. His body tensed. Instinctually, the same reaction any animal with survival instincts would have when confronting a predator. Richter couldn't stop himself. Asked, "Are you me? A me that I might become?" The figure growled, a deep, low rumbling. "I represent the distinguished specialty of flesh enchanting. Few, if any, flesh enchanters exist. It requires not only the enchanting profession. You meet the requirements with beast bonding, though your skill in that is quite pitiful. Despite your weakness, you have the potential to understand the beasts and monsters of the land. Through that appreciation, you can start to incorporate their unique powers into your own body." Richter could see the appeal of having skin like a rock giant, able to have a venomous bite. But as he looked at this amalgam of creatures in front of him, he felt only revulsion. He wanted power, but he wasn't prepared to become this monstrosity to do it. The growl coming from its chest deepened. He clearly had not done a good job of hiding his disgust, because the thing said, "Not all have the strength to sacrifice for power. Be gone." It swiped one of its claws from right to left. Immobility. Richter eagerly rejected this specialty and moved on to the last lighted figure. Each of the others seemed to have been guiding him here. The man stood tall on his column of rock, lights floating around him. 8 rotated around him in a circle of different colors. Countless more of various colors floated around in shifting patterns, though some seemed to follow a discernible course as they moved. Others flashed in and out of existence at random intervals. The man looked at him steadily, not speaking. Richter stared back, feeling that he was being tested in some way. The strong visage of the man he was looking at conveyed a no-nonsense. Gravity. Richter had a feeling that asking pointless questions wouldn't be well received, so he studied a figure, learning what he could before speaking. When he did, it was to make a statement rather than beg. For answers, those 8 lights represent the basic elements, unless I miss. My guess, that deep red light represents blood magic, and the incandescent one next to it looks like spirit magic. The man continued to stare back. His chin lifted slightly to indicate Richter was on the right track. He stayed quiet for another few seconds. Richter realized where he had seen glowing lights like this before. In the heart of the Elemendum anvils, the green glass distorted the view of the lights slightly, but now that it had occurred to him, the answer was obvious. With a touch of awe, he said, "These lights represent the types of magics you can enchant with, but there are so many." The man finally spoke, with neither congratulations nor condemnation in his voice. "My specialty is essence. Only the master of a place of power, who is also an enchanter, can follow my path. My power is to enchant my very soul. Put simply, any spell that an essence enchanter knows can be converted into an enchantment." Richter's eyes bulged. This was the most powerful, by far. Maybe he wouldn't get the bonuses of specializing in a certain type of enchantment, but he could make an enchantment for any situation. The man saw the excitement on his face and held up a hand too. Forestall him. As with any path to power, there is a cost. Each lower level spell you convert will cost you talent points. Higher level spells may require an even steeper price. There are faster and more direct routes. Power, but if you have the patience and aptitude, serve you well. The options are almost limitless. There was a loud rumble of thunder in the distance. The specialist showed emotion for the first time. It passed too quickly to be sure, but Richter thought he saw a look of fear flash across the man's face as he looked fearfully over his shoulder, as if concerned that he had pressed his luck when nothing else happened. The man looked at Richter again for a moment before squaring his shoulders, and like all of the other avatars, Richter's shoulder into eternity. "Do you wish to choose the specialization, essence? Yes or no?" He looked at the prompt. Every other avatar had basically led him here, and he couldn't deny that this power suited his ability perfectly. Richter was acutely aware that he could only make this choice once. However, and he would have to live with it for all the years of his, possibly, endless life. In spite of his doubts, indecision was not his nature. He selected yes. All of the figures vanished except for the essence specialist. The man focused on Richter again and beckoned with one hand. Richter stepped forward, and the avatar placed one hand on his head and the other on his chest. For you who has chosen me to be you, a gift. Unseen, energy shot down both of the man's hands, and suddenly, then the two merged into one, and Richter knew nothing more. Chapter 5. Day 111. Kuban. Richter blinked. He was back in the forge with notifications filling his vision. He minimized them for a second and looked around. From the amount of light outside the forge, it didn't look like much time had passed. He checked his internal clock and saw that it had been more than an hour. This more than explained the dry taste in his mouth. He reached into his bag for a water skin. After taking a drink, he stood and twisted. His back popped with an impressive and satisfying series of cracks. He looked over towards the central anvil and saw Cram, hard at work. The dwarf looked up and said, "Did ye like your little nap, your lordship?" Richter rolled his eyes and said, "I was pondering the hidden mysteries of magic. You wouldn't understand, seeing as how it has little to do with banging metal or a woman's bottom. Play to your strengths, eh? Both of those things require a similar skill set. Enough chit-chat, though. Are you ready to try some enchanting?" "Just one sec," Richter said, wanting to clear away his remaining prompts. Crom affixed him with a doubting gaze. "Really, this time?" The dwarf huffed and started pounding on the anvil again, while Richter read through the notifications covering his view. "Know this. An unquantifiable entity has gifted you with arcane knowledge. Congratulations. You have learned the spell. Create soul stone. Turn minerals into soul stones of various levels. Can create soul stones up to common level. This is a spell of light. Level 5. Cost 25. Mana. Duration instant. Range 1 foot. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown NA. Congratulations. You have learned the spell. Create soul stone. Turn minerals into soul stones of various levels. Can create soul stones up. Soul stones up. This is a spell of light. Level 15. Cost 50. Mana. Duration instant. Range 1 foot. Cast 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Cooldown requires light magic. Level 15. Richter grinned. The spells must have been the gift that the essence specialist had talked about. He was more than grateful, relying on Glorin. To make the stones wasn't something he wanted to keep doing. Heaven forbid something happened to the elf, or even that he just decided to move away. It would effectively halt the creation of enchanted weapons in the Mist Village. The second spell was still beyond him, but that just meant he needed to grind his light magic. Besides, thankfully, there weren't too many higher level enemies out in the mist around the village yet. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Congratulations. You have chosen a specialization. Essence. Number enchantment is beyond your reach, as long as you can learn the spell. Your enchantments are an extension of yourself. Grow your power. To grow specialty. You have unlocked the quest, the essence of knowledge. Do not let your limitless potential go to waste. You are charged with learning 5 new enchantments. Reward 5 talent points. Yes or no? You have earned new talent points. By becoming a specialist, you will now earn additional talent points at 100% affinity. You will now receive an additional 10 talent points per level. Revere your craft. Grow your power. Live. You have 215 talent points. Do you wish to expend them? Hell yeah, I do, Richter thought with a smile. He even had more talent points to use than he thought he was going to. Offered a chance to earn even more. He accepted it without hesitation as he brought his profession window up again. It was time to buy some shit. The starscape appeared, showing the blue spheres. Most of the map was obscured by a thick, grey fog, and only an area in the center revealed anything. It showed a large central sphere that said Enchanter on it. 6 filaments extended out from this globe, and each attached to another sphere. All 6 balls represented a talent that could be purchased. He had already bought one, Increase Enchantment Strength I, which increased the potency of any enchantment he created by 5%. It had also revealed more of the nebula. When he had purchased his first talent, that sphere had started glow, and the fog around it had disappeared. Everything looked the same as the last time he had examined it. But now, another portion of the map was revealed. Far to the right, there was another break in the fog. It contained a red sphere. Across its surface he could read essence. Unlike the massive network of blue spheres, the central red globe only had 4 spheres coming off of it. No further. Filaments extended out into the fog past this first ring of spheres. As he read the description of each specialist talent, he saw that all 4 red spheres required a much higher talent point price than any of the blue talons Richter had seen so far. The price was so high, in fact, immediately quailed and began worrying that he had made the wrong choice. That only lasted until he read the last sphere, then his smile. Ear to ear. Purchase spell enchantment. Currently. 1 talent point per spell level. Each deep magic spell costs 10 talent points per spell level. Increase this talent to reduce this cost. Cost 2. Upgrade. Reduce mana cost I to translate a spell into an enchantment. A mana cost must be paid. Current conversion cost is 100x spell mana cost. Increase this talent to reduce this cost by 20x. Minimum cost 20x spell mana. Cost to upgrade 30 talent points. Unlock spell school. To convert a spell, you must first unlock that spell. Type. Current base costs based on known spells. 10 talent points per basic. Element. 100 talent points per deep magic. This one-time cost cannot be reduced. Further costs may be required to unlock certain spells. Talent point conversion. As expensive as essence talent, binding your specialty to your soul, however, offers a unique opportunity. Essence enchanters may sacrifice XP to buy talent points. Any reduction in XP will not affect personal level, though the threshold for leveling remains the same. This talent is not to be used carelessly. Overzealous essence. Enchanters have found their personal level frozen as they feed their profession and specialty. Any experience lost will be 250% harder to earn again. Furthermore, once used, this talent cannot be used again until all expended experience points are gained back. Conversion rate 10,000 XP per 1 talent point. Upgrading this talent will decrease the penalty to recovering XP. It will also improve the conversion rate to 9,000 XP to 1 talent point. Cost to upgrade 25 talent points. It was now abundantly clear why his alter egos had pointed him this direction. The 10,000 to 1 conversion was a bit of a heavy hit, and he could see it adding up quickly, but it still meant he had a theoretically limitless supply of talent points, seeing as how he was basically immortal. He could always slay and capture more monsters, have Alma drain more high-level beasties to make up for it. At the current moment, increasing his personal level was much less important. Increasing his skills and profession. The only thing that gave him pause were the qualifiers on earning his XP back. It basically meant that he would have to earn 3 times as much experience to earn his XP back. Alma's brain drain ability should help with that. It was clear that he would need to upgrade talent point conversion, but still, it was a game changer. Richter checked his status page to see exactly how much experience he had managed to accumulate. He whistled appreciatively. He had 891,714 experience points. With that much he could. Richter was interrupted by a Crom loudly clearing his throat. looked over at the dwarf, who widened both eyes and nodded his head. Quickly, as if to say, "Are you coming, or what?" In a second, Richter said with a bit of irritation, "Crom," harumphed, and went back to work. Richter glared at him. Who was the lord here, anyway? He decided to let it go, though, and get back to his Starscape. He had 215 talent points to play with. Before anything else, he purchased the upgrade for talent point conversion. The Roman numeral on the sphere changed to 2, and the description altered. Well, the next level cost 50 talent points. It reduced the earned XP penalty to 150%, and also further decreased the conversion experience for each talent point. Hoping he wasn't making a mistake, he bought the next upgrade, 140. The third upgrade cost 100 points, a very steep cost, but it decreased the penalty to 100% and the conversion to 7,002. 1. He was tempted to leave it be, but as his grandpappy used to say, "Don't rob Peter to pay Paul." He bought it. That meant Richter only had 40 talent points left, but he told himself that it didn't matter. Now he had a virtually unlimited supply of talent points, expensive or not. He decided to uncover more of the hidden map that dealt with the blue spheres. Each of the talents extending from the central enchanter sphere cost 5 points. He focused on the first talent he would buy. Macro enchantment. Increase this talent to have your enchantment affect larger items. This is extremely helpful for creating enchanted buildings, ships, engines of war, and other large projects. Cost 5 talent points. The fog peeled back, revealing more of the stars. 4 filaments extended out from macro enchantment eye, and each led to another sphere. Siege enchantments gain the ability to enchant siege weapons. You can now create mangonels that fire balls of necrotic energy, bolts through city walls. Increase this talent to improve effectiveness of these enchantments. Cost 10 talent points. Golem enchantment. Gain the ability to enchant raw materials for the purpose of making crude golems. These will never equal the power of a mechanic-created golem, but also take a fraction of the time to create. Increase this talent to improve the level of your golem, as well as other traits. This talent also allows you to enchant already constructed golems. Cost 10 talent points. Building enchantment. Gain the ability to enchant buildings. Create impregnable fortresses or desert homes that generate water. This talent allows you to make the desolate bountiful and the impossible commonplace. Increase this talent to build grander projects with stronger effects. Cost 10 talent points. Ship enchantment. Gain the ability to enchant ships. Create vessels that can be sharks of the water or even of the air. This talent allows you to add magic to vessels of all types. Increase this talent to produce stronger effects. Cost 10 talent points. No other filaments extended out from these, showing it was the end of that particular branch of the tree. Richter purchased the next enchantment from the inner blue ring. Increase number of charges. Increase the number of charges on items with finite uses. Will increase number of charges by +10 or by 10%, whichever gives greater yield. Cost 5 talent points. You have unlocked the talent. Increase number of charges. You have 30 talent points remaining. The fog dissipated again. The portion of the star map revealed showed 5 more spheres. None of them had more filaments leading off. From them, decrease required enchantment slots. Each enchantment, specific amount of enchantment slots. Purchasing this talent will decrease the amount of space each enchantment takes up by 20%. Cost 10 talent points. Increase maximum number of soul stones. Each enchanter can only use a certain number of soul stones per enchantment based upon their skill level. Increase this talent to add another soul stone to that number. Cost 10 talent points. Increase soul stone yield. Increase this talent to increase the yield of enchantment power from each soul stone. Bringing this talent to level 2 will increase the yield of soul stones by 25%. Cost 10 talent points. Decrease charge cost. Increase this talent to decrease the charges expended when an active enchantment is discharged by 20%. Cost 10 talent points. Increase natural recharge. Increase this talent to double the speed of an enchantment's natural recharge. Cost 10 talent points. All 5 of those talents sounded like they could come in handy. Richter was tempted to purchase each immediately, unlocking more of his profession's talent map. The next he chose was deconstruct items. Deconstruct items. Gain the ability to deconstruct an enchanted item. Increase this talent to improve chance for successful deconstruction. Increase chance of obtaining better items after item is destroyed. Cost 10 talent points. You have unlocked the talent. Deconstruct items. You have 20 talent points remaining. It revealed only 1 more sphere. Resize items. This talent allows you to resize already enchanted items to fit creatures either smaller or larger than the item was originally intended. Resizing carries the risk of a decrease in power of enchantment, of enchanted item, and/or complete destruction of enchanted object. Increase this talent to allow for resizing to a greater extent. Risk. This talent is fueled by soul stones. Cost 10 talent points. This sphere had 2 other filaments extending out from it. Though he was loath to waste 10 points on a talent of limited utility, He wanted to know what else was hidden. It also meant that he might be able to read the color of submission. Richter paid the 10 points and looked at the two. New spheres revealed. You have unlocked the talent. Resize items. You have 10 talent points remaining. Spatial folding. Can create enchantments that fold space. At the lowest level, you can create bags of holding and expansive quivers. At higher levels, this talent can fold space in larger objects and in smaller objects. A greater degree. Cost 30 talent points. Learn enchantments. This talent provides a small chance of learning enchantments from enchanted items when they are deconstructed. This is by no means a sure thing, but increasing this talent of deciphering the arcane combination of powers that comprise an enchantment. Cost 100 talent points. Richter smiled. He finally knew how to make bags of holding. He assumed the expansive quivers did the same thing. Learn enchantments talent showed that there were other options than a magic forge to gain enchantments, but it said it was a very small chance. Also, just to learn the first rank of that talent cost 100 points. It further underlined the importance of his core buildings. Richter could see more filaments coming off of spatial folding. Looking at the progression of the other talents he had unlocked, he was fairly certain that those filaments might give more options dealing with making a bag of holding. His own bag decreased the weight of what he put in it by 90%. That was an amazing attribute, and it wasn't explained by the description in spatial folding. He wasn't willing to spend the points to access either talent right now, but at least he now knew he had the options. Going back to the first 6 spheres that came off of the central enchanter sphere, he purchased another talent from the inner ring. Increase enchantment potential. Increase the number of enchantment slots on the object you wish to enchant. Increases enchantment slots by 10%. Cost 5 talent points. You have unlocked the talent. Increase enchantment potential. You have 5 talent points remaining. Advancing the talent increased the enchantment slots of whatever he worked on in the future by 10%. It also revealed 5 new spheres. Synergy of items allows for the possibility of item sets. The base items must have something in common for the enchantments to feed off of one. Another, increase this talent to allow for stronger and more extensive sets. Cost 15 talent points. False description allows the enchanter to label an item with a false description even after being identified. Only a specialized spell can see through this. Cost 10 talent points. Cursed items allows enchanter to pervert known enchantments to be detrimental to the wearer. Once a cursed item is donned, it cannot be removed without magical intervention. Cost 10 talent points. Increased number of enchantments. Allows for a second enchantment. Be placed on one item. Attempting to create such an item greatly increases the chances of the enchantment failing to take hold in whatever object you are working upon. All enchantable objects are still bound by the same rules of enchantment size and slots. Cost 50 talent points. Identify enchantments. Allows enchanters to identify unknown magical objects. An enchanter with this talent can even rival lore masters. Touching an unknown item will give a detailed description of most magical items. This is a passive action. It does not cost anything, and the knowledge is absorbed instantaneously. Cost 5 talent points. Richter looked over the 5 new spheres and could see the utility of each. He made one purchase without even thinking. The lack of an identify spell had been a pain in his arse since arriving in the land. He had to buy identify enchantments. At 5 points, it was almost a gimme. The next level of the talent cost 10 talent points and was even more impressive. It let him identify stronger magical objects, but more importantly, it allowed him to identify enchanted items from a distance. That meant when facing an opponent, he would be able to know magical items they could bring to bear. He realized that this might prove to be his most valuable talent over time. He bought the talent, or at least that was what he tried to do. Instead of the sphere lighting up further, he heard a sound like a no. Buzzer, and a prompt appeared that showed he was out of talent points. Richter realized it was time to use his conversion talent. Go big or go home, he thought. If the strategy was good enough for drunk sorority girls, it was good enough for him. He spent 889,000 experience points and gained 127 talent points. After the transaction, he only had 2,714 experience points left. Richter got back to his shopping spree and bought the talent. You have unlocked the talent. Identify enchantments. You have 0 talent points remaining. You have used talent point conversion. You now have 127 talent points. You have unlocked the talent. Identify enchantments. You have 117 talent points remaining. Looking at the rest of talents in that section, he realized that he didn't have any specific interest in cursed items or faking the description of items, but he did resolve to be careful about taking things at face value from then on. The synergy of items talent was one that he couldn't pass up. Though, of all the avatars he had met in the Red Desert, the synergist had appealed to him the most. After the Essence Enchanter, he purchased the blue sphere for 15 points, and then considered the last sphere. Increasing the number of enchantments in an item sounded great, but if he was reading it right, the enchantment slots for an item would be split between the 2 enchantments. Each would be half as strong as one could be. Maybe he would purchase the talent in the future, Cost made it easy to pass by now. 3 of the 5 spheres had revealed another talent. Synergy allowed access to a talent that let Richter make individualized enchantments. False description opened the way to a talent that blocked identification of his enchanted items and his identification talent. Very interesting option. The talent made it much more difficult for others to deconstruct items that he created. The 3 talents were all interesting, but he decided to move on. Richter bought the next talent from the inner ring. Increase enchantment success. Increase this talent to improve the odds. An enchantment taking hold by 20%. Cost 5 talent points. You have unlocked the talent synergy of items. You have unlocked the talent increase enchantment success. You have 97 talent points remaining. The sphere lit up, and the fog peeled back, revealing globes. Faster creation time. The creation of magic books is time-consuming and laborious. Increase this talent to increase the speed. You finish these tasks by 10%. Cost 10 talent points. Fortify health, mana, stamina. Increase this talent. Dealing with increasing health, mana, and stamina. More effective by 20%. Cost 10 talent points. Only 1 filament extended from the first sphere. Richter planned to make magic books sometime soon. Sue decided to invest the 10 points. The words on the sphere changed to faster creation time, and the cost of upgrade increased to 20 talent points. The next sphere revealed said, Soul Bond Object. The title was self-explanatory and the description matched. It cost 15 talent points, but Richter didn't hesitate to buy it. One of the largest issues with his rebirth was the loss of items and armor. If he could soul bond his objects to him, though, when he was reborn. Besides, there were 2 filaments extending off from it. You have unlocked the talent, faster creation time. You have unlocked the talent, soulbound object eye. You have 72 talent points remaining. 2 new spheres were revealed. Break soul bond. Soul bonds can be broken in a number of ways, but almost all of these methods result in destruction of the items. This talent allows you to sever a soul bond while preserving the object. Success is dependent on strength of the bond and power of the enchanted objects. Cost 30 talent points. More powerful soul stones. Purchasing this talent increases the level of soul stone that can be created from a material by +1. Cost 40 talent points. 1 more filament extended from the talent dealing with more powerful stones. The sphere connected to it remained shrouded in shadow. Richter wanted to reveal the entire map, but he had to be realistic. So far, he had spent 45 of his precious talent points since converting his XP. He decided the last sphere would remain in shadow for now. Soul bond. object. The second was also interesting because it would let him know the general direction he would have to go to find any lost soul-bound objects. Definitely could be useful. But it cost 40 talent points though. Buy it yet? Richter looked at the 2 filaments leading away from the fortify. Health, mana, stamina, talent, and decided it was worth 10 talent points too. Know what else might be revealed. You have unlocked the talent. Fortify health, mana, stamina. You have 62 talent points remaining. Fortify characteristics. Increase this talent to make enchantments. Dealing with increasing characteristics more effective by 20%. Cost 20 talent points. Fortify physical alterations. Increase this talent to make enchantments. Dealing with increasing physical alterations, etc. More effective by 20%. Cost 20 talent points. One more filament came off of Fortify characteristics, but Rick held off on purchasing the expensive talent, as there were not even any enchantments captured by the forge that could make use of it. Except for the talent coming off of more powerful soul stones, the only spheres left to reveal were the ones coming off of the talents that made weapons, armor, or items stronger. He bought each for 10 points. Each. Though he was 30 points poorer, he had unlocked the final branch of the enchantment profession. Coming off of the weapon talent were 2 spheres. You have unlocked the talent. Increase weapon enchantment. You have unlocked the talent. Increase armor enchantment. You have unlocked the talent. Increase item enchantment. You have 32 talent points remaining. Increase secondary effect chance. Increase this talent to make the secondary effect of an enchantment 20% more likely to trigger. Cost 20 talent points. Increase secondary effect power. Increase this talent to make the secondary effect of an enchantment 20% more powerful. Cost 20 talent points. A filament led off of each of these spheres. Again, Richard decided to hold off on purchasing talents from the 3rd generation Central Enchanter Sphere. A filament extended out from the armor talent, but it simply trailed into the mist, disappearing. He was confused at first, as every other filament of a purchased sphere had ended in another talent, but he decided it must mean that the talent it connected to must have another requirement that he had not met yet. Richter turned his gaze to the item talent and the 3 talents purchasing it had revealed. Common materials. Increase this talent to be able to make enchanted items from less rare materials. Cost 20 talent points. Material potential. Item enchantment potential is determined both by the quality and the material. Increase this talent to increase potential for a given medium. Cost 20 talent points. Alter enchantment. Increase this talent to alter an existing enchantment. This carries a risk of destroying the enchantment Increase this talent to allow for greater alterations with less risk. Cost 30 talent points. More filaments extended out from each of these last 3 spheres. But Richter's curiosity was finally sated, though there was still more. 2. No, he could see almost the entire star map laid out before him. Richter felt secure in his choice of profession. The talents allowed for truly powerful enchantments to be created, though many of the blue spheres seemed to be calling his name, his specialty. Richter had 32 talent points left. He had paid a steep price to reveal his profession map, but he decided you couldn't put a price on information. Richter spent 10 points unlocking earth magic and another 6 to unlock the enchantment for weak sonic whale. He saved. He closed his profession page and dealt with another prompt. Had appeared. You have unlocked the enchantment for weak sonic whale. You are currently at 0.2700 for the mana cost to learn this enchantment. You have 16 talent points remaining. Richter immediately allocated 500 mana from his personal pool. The headache that struck him was horrible, but he had already decided that he needed to not only train his body, he also needed to train his mind and build his capacity to suffer pain. He watched his mana slowly refill and decided to do something impulsive. Using magic had become a focal point of his fighting style. Something else that his grandpappy had always said was that with women, or war, staying power was important. In a prolonged battle, he would need to be able to rally. Knowing it was the right decision, he dumped all 18 of his free characteristic points into wisdom, bringing it up to 45. Richter smiled as his mana began to refill much faster. He had been thinking about doing this for a while anyway. Not only could he benefit from the increased mana regen, but increasing his wisdom also gave a bonus to magical resistance and mental fortitude. The 18 points he invested might just save his mind when he used deep magic. He stood up and clapped his hands. Richter made eye contact with Chrome and said, "Let's enchant some shit." Chapter 6. Day 111. Cuban 1. It'd be about bloody time, Crom exclaimed. Richter fixed him with a glare until the dwarf added, "Your lordship." "That's better," Richter said with a grin. "Like I said, let's enchant some shit. It actually do be a good time," Crom said grudgingly, "to forge this here sword." "Good," Richter said. "So what do I do?" Cram looked at him, confused. How in the abyssal hells should a... No. You're the enchanter. Richter shook his head at the dwarf in consternation. Enchanter. For like 2 days. Help me out here. Okay. Do no whine and shimmy like a goblin. I will tell you what to know. When I enchanted with the elf before, all Glorin did was place his hand on the anvil while A did the smithing. Richter figured it was worth a try. Richter placed his hand on the far end of the table-sized anvil. A prompt came up. Greetings, Master of the Forge of Heavens. You have the ability to aid Smith Crom in enchanting his work through your core building for the duration of helping him. You will have access to any enchantment. You know, do you wish to enchant his work? Yes or no? Finally, an easy button, Richter thought. Glad that he had found something that didn't require him to jump through 10 hoops first. Selected yes. As soon as the prompt disappeared, he experienced the strangest sensation of a darkened part of his mind lighting up. In the new corner of himself hovered a blue light and 3 smaller white lights. Examining the large one, he found the freeze enchantment that Crom had learned from the forge. The smaller lights represented the original enchantments Crom had known before coming to the village. Extra damage, extra protection, and durability. He mentally reached out for freeze, but a prompt came up stating that it was not yet time to enchant. Richter smiled and said, "We're good to go. How much longer do you need?" Crom shrugged. Probably not more than 30 minutes. Lordship. He started striking the axe he was working on again. As an experiment, Richter let go of the anvil and found the enchantments in his mind. That was good, because keeping his hand on an anvil when a dwarf was hitting hot metal as hard as he could, somehow both dangerous and monotonously boring. To see how long his tether was, Richter even walked around the forge and found he was still able to maintain the ability to help Crom. But when he got close to leaving the building, a prompt warned him that he would lose his connection. This basically meant that he had some time on his hands. Axe. Hopping onto another anvil to train his smithing skill was an option, but the other dwarves were using them to make things for the village right now. It seemed a bit silly to kick them off, just for a bit of skill training. Besides, he could help enchant their projects too, and hopefully boost his enchanting skill faster. He stopped at the other 2 anvils and accessed the prompt that let him help with enchanting. Each prompt limited him to only the enchantments that particular dwarf knew, but they both knew increase durability, which still served to let him practice his profession. Richter resolved to start coming to the forge when everyone else was asleep. With his sustenance belt, he only needed half as much food and rest as he would otherwise. That still left the question of what he should do while helping the smiths. Richter decided to pester Crom and learn some of the technical details of what the smith was doing. Over the next few minutes, he peppered the dwarf with questions, He learned a bit, but more importantly, he enjoyed the look of irritation on Crom's face. Even Richter got bored with the game after a while, though. So he checked the village mana pool. He saw that there were 433 points available. The rest probably had been used to summon mist workers. The village had more than enough time to regenerate more before the upkeep was due. Midnight, but Richter still decided to leave the pool alone. He had been dipping heavily into the village's mana during his recent battles, which had reduced village productivity since not as many mist workers could be summoned. Richter thought for a moment, then asked, "Where is my armor, Crom?" The dwarf looked up with a slightly annoyed look at being interrupted for the umpteenth time. He put his hammer down, though, and pulled a chain from under his shirt. A steely blue key was on the end. "We put your armor and sword in the chest over there." "Yeah, lordship." After he had handed the key over, he started pounding on the axe. Again, Richter walked further back into the forge, stopping when he found the chest Crom had been speaking about. It was 4 feet tall and must have weighed hundreds of pounds. The entire thing was made of welded plates of high steel. Richter looked at the key in his hands and then smiled. He put the chain around his neck and pulled 2 lockpicks out of his bag. Scanning the chest, he saw none of the telltale red glow of traps. Not that he had expected the chest to be rigged, but it had become a habit for him to look for danger after encountering the deadly snares the land had to offer. Richter went down on one knee and started rooting around it. The lock. After only 2 minutes, the lock clicked open. He sucked his tongue in disapproval and disappointment. The damn thing may as well not even have been locked. There had to be a more secure way to lock up valuables in the forge. Richter had been planning to leave the ingots he had taken from the treasury here, but couldn't if they were this poorly protected. Sighing, he put his hand on the lid to open it, but before he could lift the top, a prompt appeared. "Greetings, Master of the Forge of Heavens. Do you wish to add this chest to the structure of the forge? This will cost 16 alteration points. Currently, there are 97 1/100ths alteration points available in your core. Building at level 1. Yes or no?" Richter looked at the prompt. He didn't really understand adding to the structure meant, but maybe it would anchor the chest to the floor. Not really seeing a downside, he chose yes. The chest began to glow. Green metal began to flow up from the floor, continuing until it covered the entire chest. At first it looked like a shell, but then the metal seemed to sink into the chest. The white light that was suffusing the chest pulsed one more time. When it faded, he could see that the bottom of the chest had indeed been melded into the floor. More importantly, the entire chest was now the clear green of elementum. You have added heavy chests to the Forge of Heavens. Current alteration. Points available at 81 100ths. Alteration points will regenerate at 1 day. This was something that he hadn't expected. It seemed that he could change the very structure of his core building even more. Importantly, the damn thing's durability was 100,000. It answered a question that had been in the back of his mind. Crom had mentioned that the forge would produce a weapons rack when he needed it. The dwarf must have been spending the points without knowing it, which accounted for the fact that 3 of the points had already been spent. Richter shook his head. With the wonders of his core buildings never cease. He examined his new heavy chest. It was a seamless block of clear green metal. The glass-like material grew clouded closer to the interior until it was completely opaque. Any of the contents, as excited as he had initially been, he couldn't see a way to open it. Hoping it worked, Richter placed his hand on the block, simply willed it to open. Sure enough, a line appeared in the metal, lid steadily raised until it was standing up at 90 degrees. Inside was Richter's short sword, his armor, and 3 small burlap bags with the tops cinched shut. He smiled as he took his items out. Then he spent the next several minutes loading the chest with a quicksilver, cobalt, and moonstone, the high steel ingots he left on the floor for one of the smiths to stack with the rest in the back of the forge. "What did ye do now?" Crom asked, belying his words. His tone was one of wonder, not annoyance. "I'm not exactly sure," Richter admitted. "A prompt asked me if I wanted to incorporate the chest into the structure of the forge. Right before that, I had been thinking that we needed a more secure way to protect items. Here, your lock was a complete joke." A look of annoyance flashed across the smith's face. "Didn't they make the lock to stop a master thief?" The dwarf grumbled under his breath. "Can I get into it now that it be changed?" "Good point," Richter said. He willed the chest closed again, and it became a seamless block of element. Crom put his hands on it and pushed up near the top. The lid opened again, and the dwarf grinned. The grin widened when he saw that his lord had decided to leave so many ingots of rare metal in the forge. Crom took out one of the small bags and closed the lid again. He called one of the other dwarves over to try and open it, but nothing happened. More than satisfied, the smith clapped Richter on the back, saying, "A good step up. I will admit I have been worried about storing things of value here." Richter nodded. He placed his hand on the chest a final time, bringing up an interface. He gave Scion, Randalphus, and Tarad access to the chest as well. He let Crom know, seeing as how this was the smith's domain. But the dwarf didn't have any objections. They walked back to the main anvil. The axe was still in the furnace. Crom pulled it out and said, "This be the end. The need to be ready. Your lordship Richter nodded. He took out several soul stones and prepared to enchant his first item. After another minute, Chrome looked at him and nodded. The dwarf reached into the bag he had retrieved from the chest and took out a handful of shining sand. A quick prompt check showed Richter that this was powdered crystal. Cram sprinkled it onto the still glowing red metal. A notification appeared in Richter's vision. The following weapon is available for enchantment. High steel. Axia. Damage 16 to 24. Durability 50 to 50 seconds. Item class. Common. Quality. Exceptional. Weight. 2.4 kilograms. This weapon has 36 enchantment slots. Base 15 from weapon quality. From journeyman rank in enchanting plus 20% for increase enchantment. Potential I. Available enchantments. Freeze. Increased damage. Increased durability. You have 7 minutes from the time that this prompt appeared to finish your enchantment. Richter had already decided to try freeze, but seeing the others made him wonder. He knew that each enchantment had a cost. Since he had 7 minutes, he decided to see what happened when he chose increased damage. Increased damage. Enchant cost increases by 1n. The maximum enchantment you are capable of with increased damage is 8 ranks. Final yield from increased damage is 14 to 15. Base 8 plus 48%. 10% for increase. Enchantment strength. Enchant strength. Do you wish to power this enchantment? Yes or no? Richter chose no and then selected freeze. Freeze enchant cost increases by 1.5n. Maximum enchantment with freeze. For this weapon is 7 ranks. Final yield from freeze is 12 to 13 cold damage. Base 7 48% for enchanting skill, plus 10% for increase enchantment. Strength I plus 20%. 4. Increase. 7% chance to unleash the secondary enchantment, freeze. Do you wish to power this enchantment? Yes or no? Richter thought. So freeze cost more than just straight increased damage. He supposed it made sense. The question was, did the chance to freeze an opponent make up for 1 less damage per hit? From what he was reading, it wasn't even a sure thing that an enemy would be frozen if the secondary enchantment were triggered. Richter thought about it for a moment and decided that it was worth the cost, even doing this first. Enchantment had made him understand his profession better. He selected yes. 33 soulstone points are required to make the maximum enchantment. 2. Finalize, expend the appropriate souls. At his journeyman rank in enchanting, Richter could use to soul stones on 1 enchantment. Basic souls gave a max of 6 soul points, and common souls a max of 10. The problem wasn't just that he didn't have unlimited supply of either, but also that common souls only came from monsters. They were much harder to acquire than the basic souls that could be captured from animals. The two hunters he had kindled life magic in had shown that they could bring in a small but steady supply of basic and weak souls, but it wasn't enough to enchant truly powerful items. Should he waste a common soul on some random high steel axe? Richter could almost hear the seconds ticking by on his 7-minute time limit to finish the enchantment. He quickly checked how many soul stones he had available and ranked them by the soul they contained. 4. Poor. 8. Weak. 11. Basic. Brilliant. 3 special, and 1 resplendent. Sighing, he came to 2 decisions. 1, he would just try to level his profession and not to expend any of his more valuable souls. 2, he was going to expend his remaining talent points. He bought increased maximum number of soul stones, I allowing him to use 3 stones per enchantment. It unfortunately brought his available talent points down to 6. The talent increased to level 2 and showed that another 20 points would be required to upgrade again. You have unlocked the talent. Increase maximum number of soul stones. You have 6 talent points remaining. Knowing he didn't have much time left, Richter arrayed 3 stones on the anvil. The 3 basic souls brought the total number of soul points. He could access up to 18. He didn't see any reason to max out the enchantment and waste valuable monster souls on a random access. Richter focused and finished the enchantment. All 3 stones fell to dust, and small swirls of rainbow light flowed into the axe. An aura, the pure blue of a glacier, surrounded the axe blade for just a moment before disappearing. Looking closely, still showed a faint blue sheen to it, though the weapon was enchanted. You have enchanted high steel axe head. Damage 16 to 24. Durability 50. Item class uncommon. Quality exceptional. Weight 3.1 kilograms. Trait plus 6 to 7 cold damage per attack. 5% chance to cause freeze for 5 seconds. 10% damage versus spell barriers. Kram raised his eyebrows. I was expecting something so grand, your lordship. That'd be a fine bit of enchanting. Richter gave a satisfied nod. Let's keep going. Krom dunked the axe head to remove any further heat and handed it to one of the other smiths for binding and affixing to a haft. As his stores of weaker captured souls was limited, only using 1 soul stone per enchantment, Futin was sent off to find the hunters and see if they had any more animal souls to contribute, and also with a special message for Sion. Luckily, the hunter life mages had managed to capture another 60 souls. A few of the soul levels were basic, but most were either weak. The level didn't matter so much to the Chaos Seed as the quantity, though. he needed to practice his profession. Richter quickly paid the hunters the bonus he had agreed to give them and got back to work, despite the fact that his enchantments failed twice in a relatively small amount of time. Makes perfect. He greatly welcomed the 5 talent points, but seeing the experience penalty he now had to deal with was a bit disconcerting. You have 11 talent points remaining. The quest gave a base experience boost of 100, but with his penalty of experience being 100% harder to obtain, get twice as much experience as he would otherwise. This decreased the earned experience to 50. Luckily, his potion of clarity still worked, and the final experience he earned was 60. He didn't let it distract him long, though, especially since finishing the quest had unlocked the next quest in the chain. You have unlocked the quest. Practice makes perfect too. Nothing great was ever achieved without enthusiasm. Practice your new profession and honor who you are. Will you enchant 50 items? Yes or no? Reward 10 talent points. Richter took the quest almost as a personal challenge. He got back to enchanting with a vengeance. At his direction, Crumb and one of the other smiths started working on round metal shields for the guards, and each finished project gained +1 or +2 defense used. The third started churning out daggers for Richter to enchant. The Chaos Seed teased the smiths, asking if the dwarves could work faster, or were they going to come up short? That earned more than a few choice words from the bearded smiths, but they started swinging their hammers with renewed vigor and with smiles in their beards. The change in production wasn't just to give them something else to work on, but also because Richter had an idea of how to make his guards more effective. During the recent fights with the war party, noticed that his band had assumed a wedge formation to better play to their strengths. It made him realize that he was missing a possible game, changing strategy, military formations. Now, he was no historian, but he had seen 300 and thought he got the basic idea. His guards and future soldiers needed to fight as a unit, each man protecting the one beside him. Richter didn't know if he could actually get this to work, but decided to try. Anyway, worst case scenario, his guards would have strong shields, while Richter helped the smiths with enchantments. He kept funneling his MPs into paying the mana cost for his weak sonic whale enchantment. The increase to his wisdom had greatly improved his mana regeneration, to the point that he was regenerating 4.5 points every 10 seconds, and with his ring of flowing thought, 5.4 every 10 seconds. It took a little over an hour and 10 minutes for him to pay the remaining 2,200. He was rewarded with a prompt. Congratulations. You've learned the enchantment, sonic damage. You have unlocked the enchantment. Improve sonic damage. You are currently at 0 thousandths for the mana cost. To learn this enchantment, that little part of his mind that held his available enchantments lit up further with a small green ball of light. Focusing on the enchantment, he found that it added direct sonic damage just as the freeze enchantment did. But it also had a secondary effect called reverberation. The effect gave a chance to knock something out of an opponent's hand. The fact that he could level the enchantment was something didn't expect. The fact that the next level cost 100 times as much was something he could do without, but he wasn't complaining. Richter did a quick calculation and realized that even with his increased wisdom, would take him nearly 140 hours of uninterrupted mana allocation to unlock the next level of the enchantment. If only he could channel his mana without actively thinking about it, he lamented. Around at the smithy. Then he paused. Why couldn't he do that? Using his mana was a mental exercise akin to moving his arm. He didn't think about channeling electroneural energy to stimulate a series of muscles to work together. The right way to pick up a cup. He just willed it, and the rest happened on a subconscious level. Maybe he just needed to flex a new mental muscle. Richter closed his eyes, focused on his mana pool. He willed it to go into. The mana cost in his MPs dropped while the cost was paid. He stopped, actively willing it, and the flow stopped. So the question was, how to will his mana to flow without having to consciously will it? It sounded like a bad sat problem. Not willing to give up, Richter cleared his mind and thought about it. What he was really trying to do was to make the mana flow not just in the current moment, but also in the future. That was when it came to him. It wasn't the flow of his existing mana pool he needed to direct. It was the flow of his mana regeneration. No sooner did he have that thought, prompt appeared. Currently you are allocating 0% of your mana regeneration. Improved sonic damage. Do you wish to increase this? Current mana pool regen rate is 5.4 mana to 10 seconds. Yes or no? Smiling, Richter chose yes and willed the percentage to increase to 10%. Currently you are allocating 10% of your mana regeneration to purchasing. Improved sonic damage. Current mana pool regen rate seconds. Richter decided to try one more thing. A bit of mental flexing, and he got what he needed. He let out a satisfied ah of satisfaction while he read the prompt. Currently you are allocating 10% of your mana regeneration mana points to purchasing improved sonic damage. Current mana pool regen rate is 4.85 mana. 10 seconds. If you mana 500 mana points. Currently you are allocating 100% of your mana regeneration above 500 mana points to purchasing improved sonic damage. His mana wouldn't go to waste again, Richter thought with satisfaction. After he was done playing with his new capabilities, he was eager to test out his new enchantment. There was something else to be done. First, though, he had only been able to enchant 11 more objects since he got his new quest. If he was going to make his new project as awesome as he wanted it to be, though, he needed the 10 talent points finishing it would bring. The problem was, the smiths could only make items so quickly. "Can't you go any faster, Crumb?" Richter complained. The dwarf slammed his hammer down on the anvil and affixed. Richter, with a fierce glare, "I'll not go about sacrificing the quality of me work just because ye want to play with your new profession. If the be so, eager to enchant things, just enchant the daggers and spears we already done made." Crom turned his attention back to his work, shutting Richter out of his mind. Richter was going to protest that he couldn't just enchant weapons that had already been made. But then he realized that was no longer true. He knew an enchantment now. Also, since he had advanced to initiate rank, in his enchanting skill, he did indeed have the ability to enchant already completed objects, albeit with a heavy penalty to the enchantment's final effectiveness. He rushed almost gleefully back to the rack of finished spears, arrows, maces, and swords. Digging his hand in the canvas sack held the low-level soul gems he was using, he got to work. Ultimately, Richter had to use almost every one of the basic and poor level soul stones he had. Enchanting already completed items increased the fail rate of his enchantments precipitously, but he still completed the quest. His pool of talent points increased by 10. Experience got a small bump, again with a penalty. It didn't bother him, though, because he happily purchased his next talent, increased soulstone yield eye, leaving him with 11 points in reserve. Each soulstone would now give 25% more soul points before disappearing. He also dismissed the prompt that described the next link in the quest chain. "You have unlocked the quest. Practice makes perfect 3. Dedicate yourself to your new profession. Honor who you are. Will you enchant 500 items? Yes or no? Reward 20 talent points." Now that he had obtained his new talent, Richter told Crom that soon they needed to make another short sword. This had been his goal all day. He hadn't forgotten the perk from leveling up his small blade skill. That made dual wielding more manageable. Scion had already come by with what Richter had requested. The sprite also thankfully had the Quicksilver collar of submission. Richter had felt a moment of panic when he saw that it wasn't in his bag upon waking, but luckily his bud had come through. Scion walked off, saying he had some hunting to do. Later, Richter placed both items in his bag. Then he walked over to the chest and removed an ingot. Bringing it back to the main anvil, Crom raised one eyebrow. When he saw it. "Are sure, your lordship, if we use this ingot, only 8 will be left." The dwarf had a point, but the green metal was a tool to be used, a treasure to be hidden away. Richter told him he was sure, so Crom took the ingot and called out to the other dwarves that the fire in the furnace needed to be hotter. A dark-coloured wood was brought over and fed into the flames. As soon as it started burning, the heat coming out of the furnace increased dramatically. The dwarves stoked the flames for several minutes, until Richter's face felt like it was burning, and still they didn't stop. By the time Cram seemed satisfied and placed the ingot in the furnace, Richter was sure he could smell his hair smouldering. Soon the metal was glowing red and Crum brought it back out. The clanging of the hammer on metal filled the forge. Another dwarf continually worked the bellows to keep the fire hot. When Crom had been working with high steel, he had been able to keep it out of the furnace for long minutes, but with the elementum it seemed that Crom had to continually reheat it. He also swung the hammer harder than before, seeming to struggle with shaping the powerful metal. Clang, 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 clang. Richter listened to the dwarf shape the metal and marveled at his tireless strength. Sweat poured from Crom's face, his visage a study in concentration. An hour passed, then another. Even Crom's endurance began to flag, and the dwarf left the nearly formed blade in the furnace, while he grabbed a green stamina potion. While the smith drank the brew, Richter used Analyze, curious as to how far Crom's stamina had dropped. Name Crom race, mountain dwarf. Disposition, loyal. Mountain dwarves are a hardy folk that get bonuses to constitution and endurance each level. They have keen eyesight that gives them excellent night vision. Natural miners, it is said, mountain dwarves smell veins of precious metals, increased resistance to negative physical effects. Mountain dwarves get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to constitution and +1 to endurance. Age 47. Level 9, 2%. Health 190. Mana 130. Strength 28. Agility, dexterity 13. Constitution 19. Endurance 22. Intelligence 13. Wisdom 12. Charisma 10. Luck 10. Crom, you're only 1 level shy of your profession, Richter exclaimed. Oh, your lordship, Crom said with a smile. Taking out that big beastie put me over the top. We need to keep hunting, Richter said seriously. I need you to get your profession. That thought occurred to me as well, your lordship, Crom replied, with a laugh. Tomorrow morning, then. Besides, we're only one. Fight away from finishing our challenge. Ale, be ready, your lordship, Crom said. Then he reached into the furnace with the tongs and took the elementum out. He placed it on the anvil and started raining blows upon the glowing metal again. Richter walked around the forge and enchanted the other projects. Opportunity presented itself, using the last of his low-level stones. He checked on Crom periodically. Green metal with single-minded intensity. Soot covered his body, and muscles stood out like braided cables on his arms. More time passed. Crom kept at it, and it wasn't until about 3 p. when he called Richter over. The smith had made a mirror image of Richter's already, existing short sword. The blade was 2 feet long and deep. The quality was superb. The dwarf finished swinging the hammer and was about to speak, but a green light flared from the heart of the anvil. Crom's face became extremely happy, and he said, the light shot out of the anvil and enveloped the weapon. It was so bright that Richter had to close his eyes against the glare, but it disappeared. A few moments later, when he opened his eyes again, the blade looked same, but Richter saw that the quality was now exquisite. Crom laughed and reached into the pouch at his waist to grab some powdered crystal. Was about to sprinkle the crystalline dust onto the blade when Richter told him to stop. The dwarf looked up, confused, but stepped back, smiling. Richter opened the bag that Scion had brought to the forge and examined the contents. You have found powdered, concentrated crystal, resource class, scarce. This has been created by grinding down the remnants of a crystal guardian's body. The magical properties of this concentrated crystal are significantly more powerful than normal crystal. Any potions or items created may gain extra potency or powers. Scion had told him that he needed to use half of the contents of the bag, about a handful. The sprite had also warned that there was only enough concentrated crystal to make another 10 handfuls. Hoping for something spectacular, he sprinkled the sparkling dust onto the blade. The following weapon is available for enchantment. Elementum short. Sword blade. Damage 33 to 37. Durability 160 to 160 seconds. Item class. Scarce. Quality. Weight 1.9 kilograms. 10% damage. Spell barriers. This weapon has 54 enchantment slots. Base 34 weapon quality. Journeyman enchanting skill rank plus 20% for increase enchantment. Potential eye. Available enchantments. Freeze. Increase damage. Increase durability. Sonic damage. You have 7 minutes from the time that this prompt appeared to finish your enchantment. Know this. Your use of concentrated crystal has increased the power of your final enchantment and all additional effects by 237%. Richter smiled. He had no idea why the bonus was 237% and not like 238 or 216, but he sure as shit wasn't complaining. Choosing Sonic. Damage, he saw, that the enchantment cost was 1.5 N. Was able to get 8 enchant ranks, costing 43.5 enchantment points. Richter took out 2 soul stones that contained a common soul. Then he painfully took out 1 stone with a luminous level. Soul? Using such valuable stones made him feel like he was shitting a pine cone. But he knew he needed a powerful weapon. The rock giant had proven that. All 3 stones held their maximum capacity of soul points. Common stones held 10 and the luminous stone held 17. With the 25% increase in soul stone yield, his most recently acquired talent, him just enough points to max out the sword's enchantment. Wasting no more time, he expended the stones. The glowing amber jewels fell to dust, and rainbow light poured into the elementum blade. There was a building pressure in the air as the soul power entered the weapon. Then the tightness in the air bled away, and nothing happened. Not believing what he was seeing, Richter stared at the blade in shock. Had he just fucked his whole thing up? Wasted a precious handful of concentrated crystal, one of his few ingots of elementum, and 3 valuable monster souls just to have a plain and unenchanted sword. Fuak, he shouted. Everyone in the forge started at him in shock. Alma had been sleeping on a nearby weapons rack, but she shot into the air and screamed, Battlecreed hearing her master's frustration. Cram looked at him in shocked concern and said, What? What happened, your lordship? The enchantment didn't take. I don't know how this shit works. We wasted all of this time and resources. Cram looked at him in alarm and concern. They don't have any more soul stones. Of course I do, Richter spat. Why was the dwarf asking him? Stupid questions. Crom's eyes looked to the left and right, while his mouth bunched. Behind his beard. Then Richter blinked, then blinked again. I can do that. When his enchantments had failed before he had just waited till there was something new for him to enchant. Everyone in the forge was just kind of quiet because no one wanted to call their lord a demand. One being didn't mind, though. You made me upset for nothing. Nobody asked you, Richter thought at his familiar irritably. He quickly pulled out another 3 glowing amber jewels out of his bag. Each had that strange electric feel that the soul stones adopted, contained a soul. The combination was again to common level stones. And one of the luminous stones contained only 16 soul points, but it was still enough to max the enchantment. Having to use more of his meager soul stone stock was even more painful than the last time. In fact, this time Richter felt like he was shitting an even bigger pine cone that had the spiky parts pointing down. Nonetheless, he accessed the power in the stones. He held his breath. The stones crumbled to dust. Rainbow swirls of light flowed into the blade. Just like the last time, and the pressure built in the air again. It felt like when he had gone scuba diving on Earth. The sensation continued to build, and Richter could feel the magic starting to swell out of control. His heart beat harder in his chest. Thud, 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 thud. If he had bitten off more than he could chew. Then, with what Richter could only describe as a pop, the soul power overcame the metals. Resistance to be enchanted, and the weapon glowed green. It was enchanted. He quickly checked the stats of his new weapon. You have enchanted. Sonic Elementum Short Sword. Damage 33 to 37. Durability 158. Item class scarce. Quality exquisite. Weight 2.3 kg. Traits plus 25 points of sonic damage per attack. 19% chance to trigger. Secondary effect disarm. %10 damage. Spell barriers. Charges 350. Crom looked at the weapon stats at the same time and said, Fuchs. Chapter 7, Day 111. Richter wasn't done yet, though. He still needed to use one of his other talents. Focusing his will, another prompt appeared. It appears you wish to soul bind an item. For a level 1 soul bond, you must spend soul points equal to the maximum base enchantment potential of the item's quality. To soul bind Sonic Elementum Short Sword, you must spend 30 soul points. Do you wish to do so? Yes or no? Richter closed his eyes. He was almost sure that the last two pinecones had mated and left a spiky mutant pinnacone baby inside of him. That was now slowly crawling its way out. At least this time, he didn't. To use one of his few luminous level soul stones, he pulled out a basic stone and 2 common stones and paid the price. A clear gem appeared next to the sword. Richter picked it up and answered yes on the resulting prompt. A final prompt appeared. You have soul-bound Sonic Elementum Short Sword. This item cannot be lost. If taken, the enchantment will not work for anyone else. This can only be transferred with an open heart. Richter looked at the item's prompt again and saw that it now included the blade's soul-bound status. He breathed out, slightly exhausted. Even though he hadn't expended any physical energy, the chaos seed stopped and reflected on everything that had gone into making this 2-foot blade. It had required a precious metal, the powdered body of a magical monster smithing skills that had taken decades to hone, and soul stones. Just the soul stones meant that there needed to be someone to create the empty stones, someone else to cast soul trap, and someone to kill a nearby monster or beast. The special properties of the blade would not have been possible without a magic core to make the forge of heavens, not to mention his profession. He didn't even want to think about the month of torture that he had undergone to earn his title of enchanter. Richter shook his head, thinking about how much was needed to make this seemingly innocuous piece of metal. He now fully understood why enchanted items sold for the equivalent of tens or hundreds of thousands of US dollars. He realized that he wasn't looking at just a forge, heated blade. He was looking at a piece of art that had taken many skilled people to create. This blade might truly be worth a noble's ransom. The other smiths came over to gawk at the heavily enchanted weapon. He understood their fascination. And, for the first time, Reela saw the beginnings of potential for his profession. He had to get more talent points. Crom took the blade and doused it in a nearby barrel. Water. When he spoke, there was more than just a touch of respect in his voice. I will have this mounted and bound immediately. I had no idea they could do something like this. It just goes to show the power of Elemi. I didn't know I could do that either. What do you mean about the elementum, though? The metal didn't make the enchantment any stronger. Richter said, as far as he knew, the metal he used didn't affect enchanting at all. Crom looked at him like he was a bit crazy. Metal be the only reason the blade did not explode. If ye tried to pump much power into a steel blade, we would be digging shards of metal, our teeth and our seas. I still did no think this blade could take such magic, but who knows? Maybe the fey metal could take even more. I do know one thing, your lordship, they made a one hell of a blade. The smith grinned and clapped his lord on the back. Richter smiled back. Thanks, man. He couldn't quite believe it himself. Hearing that certain metals could only hold certain amounts of enchantment energy after he had invested several souls worth wasn't the best way to get the news, but it had worked out. The Chaos Seed knew that he would be a bit more careful in the future, though. The pressure and the out-of-control sensations he had felt when enchanting the blade made more sense now. Immortal or not, the idea of picking shrapnel out of his body did not sound like a good time. He put it out of his mind as something to worry about later. Now that his blade had been created, realized there was another pressing issue. He still hadn't eaten. I'm going to get some lunch and check on the members of our war party being held hostage by Crom chuckled. Tell the wee lady Thar. Big Crom says, Hello. Richter looked at him and chuckled back. I'm not going to be doing that. Crom just kept making eye contact with a maniacal grin on his face, until Richter grew creeped out enough to leave the forge. While leaving, he sent out a mental call to the adder. Alma flew down and rested on his shoulders while he walked, and Futan floated along beside him. Richter had the remnant guide him towards Semiko's makeshift infirmary. Before long, he stood in front of a large tent. It was made of a patchwork of beige and white swatches of canvas. Sewn on the front was the golden glyph of a circle with an opening at the top, like a cup that was to be filled. Richter's gift of tongues ability identified it as part of an old pictographic language. The glyph was an ancient symbol for life. A woman came out wearing light tan clothing and carrying a load of dirty rags. She smiled at Richter, giving a warm greetings, before continuing on about her business. Richter smiled back. It pleased him immensely to see his people happily at work. He walked inside the tent and was instantly impressed. Despite Sumiko's complaints about not having a proper place to work, what he saw was a study in efficiency. The grass was cut low, and a small brazier in the center of the tent made it pleasantly warm, but not oppressively hot. It also filled the air with a pleasantly soothing scent. A row of cots lined one wall and the other side of the tent had tables laden with bandages, red vials of what looked like healing potions, and numerous dried herbs. Sumiko was standing over a cot and was speaking to a group of villagers dressed in the same tan clothing the woman carrying the rags had been wearing. He couldn't see the patient initially, but when Richter walked closer, he saw a very unhappy Calder laying while Sumiko described his condition. This particular guard decided to attack a monster made of solid rock that was 20 feet tall. Can anyone tell me what is wrong with this patient, besides the fact that he also has rocks in his head? Many of the villagers raised their hands. Sumiko pointed at one, and the man spoke up. He broke his right clavicle and dislocated the same shoulder when the giant kicked the shield he was holding. Correct. Now it was a simple matter for me to diagnose that spell and mend the bone with another, but what would we do to figure that out and fix it if we could not use magic? Again, a forest of hands shot up. Sumiko chose a woman who answered physical inspection, followed by manual investigation of the bow. If we found it was broken, we could align the bones and then immobilize that arm to help it heal. Anything else? Sumiko asked. This time, there was no rush to answer. After a few moments, though, another villager, a teenage girl, raised her hand. When she was called on, she spoke in a hesitant voice. We could use Sarana extract, reduce any swelling and crushed Yulin leaf to help the bone mend. Good, Samiko said, clearly pleased. A tea brewed from Krim. Berries will also serve to preserve the strength of muscles while the bone heals. Her gaze scanned the tan-clad villagers, and when she spoke again, it was with the firm tone of a headmistress. Remember this. Whether you have healing magic or not, if you are under my command, you will learn to be a healer. Each of you will inspect the sergeant's arm and clavicle, one at a time. Pay special attention to the musculature of the arm. Though the injury has been healed, you should be able to detect a difference in the elasticity of the muscles when you compare the right to the left. Now wait just a minute, Calder protested. I did not agree to be poked and prodded by your band of junior leeches. Speaking sweetly, Samiko leaned over the guard and said, Do we really need to have another talk about the penalties of not being a good patient? Despite her tone, there was just the slightest bit of ominous emphasis on the word talk. The sergeant's eyes widened slightly. I don't think that is necessary, Lady Sumiko. I am pleased to hear that, she said in the same sweet tone. I will try to forget that you call my healers leeches, Sergeant Calder. Ah, thank you. Much obliged, he said. Chastened. Richter observed the scene with no small amount of amusement. Cleared his throat and said, How is the patient doing? Everyone turned to see the Lord of the Mist Village standing in the tent. Each of the villagers bowed slightly and placed their hands on their hearts. Sumiko was apparently not as impressed by his august presence, and just snorted, I let the rest of your war party go an hour ago. This one had to have several bones reconstructed though, and so I have been watching him a bit longer. I hope you are not here with some foolish request to get him back on duty now. A bit of heat made it into her voice at the end. Calder grasped at the chance to be released from the tent. Drowning man reaching for a life preserver, already starting to stand. He said, My lord, I am ready to face any danger that you need. I am your man, and all you need to do is say the word. I am ready to fight by your side. His eyes locked onto Richter's, pleading for all they were worth. Richter stroked his chin and cocked his head, as if pondering a great decision. He slowly said, You know, I appreciate that, Calder, but I just wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if you came to harm because you left this tent too early. The sergeant quickly opened his mouth to object, but Richter held up a hand. Your health is paramount. In fact, Lady Samiko, I charge you to hold on to this man until he is completely healthy. Me and you hold on to him if he has so much as an upset tummy, no matter how many days it takes or how many tests you have to do. Calder looked at him in shock and dismay, not believing that his lord would betray him in this most dastardly of ways. Richter looked back. and said, "Do you remember when we first met in Leaf's Crossing? Sergeant, do you remember that you tricked me into paying a gold coin? 2. That government worker, Edwin." Calder blinked in disbelief that such an event could be coming back to haunt him. Richter plastered a wide grin on his face and winked at the man. "Rest assured, I do. Even..." He turned around and started walking out of the tent. Before he left, he heard Sumako's whip-like voice ordering her healers, "Begin examining Calder." The man shouted after him, promising that he would pay the gold back. Then he began cursing the first heavy troll spawn that started examining him. As the Lord of the Mist Village emerged from the tent and stood in the sunshine, he looked up at the cornflower blue sky with its white, fluffy clouds. Richter let loose an immensely satisfied sigh and couldn't fight the feeling that all was well with the world. Chapter 8, Day 111, Cuban 1, 15,368. EBG. Happy to hear that the other members of the war party were either on their feet or about to be, Richter walked with a light-hearted step towards the feast area. Foregoing the high table, he grabbed a wooden plate and heaped some food upon it. Then he sat with his people. Before long, they were all laughing and sharing the details of their lives with him. 1. Man pointed at his daughter and proudly said she was learning to weave. Another woman pointed to her son and told Richter how the boy's, Herb, lore skill was increasing as he helped the gardeners each day. In a world where the best most families could hope for was mindless toil and a daily struggle to feed their families, the parents were overjoyed that their children were learning skills that could prepare them for the future. More and more people came up to his table and told him stories. It was revitalizing all Richter had been worrying about lately. The upcoming battle with the bugbears, the threat of the eaters, the lands around the village free of monsters and dangerous predators, while he was focusing on the big picture, apparently right under his nose. The miracle that was normal life had continued. His people had been living, laughing, and loving each other. It reminded him of what he was, fighting for, and energized him for the battles to come. He tried to get face time with as many of his people as he could. He was even able to meet the 2 scribes that had been hired. They assured him that they would have to hire quality blank books ready. Next few days, nodding to them, he moved on. Before long, he ran into Gloron. Since obtaining his profession, Richter had been wanting to see the elf enchanter. "Greetings, my lord enchanter," Gloron said with a bow. When he straightened, Richter could see that he was smiling. "I'm glad I ran into you, Gloron," Richter said, smiling back. "I need you to prepare yourself. We need to increase your level. I have already been able to do amazing things. As a professed enchanter, I won't be able to see to the villagers' needs by myself. We need to equip our people as best we can. We also need to have more to trade. What I'm saying is, need you to start going out with the hunting squads. I need you to gain experience, and then you are going for your trial. Glorin paled somewhat. I have never been much with a blade. Lord, Richter nodded. I am not asking you to attack gnolls and goblins. You will be a member of my war party, and protect it as much as possible. Love that everyone is happy, but we cannot allow this, he said, indicating the smiling people around them, to distract us from the fight that is coming. The mists are not infallible, and we need to grow stronger. Glorin nodded, but still didn't seem convinced. The guards will protect you, and I will try bring you out with my group, but I need this to happen. Richter made his voice firm. Your lord needs this to happen. Glorin's face lost some of its hesitancy. He placed a fist to his heart and bowed slightly. Yes, my lord, as you say. Good, Richter said. He clapped the man on the back and told him to see Crom later to be outfitted for armor and a crossbow. The enchanter walked off, clearly deep in thought. Richter considered calling after him, but whatever he said would just have been empty words. He didn't like ordering Glorin into harm's way, but he knew he would do it again. The truth was that his people needed to be stronger. Richter knew he couldn't protect every one of them. They needed to learn to protect themselves. If all he had to deal with was a bit of hesitancy, he would count himself lucky. But he didn't think he would be that fortunate. He moved on, except for Calder. Each of the other members of the war party found him during lunch and said they were ready to fight. Richter told each to be at the gate at sunrise. He was more than pleased that Bayon had reached level 10. So you're ready for a profession? Richter asked with a smile. Bayon nodded happily. The only reason I have not gone for my trial yet is because of the quest you gave me. As nice as Herbert is, I do not want to work for that angry wood elf, Amazon. Richter chuckled. He actually thought Tabia was a nice woman. Bayon's dislike most likely came from the fact that Tabia's wife had decked the gnome after he got a little too familiar. As far as Richter was concerned, he wasn't sure if Bayon or Tabia would be a better choice. He actually would love for Bayon to continue his magical studies. Professed mage, but a great first step would be for him to become a professed alchemist. At the very least, he would get talent points until he reached level 20. Richter said goodbye to the gnome as Scion walked up. I have something you need to see, the sprite said. Richter looked around. Most of the people were leaving the feast area now and getting back to work. He nodded to his friend and they started walking towards the meadow north of the village. The two men chatted about this and that as they walked. Richter tried to get Scion to share what he had found, but the sprite just kept saying that he needed to see it for himself. They climbed up the hill to the meadow, and Richter took a moment to marvel at how much had changed since he had first come here. Directly in front of him was a large patch of tilled earth. Herbs of various colors and sizes grew under the careful ministrations of Isabel, her gardeners. Immediately to the west of it was one of Richter's core buildings, the dragon's cauldron. The edifice was a thing of beauty, created entirely from the incredibly hard substance called glass. The building refracted the sunlight and made rainbows appear on every nearby surface. The cauldron was enough to awe any who saw it. Northern aspect of the meadow was a true miracle. The snow-white leaves of the quickening shifted gently in the light wind. The celestial tree served to enrich Richter's lands, and perhaps even more importantly, was serving as a cradle for the rebirth of the pixie race. The wonders did not stop there. The far western end of the meadow was dominated by a lake. A waterfall fed it from the cliffs lining the northern side of the glade. Richter, or more specifically, Sion, and that had become the location of his new Christa garden. Finally, there was also a small but precious clutch of scath eggs he had gained after life and death battle. The creatures might one day be the key to the village, having trained monsters or even a cavalry. Richter smiled. Exciting things were afoot. Where are we going? He asked Sion. To the crystal garden. The mist workers have cleared out crystal that was overgrowing the passage. I went inside this morning. There are some things you need to see. Richter nodded. Let's stop at the cauldron and the lake on the way. Then they walked by the garden, nodding to the workers and Isabel. As they passed by, as soon as they entered the cauldron, Richter saw Tabia, hard at work. The beautiful, dark-skinned wood elf stood at a crystal table, slowly adding a purple liquid to a bottle of clear liquid. It was clear that she was focusing hard, so the two companions didn't disturb her. When she finished what she was doing, the elf audibly exhaled in relief and placed both vials in holders on the table. Richter decided he might not want to know exactly what she had been mixing. Tabia, he said. She looked over her shoulder in surprise. When she saw who had spoken, she turned quickly, her dreaded hair swinging heavily behind her. She placed her hand on her heart and bowed slightly. I did not see you, Lord Richter. It is a pleasant surprise. Hard at work? He asked lightly. I will be ready with a magnificent potion before the end of the week, she replied with absolute seriousness. I'm glad to hear it, he said. Keep doing whatever you are doing. Right now, I need to use the central cauldron. She nodded and got back to her work. Richter walked up to the clear cauldron that sat in the middle of the building. He could see glass vessels tracing through the large pot. He could feel the low and slow thrum of the dragon cauldron's heart, pushed glass blood through the building. Looking at his companion, Richter said, "It's time to feed the beast." Sion rolled his eyes, but looked on in interest as Richter reached into his bag of holding. The first thing the Chaos Seed took out was the half of the bag of concentrated crystal. With 2 fingers, he took the smallest pinch possible and dropped it into the cauldron. A prompt appeared. As always, the building seemed to sense his intent. "It appears you are trying to use the transmutation properties of the dragon's cauldron. In order to do this, a functional unit of a substance must be sacrificed. The amount you have provided is insufficient," Richter grunted. He had a feeling that wasn't going to work. Trying not to think about the loss, he emptied the bag into the cauldron. "Do you wish for the dragon's cauldron to consume enhanced powdered crystal for future production via transmutation? The material will be consumed as the dragon's cauldron learns its structure. Yes or no?" "Bye-bye, you sexy thing," Richter thought to his precious enhanced crystal. He chose yes, and the pulse of the vessels lining the central cauldron increased in speed. The crystal began to vibrate as the pulse increased, and soon it disappeared. "The dragon's cauldron has learned to create enhanced crystal." Richter repeated the process with ingots of elementum, cobalt, quicksilver, and moonstone. He also tried both the blood from the dark aberration and ichor from the crypt mistress in the cauldron, with specific ingredients rather than resources they were not candidates for transmutation. Richter just kept placing anything that would work in the cauldron: regular crystal, wood, marbled quartz. Each vibrated until they were consumed by the cauldron. As each new substance was consumed, Richter found he could access the conversion rate of one material into another. The conversion rate was unfortunately high in almost every case, and there was a clear loss. It took more than 200 measures of crystal to make 1 measure of enhanced crystal, but 1 measure of enhanced crystal, measures of regular crystal. That was one of the better conversion rates. It took more than 100,000 ingots of iron to make 1 ingot of cobalt. The conversion of high steel was slightly better at 90. 3,785 to 1, but was still, obviously, more than he could swing. On the other hand, 1 kilo of iron could be obtained from 3 kilos of wood. Water could buy basically nothing, though most likely because it was so common in his lands. All it showed was a sideways infinity symbol when compared to other resources. Richter wondered if water might be equally traded for gold if his village had been in a desert. He was about to leave when he had a final thought. Gritting his teeth again against the cost, he dropped a pearl into the cauldron. Surprisingly, the jewel began to vibrate. Richter hadn't really thought it would work, but he supposed it made sense. In the game, jewels had been part of certain spells, and definitely were part of certain items that could be crafted. He thought about it for a second and then painfully placed one type of each jewel in the glass bowl. His stomach actually cramped when he saw the gems disappear. When he was done, he added a single copper, silver, and gold coin for good measure. Each of them were accepted by the cauldron. "I know that had to hurt," Sion said. "It really did," Richter replied with a haggard expression. "Are you ready to leave?" Richter shook his head. "I have one last thing to try before we leave." When he had seen the chest become part of the Forge of Heavens, had given him an idea. He walked over to a nearby wall and reached into his bag. As always, the space-folding properties of the bag amazed him. He kept pulling and was able to remove a 5-foot-tall copper still, though on the outside the bag was no more than a foot deep. Hoping this worked, he placed the still on the ground. He almost cheered when a prompt came up. "Greetings, Master of the Dragon's Cauldron. Do you wish to add this copper still to the structure of the cauldron? This will cost 17 alteration points. Currently, there are 100 100ths core building at level 1. Yes or no?" Richter selected. Surprisingly, a prompt appeared telling him to take the still outside. He was confused at having a building give him instructions, but did as he was told. Walking outside, he saw a flat floor, glass grow out from the main building. For short knobs appeared on the ground. He placed the copper still on the knobs, not surprised that it fit perfectly to keep the still in place. As soon as the copper tube was in place, it began to glow. The entire 10 by 10 foot glass floor began to vibrate as well, so the companions stepped off of it. Glass grew up from the floor and covered the still. The light pulsed, brighter and brighter, until Richter had to shield his eyes. When the light died down, Richter looked to see what had happened and whistled in appreciation. The original still had more than quadrupled in size. A copper pipe ran off from one side and entered a second enclosed copper tube. That ran into a third copper tube that had a spigot attached. Glass had been used to join different pieces that even at first glance could clearly be taken apart. For cleaning, you have added copper still to the Dragon's Cauldron. Current alteration. Points available 83 100ths. Alteration points will regenerate at 1 day. "What is this thing?" Sion asked, kicking the still. The large drum rung like a bell. "You'll see," Richter said gleefully. Then he spoke English for the first time in what seemed like an age. It felt strange for his mouth to be forming the words, but the occasion called for nothing. Southern drawl, "We goings, ta have some fun." He walked up to the second drum and inspected it. The cauldron had even included a doubler. Richter didn't know if the building had read his mind, or it was connected to some cosmic moonshine, but he wasn't complaining. He looked at Futan and gave specific orders. Relay to the village cooks. He wanted his mash to start fermenting immediately. Whistling an off-tune little ditty, he grabbed Sion, and the two friends walked away. Chapter 9, Day 111. Cuborn 1. The companions walked towards the western side of the meadow. Alma flew above them, gliding on air currents, while the adder slid along in the grass beside them. The huge snakes. Camouflage was so good that it was practically invisible, despite the fact that Richter knew it was only 5 feet away. He looked at it as he walked. Soon, he would have to try and tame it again. He just hoped his training with Alma would help him to keep his head this time. When they were only 100 yards away from the lake, Richter heard voices. As they got closer, he was able to see 2 figures standing, knee-deep in the water. They were laughing and splashing each other. Both were about 4.5 feet tall. One was male and the other female. The similarities in their appearance made it obvious that they were related. More importantly, both were completely nude. Richter was happy to see that their appearances were not exactly the same. In fact, there were some extremely interesting differences. The 2 friends stopped walking at the edge of the lake bank, 2 feet above the water level. They were both human, had fair skin, and wild mops of brown hair. Their features were refined, and both of them could only be described as beautiful. When Richter analyzed the woman, he could see why. Name Dera, race human. Disposition, pleased. Humans are one of the shortest lived. Land. Humans have a broader affinity for skills than other races. Number. Special bonuses to race. Humans get 4 points to distribute per level. Age 19. Level 7. 38%. Health 120. Mana 100. Stamina 130. Strength 10. Agility, dexterity, constitution, endurance 13th. Intelligence 10. Wisdom 10. Charisma 36. Luck 10. Dera's status was almost a mirror image of the male. Both had heavily invested in charisma. In retrospect, he realized he had seen them both before during the night of the welcome feast for the new villagers, but he had met so many people that it had been a blur. He remembered them now. Seeing them both naked and together had an effect that he hadn't truly appreciated before this particular moment. Maybe we should come back later, he said to Cian, though he had spoken quietly. Him. They both turned unabashedly to address their lord. Richter looked at Sion in confusion as to what was happening, but the sprite was just gazing at the woman with a big smile on his face. "Greetings, my lord," Doreen said with a slight bow. "We have been hoping that you would come to see us soon." Dira finished seamlessly. There is so much we wish to thank you for. Letting us stay in the village, giving us the opportunity to care for these creatures. Darren picked up the conversation again, without pause. We truly love the raw beauty of our new home, Dara finished. With a smile, they had moved closer while they addressed him. Now one of her arms was draped around Darren's neck, and her naked body was molded to his side. We absolutely must find a way to thank you properly, my lord. Day or night, Darren said, with small, enticing smile. We are at your disposal, Dira said, with an identical smirk. Detached herself from Darren and walked towards Richter, giving him a clear view of her natural possessions. When she was only a foot away, a delicate hand reached up towards him from where she stood in the lake below. Richter didn't really realize that he was staring until Sion kicked his foot with a snicker. Yes. Well, that's a very nice offer. He reached out and helped her out of the water and up onto the bank. Whether by accident or design, as she stepped up, she tripped slightly and her entire wet body was pressed against his as he caught her. His shirt moistened. He could feel her erect nipples through the cloth. Oh, my lord is so strong, she murmured as she ran her hand along his bicep. Again, it took Sion, coughing loudly, for Richter to come back himself. He knew he was being managed by the small woman, but he also knew he didn't fucking care. Letting her go, he stepped back. Unfortunately, or again maybe not, he didn't realize that Darren had stepped out of the lake while he held Dira and was standing behind him. This time, it was Richter who almost stumbled, and the beautiful man's arms wrapped around him. I would never let you fall, my lord, Darren said softly. The man's mouth was too close to Richter's ear. Sion was openly laughing now, never one to miss an opportunity to revel in Richter's idiocy or discomfort. Richter, for his part, quickly extricated himself from the man's embrace and, with a gruff cough, asked, "So you are the two villagers?" Randalphus, charged with caring for the scath eggs. Darren walked over to Dira, who interlaced her fingers with his. Yes, my lord. We have always had a high affinity for the skill beast taming, Darren continued. My sister and I. You two are brother and sister? Richter asked, a touch too loudly. They did look insanely similar, as he had first noted, but their level of closeness and affection had made him think that his initial assessment to be wrong. Their bits were touching, for Christ's sake. Dira's laugh was like the light-hearted trill of a songbird. We are twins, my lord. We share our connection to animals, our appearance, and our love for life. In fact, we share anything and everything you might desire. Finished. He also made what was, in Richter's estimation, amount of eye contact while he said it. Needing to break the odd tension, Richter punched his cackling companion rather hard in the chest. As Sion's laughter turned into a wheezing effort to catch his breath, Richter asked the twins to show him. Eggs. They smiled and started walking along the edge of the lake bank. Sion stood up straight, a triumphant look still on his red face, and followed. The twins with Richter. Did you know? Richter asked his friend in an urgent whisper. Know what? Sion asked innocently. That Billy Bob and Jessie Ray up there were brother and sister. Mean, what's the deal? This is weird, even for the land. Sion chuckled again. Do not ask me. I think all of you humans are strange, though I may have to find some time to spend with Dira sometime soon. Sion's gaze was more than appreciative as he took in her beautiful, sculpted profile. You're more than twice her age, Richter said. Sion's voice got a touch husky, and there are some things I plan on teaching her. Shaking his head, Richter left his randy friend to his dastardly plodding. The twins had stopped walking. Dara smiled and beckoned for him to look over the bank of the lake. As he leaned over, sure enough, he saw the clutch of eggs. A small wooden fence had been erected around the site. He examined one of the eggs. You have found River Scath egg. Health 10/10. Durability 4/4. Item class common. Weight 0.5 kilograms. Trait will lose 1 HP per day unless properly cared for. Will hatch in a matter of days. Each egg he looked at, including the bull Scath egg, was in perfect health. As he watched, the twins covered their hands in mud and carefully turned each egg. How do you know what to do? Richter asked. When he had tried to care for the eggs, a prompt had told him he didn't have the requisite skills, despite his ability to tame beasts and monsters. There was no way. These two could be blood, magi. Durin smiled up at him, his teeth perfectly straight, white, not something that was seen too often in the land. Were both born with the same ability, my lord. It is called empathic knowledge. The higher our charisma, the better we can understand the needs and wants of others. It is our ability that guides us in dealing with beasts or man. Dira finished with a small knowing smile as she looked at the sprite. Sion smiled back broadly while waggling his eyebrows, resisting the urge to push his friend in the lake to cool off. Richter asked, so your care for the eggs is completely based on your ability? This empathic knowledge? Oh no, my lord, Dira answered. We have formal training with animals as well. Darren picked up. Both my sister and I have apprentice rank in the skill, animal husbandry, and the exotic beasts. Our clients at the brothel enjoyed bringing dangerous animals to bed sometimes. Dara finished offhandedly. Okay, Richter thought. Information overload. He opened his mouth to ask one of a dozen questions, but then closed it. What he had here was a pair of beautiful, oversexed twins who were apparently former prostitutes, but could also care for and hopefully train a set of deadly monsters to fight. On his behalf, he decided not to poke this particular hornet's nest of strangeness at this particular moment and just take it in stride. Instead, he asked, "Can you teach me your skill?" Both of the twins smiled broadly and invited him down into the lake with them. Ignoring Sion's grin, Richter removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs as he stepped down into the cool water and smooth mud. Over the next 20 minutes, the twins described what they termed the link, a connection to the life force of the animal. As they spoke, Sion also joined them in the water, gently running his hands over the eggs, while the twins spoke softly as to what the small, unborn lives inside were feeling. Richter listened intently and then just let himself go, reveling in the moment. He didn't try to force himself to feel the link. He just opened his senses. He experienced the gentle tug of the water on his ankles, smelled the sweet, wet earth around him, and basked in the gentle sunlight beaming down, all the while gently stroking the egg in his hand. Without warning, he felt it, whereas before he had felt only a smooth shell. Now he could sense the life of the almost fully formed creature inside. The baby Scath didn't have any clear thoughts, and the experience was nothing like his mental connection with Alma or even the Shea ladder. This was more of a feeling or emotional bond. Richter could sense that the baby Scath wanted warmth and had started to experience a growing hunger on a deep level. He understood that it was this hunger that would soon force it to break beyond the boundaries of the only world it had ever known. To fill this need, would punch through the shell of its egg and feel the cool water and warm sun for the first time. While Richter marveled in this sense of connection, prompt appeared. "Congratulations. You have learned the sub-skill, exotic beasts. You can now raise monsters and strange animals. As this is a sub-skill of animal husbandry, you have learned this skill as well. Congratulations. You have learned the skill, animal husbandry. Under your ministrations, you can now raise animals to be stronger, plentiful in what they yield. It is now within your power to coax the lives of the beasts around you, while the farmer may cultivate grain and vegetables. You will cultivate the creatures of this world." Sion looked at him in surprise. "I just learned a new skill." "A sub-skill." Richter looked at his companion in shock. "Animal husbandry. Exotic beasts." "Yes," Sion said. "How did you know? Did you look at my status page?" "No." Richter shook his head. "It's just that I learned the same skills just now. Does this ever happen? Two people learning such specific skills at once?" "It can," Sion replied doubtfully. What is strange is that I've never had any skill with animals in the past. All of my people have various connections to the forest, and mine dealt with herbs. I was actually forbidden from working with the animals we kept. One of the elders once said that barring actually eating them alive, I could not have made. Animals hate me more. The two companions looked at each other, trying to figure out had just happened until Richter posited. Maybe this is the skill. Quickening increased. Scion slowly nodded and said, maybe, but his tone remained doubtful. Congratulations, Lord Richter, Dira said once the companions were done speaking. She clapped her hands in delight. You would grasp the skill so quickly, Darren continued. Congratulations to you as well, Sir Sprite. Is there anything else you need right now? Dara asked. No, thank you, Richter replied. Then we will go swimming, the male twin said. You are welcome to join us. Dira finished with a small smile, not waiting for a response. The twins swam out into the lake and were soon splashing each other and wrestling in the water. Richter and Scion watched them for another minute or two. Nothing weird about that, the Chaos Seed said. Scion kept his eyes glued on the sexy, naked twins and said them a grin that large should not have fit on the sprite's face. Richter kept looking as well. I like them too. Dibs on the girl. Scion turned his head and looked at him in surprised outrage. Then, the sprite just turned back to watching the twins and said. Richter laughed. All right, creepy smurf. What did you want to? Show me, he asked, reminding his friend of their initial reason for coming. To the meadow? What? Oh, right, this way. The two of them walked north, along the lake's edge, reached the waterfall that fell from the cliffs above. Richter took off his shirt and shoes and placed them in his bag. He knew from experience that no matter how wet the outside of the bag became, the contents would remain nice and dry. Scion led the way across the rocks that stuck up out of the water in front of the waterfall. Each was slippery, but they were able to make it safely to the midway point of the falls without falling. Scion then stepped forward into the torrent of water and entered the cave hidden beyond. Richter followed a moment later and was immediately drenched. He was through in a moment, though, and stood in the near darkness of the hidden cavern. He cast simple light. A glowing white ball appeared above his head and illuminated the area around him. Pieces of harvested crystal sat on the ground where the mist workers had left them after clearing the tunnel to the crystal garden. Richter spent a few minutes loading all of them into his bag. The villagers were restricted from coming to this part, the meadow, but it still seemed like a good idea not to leave a valuable resource just lying around. When he was done, Scion led him to the back of the cavern, to the small tunnel that led up to the crystal garden. The walls of the tunnel still had small amounts of crystal attached which tugged at his clothes, but it wasn't a true impediment. The tunnel narrowed and led upward, ending in a hole in the ceiling. Richter soon emerged from the tunnel and pulled himself up into the larger cave system that held the garden. When he was finally in the upper cavern, he looked around. Couldn't see much. There were mist lights in the far ends of the cavern. The illumination was only enough for him to make out vague shapes around him. Also, the glow from his simple light spell only cast a radiance of about 5 feet, and it wasn't enough to see the cavernous space he was standing in. As Scion climbed up after him, Richter cast mist light from his personal mana pool. A large ball of grey light appeared before him. He placed his hand on it and pushed it up towards the ceiling, where it would stay for the next year. What it showed took his breath away. He was standing in a forest of crystal, large and small. The iridescent shards stuck out of the ceiling, walls, and floor. Stone stalactites hung down and were now studded with crystal shards, like corn on a cob. The largest crystal he could see was jutting up from the ground and was 4 feet long and 2 feet thick. There was so much, even though it had made things dangerous for a moment. He in no way doubted he had made the right decision to sacrifice a special soul stone to accelerate the garden's growth. He hadn't known at the time that the garden was also going to experience months of growth at once, but from what he could see, it seemed like that entire growth cycle had occurred as if accelerated by the soul of the demoness he had sacrificed. The garden would probably never experience growth like that again, but for now, he was swimming in crystal. So we need a handful for each enchantment. How many useful doses can we get from this? He asked. Hundreds, probably thousands, Scion said with a smile. And just to be clear, it is not exactly a handful that determines the appropriate measurement. Your hand is bigger than mine after all. Some crystal is always lost when it's rendered to powder and then purified enough usable. But as you can see, supply the village's needs. There are more crystal patches in the adjoining rooms. Nothing as extensive as this, but it is still a very respectable garden. The sprite's voice got a bit more serious. This is not what I wanted to show you, however. Scion led him through the garden. At one point, Richter had to use the pommel of one of his swords to break a shard of crystal that was blocking his path. He put the broken piece in his bag, along with the rest that he had collected. As they walked to the far end of the cavern, he cast mist light again and threw the ball of light towards the ceiling. Soon could make out something irregular against the far wall. Scion led him unerringly towards the spot. At first, it looked like black crystal set against the grey stone walls, but then he saw that the color was actually a rich red. To be specific, blood red. Richter cast simple light again to improve his vision and examined it. His breath sped up as he read, "You have found Blood crystal. Resource class. Rare. Steeped in the blood of Richter, master of the Mist Village. This crystal has greater properties than a normal crystal. This red mineral is tied to Richter and can make objects and potions specifically tailored to him. The properties linking him to this crystal also mean that it can be used to target him with certain spells or poisons. The damage he would receive would be magnified significantly. This crystal may also be used to augment blood. Magic. Further uses of this crystal exist and must be discovered. Richter looked at Sion, who gravely looked back. Then his eyes turned back towards the patch of crystal. The Chaos Seed realized that he was basically looking at a ready-made voodoo doll that could only be used against him. The patch of crystal was about 4 feet across. How much powdered crystal could be made out of this? He asked softly. Sion examined the patch. I won't know until we get it down. 5. Measures maybe 10. I cannot say for sure. Does anyone else know about this? Richter asked in the same voice. I do not think so, Sion said. The guards patrol this side of the meadow, and I do not think anyone besides you and I have been inside. Richter nodded. Thank you for watching out for me, my friend. Let's harvest it. The companions worked in silence. They broke off pieces of crystal with their swords and put the shards in Richter's bag. Sion commented that small red shards were falling to the ground. Already thought of that. He summoned a mist worker who was able to absorb everything on the ground through its amorphous body. It also helped to break off pieces of crystal. When they were finally done, the worker funneled the tiny red shards through its body and into Rick's bag. Lastly, it scoured the wall of any red fragments that had been too small for the 2 men to harvest. When they were done, all that was left was blank stone. In the center of the bare patch was a crater with a small hole in the middle. Will it grow back? Richter asked. I cannot say, Sion replied. If there was some kind of seed that it would grow back from, I would bet that it's down that hole, pointing to the finger's breadth burrow that disappeared into the stone. If you truly want to remove any doubt, we could dig into the stone, or you could use your sonic spell. I doubt whatever crystal seed is down there would survive that. Richter looked at the small divot and thought about it. He could see substantial gains from using the blood crystal. Personalized items of great power were a powerful enticement. On the other hand, the red crystal could be used to make a powerful item specifically geared to kill him, he thought about it for a few more seconds, and ultimately, it was the third property decided him. Right now, he was too vulnerable to the effects of deep magic. If this crystal could give him the chance to gain greater control or power, then it was worth the risk for now. Futon, Richter said, addressing the glowing orb. Yes, my lord. The light in the center of the remnant pulsed slowly. Summon a mist worker every day to harvest the crystal. In the cavern, always give them to instructions to stay at least 10 yards away from the focus crystal, and if they ever detect more red crystal, to harvest all they can find, including whatever may fall to the ground, and bring it immediately to either Scion or myself. It will be done, Lord Richter, came the monotone reply. Can you prepare the blood crystal tonight? Richter asked his companion. I don't want it just sitting around, and I need to know the specific capabilities are. Scion nodded. It will take all night, and might go faster if I had a mist worker. Richter summoned another 2 grey workers on the spot, and put them both at Scion's disposal. Do you want to leave? Scion asked. Not yet. We have more to do, Richter replied. The 2 men walked through the maze of caverns. Richter ordered the mist workers to start harvesting crystal and placing it by the waterfall. Entrance. Alma had flown off when they entered the garden. When he mentally asked where she was, she sent an image of a half-eaten carcass with guts strewn along the floor. She also sent along a feeling of extreme satisfaction. Richter gagged slightly and broke off the mental contact. The stone rooms adjoining the main cavern had small patches of crystal, but as they walked further in, the stone grew bare. Despite the explosive growth the garden had undergone, it had not reached too far into the extensive cave system. This actually eased Richter's mind. Stop was the rune room. The rune looked exactly the same as the last time he had seen it. Square with concave sides surrounded by a larger triangle. When he focused on it, he again received a prompt asking if he would like to deactivate the enchantment. He still wanted to know if he could retrieve the soul stone that powered the rune, but he didn't have an immediate use for another high-level soul stone, even if he could. Richter also didn't want to ruin any research opportunities this rune might provide his scholars in the future. He chose no on the prompt and moved on. His primary reason for wanting to visit the rune chamber was to ensure that the crystal garden hadn't compromised it in any way. Now that he saw it was untouched, felt better. He moved on to his next task, making a map. At his request, Scion walked off into the caves. It was time to put the mapping ring to good use. Richter pulled up a translucent mini-map in the corner of his vision, watched as blackness was replaced by whatever tunnels the sprite walking through. Nodding to himself, he started exploring as well with a sense of satisfaction. That mapping ring was worth every copper he'd paid for it. After about 10 minutes, he finally came upon the cavern that held the remains of and items from the dark aberration's victims. He had been leaving mist lights strewn about the cavern periodically, but also carried one with him. For the past several minutes, he had been detecting an increasingly foul odor. When he brought light to this cavern, his heart fell, and he knew where the smell was coming from. Since coming back into the caverns, he had been unconsciously forcing himself not to think about something he had been able to forget. The caves that now held his beautiful crystal garden had, until recently, been home to a malevolent monster that resided here for centuries. That coping mechanism failed utterly now that he was confronted with the remains of its victims. The horrors he had personally experienced at the mercy of the dark aberration slithered up from his memory to the forefront of his conscious mind. Richter shuddered involuntarily. After a few minutes, he was able to collect himself again, his mind to look at the scene dispassionately. There were thousands of bones. The clutter was a mix of animal and humanoid remains, some yellowed with age, but others still a relatively pure white. Almost all of the clothing was mouldy and tattered, but there were the mutilated remains of a relatively fresh goblin body. He realized it must have been from the group of goblins he had killed, what seemed like so long ago, though it had only been a series of months. This was the source of the horrid stink he had been smelling. Coming to this cavern had been the third thing on Richter's agenda, and the only thing on his mind was the loot. When he saw layers of dead bodies, though, shoved into the large cavern like litter in a hoarder's home, it drove home how the dark aberration had preyed on hapless travelers. For countless years, Richter came to a decision. He didn't know who these people were, but he knew they at least deserved a proper burial. Richter summoned two mist workers from his personal manor. Then he addressed the remnant. Take some of the mist workers and have it start digging a mass grave for these people. I'll send more when my mana recovers. Mana recovers. Richter could have summoned a third worker right then, but he really didn't want to bottom out his mana and risk passing out. After you get it started, we need her here to bless these bodies so they can't rise again. We don't need a repeat of the bugbear attack. Richter realized that Sumiko would probably need to order the mist workers around, so he told them to follow the orders of any villagers, so long as those orders didn't harm anyone else. Then for good measure, he added, in the third law of robotics, and resolved to make these standing orders for any future mist workers summoned. Futon floated off with the 3 workers in tow. Richter called after him to gather the previously summoned 3, as well as to help in digging the grave. Richter squinted his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose to ward off the mana headache, but it swiftly left as his MPs replenished. With his increased wisdom, he replenished more than 100 mana every 3 minutes or so. In practical terms, that meant he could summon about 20 mist workers an hour. Richter hadn't really counted on an increase in village productivity coming from his decision to invest points in wisdom, but he saw now that his ability to summon workers quickly could be a real catalyst for village growth. After resting for a few minutes, Richter summoned another mist worker and ordered it to start pulling the bodies out of the cavern. He singled out the goblin's body first and searched it after his magical servant had retrieved the remains. All he found was a single ratty pouch to a belt that contained a few copper coins. The mist worker brought the next body out, and Richter started searching again. Every time his mana went above 100, another mist worker, he had them start taking the bodies and skeletons where the other mist workers were digging. Sion joined him before long. The rest of the caverns now mapped. Richter checked his map and saw no other spots of immediate interest. The sprite looked in shock at the ossuary in front of him. Seeing Richter's grim expression, Brendan helped him remove anything valuable from the remains of the mist. Workers were retrieving. Most of the skeletons possessed nothing of value. In fact, before long, what the mist workers pulled out of the cavern were just jumbles of old bones. Whether because of time or trauma, many of the older bones were fractured and crushed. The bones had been mixed together into a heap, and the weight of the bones above had proved enough to break those beneath. Richter just kept up a steady stream of mist workers to help dispose of the remains with as much dignity as he could afford. Knew it was basically a fool's errand. It took several hours to clear out the cavern, but ultimately all of the remains were taken outside. While it remained true that there was little be found on most of the skeletons, he did find some notable items. Richter took great satisfaction in being able to identify magic items. You have found Cobalt Mace of Mana Stealing. Damage 3 to 8 max, 22. 30. Durability 8 67ths. Item class Uncommon. Quality Well crafted. Weight 2.9 kilograms. Traits: Mace will steal 13 mana per strike. Charges 107 107ths. You have found Summoner's Ring. Durability 22 116ths. Item class Rare. Quality Masterwork. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Traits: Increases level of summoned creatures by +5. You have found Glamoring. Durability 5/17ths. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.01. Traits: Can change your visage to look like someone else for 11 minutes. 1 use per day. You have found Orcish Flag of Yarosh. Durability 2/58. Item class Rare. Quality Superb. Weight 0.4 grams. Traits: plus 846 to fighting when leading orcs. You have found Sacrificial Bone Knife. Damage 4 to 6. Durability 41/95. Item class unusual. Quality exquisite. Weight 0.5 kilograms. Trait: this blade was carved from the backbone of an elf child, and the pieces were fused with a glue processed from the marrow of his bones. It has taken so many lives that has become permeated. It is exceptionally suited for killing blows. 513% damage when striking a helpless foe. You have found Soul Stone. Level luminous. Status empty. X37. You have found Soul Stone. Level brilliant. Status empty. X. You have found Soul Stone. Level special. Status empty. X. You have found Soul Stone. Level resplendent. Status empty. X. You have found Scroll Case of Monster Attraction. Durability 37 100 seconds. Item class common. Quality well crafted. Weight 0.7 kilograms. Traits: this case contains a scroll of monster attraction. Activating this scroll will attract the strongest monster within a 1 mile radius. This scroll will only affect creatures with a luminous soul level lower by 2. You have found Bracelet of Smooth Movement. Durability 23-40 seconds. Item class uncommon. Quality superb. Weight 0.03 kilograms. Traits: removes 29% of movement penalty for going through difficult terrain. The ring of summoning went onto his finger immediately. Right. Now the strongest being he could summon was the Saproling. Level 5. If he dual casted the spell, it tacked on a couple levels, but this ring would make the creature twice as powerful. His weakest ring of health went to Scion, reducing his health by 26, but increasing his companions by the same amount. He immediately felt slightly less hale, but this new ring was worth the loss. Besides, it was masterwork. No self-respecting Italian would let bling like this go to waste. The glamour ring was fascinating as well. Richter Casimir then slipped another health ring off, and placing the new ring in its place, with a bit of mental flexing, he activated it. Richter thought about looking like Chris Pratt, hoping to get his Guardians of the Galaxy on, but the ring made him look like a slightly overweight. It apparently had only one setting. Richter placed his hand up to his face and still felt his own features. When he spoke, it was still his own voice. The ring apparently cast only the weakest of illusions, not even changing his clothes, but it could still be useful in the right situation. Richter removed the ring, and his visage reverted back to normal. He went back to examining the rest of items. The battle flag was interesting. He knew anecdotal stories of weary soldiers rallying around a flag, but in the land this was apparently a quantifiable effect. He didn't see himself leading orcs into battle any time soon, but it did raise the question of why he couldn't make his own banner. The ratty thing was almost falling apart, so he carefully rolled it up and placed it into his bag. He placed the bracelet of smooth movement onto his left wrist, stored everything else. In addition to these more powerful objects, also found a number of weak rings of health, stamina, and mana. Those he intended to hand out to his war party tomorrow. Sion picked through the bunch first and grabbed what he wanted. There were also many broken weapons, shields, and pieces of armor. Those wouldn't have been relevant, except that 2 appeared to be made of a metal he hadn't seen before. Nothing came up when he examined it, so he hoped that Crom could tell him more. There were also the equivalent of several hundred gold coins, and jewels of various types and grades, some quite valuable. Richter summoned another 2 mist workers to carry away all of the drawers. He happily observed that each worker was somewhat larger than before. Analyze showed that they were both level 6 and had a higher health and stamina than their level 1 counterparts, though their mana remained at 0. As the workers started hauling the trash away, Richter happily placed his new, empty soul stones in his bag. The amber jewels were as good as gold to him, and he felt all warm and fuzzy as they flowed through his fingers. Looking around, Richter saw that all of the bodies had been taken away, so he and Sion decided to leave the caverns. They moved carefully through the crystal garden. Neither wanted to cut or impale themselves on the overlarge shards. Both men pushed through the waterfall. The sunshine quickly started drying them, and they were in good spirits. As they walked east towards the cauldron they just enjoyed day. Storm clouds hovered above the mountains to the north, heralding showers overnight, but for now the weather was fine. Richter's pleasant mood faded as they neared the large hole the mist workers had dug. Chapter 10. Day 111. Kuborn 1. 15,000. The mist workers had already dug a grave that was 10 by 10 feet and was 8 feet deep. The bones had been laid out in rows. Some tan-clothed healers were taking the time to arrange the bodies where it was possible to do so, but there were still piles of bones. Some pieces were only fragments. Sumiko's back was to them as they approached. Richter touched her shoulder and his breath caught. The healer's checks were tear-streaked, and her eyes were red. There was nothing timid in the timbre of her voice. Though promise me that the thing responsible for all of this death has been utterly destroyed. Her tone was half question, half command. There was no doubt in Richter's mind that if he had said no, she would organize a war. party of her own somehow. "It's dead," he told her. "I can promise you that." Her shoulders relaxed ever so slightly, but then she started shaking. "These people," her voice caught, "these people suffered agony beyond comprehension. They were tortured and played with. Sometimes they were allowed to heal before whatever did this began to hurt them again. The creature that did this was worse than a demon. It has left a residue on these bones that was pure, unadulterated hate." The healer started sobbing, surprised that the tough old woman could be so affected. Richter put his arm around her, holding her, while she grieved for people she had never met. Somiko only allowed herself to vent her emotions for a few minutes. "You are right to call me. Some of these remains are so steeped in powerful emotions like hate and despair. The right way you would have more to worry about than some death mage. Reviving them, this many tortured souls could have desecrated the land. The evil creatures that would have been birthed or attracted to these remains, it is better not to contemplate." Richter's eyes widened. "Dark aberration for centuries, maybe millennia. Why isn't this place already overrun with ghosts? A dark aberration. That is what did this." The sprite woman shuddered. "From what I know of those foul creatures, they feed misery, the residual pain coming off of these bones, and whatever spirits may still be tied to them must have fed it. As detestable as such a creature would be, its presence kept the evil of these remains in check. Now, though, they need to be put to rest. I will do what I can, but we need to align these bones as best we can. I have tried, but..." She stopped and almost started crying again. She controlled herself though and said, "But the spell I know to commune with the remains connects me to the unfiltered evil they were steeped in. I have fought undead and monsters for countless years, but this is something different. I simply cannot link my mind to whatever did that. Can you help? You have been offered a quest. Lay to rest the remains of the accumulated victims of the dark aberration are steeped in evil and negative energy. Find a way to still these disquieted spirits. Do you accept? Yes. No. Penalty for failure or not accepting. Reward unknown. Well, he couldn't let his village get haunted. This wasn't a cheesy 80s horror flick. Why anyone would ever argue with ghosts that told them. To leave a house was beyond him. If ghosts had started appearing in his condo back home and told him to get the hell out, well, fuck out. Hell, if he left these bones here, he'd be worse than the people in the movies. At least the family in Poltergeist hadn't known that their house was built on an Indian burial ground. They've just been too dumb to leave. When the kid started sliding across the floor, he would have to be biggest dumbass in the world to actually put the evil spirits in the ground. Best just to avoid the problem altogether. Despite the clarity that something had to be done, for a moment, Richter considered another option. He could just bury the remains far outside of the village. Hell, if he put them in the right place. The undead. That rose might even serve as a defense installation against potential enemies. It was just an idle thought. Though, looking at Sumiko's tear-stained face, he reminded himself that these people deserved to be put to rest. Also, he had an idea about how to figure this out. Go get Bion as quickly as possible. When you find him, tell him to hurry. The remnant floated off, and Richter turned to Sumiko. I trust this. Won't be a problem. Why would I have a problem with your alchemist? I have healed him before, she responded. Richter and Cyan looked at each other before the Chaos Seed gazed at the village healer again, because he's a death mage. Her face stiffened. A death mage. The sprite took a deep breath and released it loudly. That does not bother me. I love all forms of life, even the lowest forms of it. She locked eyes on Richter. I am completely fine and relaxed. Raising both eyebrows, Richter nodded slowly. That. Yeah, Cyan echoed. You can cut the relaxation with a knife. Sumiko said some sharp words to the archer in sprite speak, appreciating his attempt at humor. Cyan suddenly found an urgent reason to be elsewhere. She had spoken so quickly that Richter had to replay words to understand them, but he pieced together. Do with telling Daniela a story about him and another female sprite. Palia. Before his friend could go too far, Richter asked him to go back to the Crystal Garden with some of the mist workers and put them to work. The sprite left with 14 of the grey figures in tow. Richter had lost count of the workers he had summoned. Had been almost 20 working on the burial pit. It made him realize that his time might be better spent helping build his village rather than always adventuring around. Using his personal mana pool, he could summon hundreds of mist workers a day. He had been meaning to try his hand at constructing buildings anyway. What kind of man didn't want to swing a hammer from time to time? Richter joined the healers in trying to figure out how to match up the remains. After about 20 minutes, Bion came trotting up. Richter sent Futon, along with 5 more mist workers, and told him to relieve Sion. You sent for me, Lord Richter, the gnome asked. Richter nodded and filled him in. He had remembered Bay, saying the first death spell he had learned allowed him to commune with the dead. The mage had also said that the spell only worked on the recently departed, but Richter was hoping that Bayon had another trick up his sleeve. Bion listened with a serious look on his face, not speaking, until Richter had finished. He nodded at the end and stepped back. The gnomes. Left hand wove in a complex configuration, and he spoke several words. Power. About a third of the remains started to glow with dark purple energy. Some only faintly, but a few adopted an intense aura. The effect faded several seconds later. Bayon turned to Richter and said, "Lady, Sumiko is correct. There is a large amount of residual energy, and a good deal of it is malevolent." He looked thoughtful for a moment. "Some of these remains would actually be quite useful to me if you would allow me to take them away." "What?" came a screech from behind Richter. Sumiko came up from behind the chaos seed and barreled between them. "Suffered enough. They deserve to be put to rest." Bayon puffed his chest out, and his face adopted an annoyed cast. "They are at rest. Whoever these people were has faded countless years ago. All that is left are bones. We could throw them away, or I could put them to good. Just like a death mage." She cut in scathingly. "All you see are components to be used when you look at people." Beyond's expression relaxed, and he gave the life mage expression. "I understand why me using these bones might make you uncomfortable. You are mostly bones yourself. They must look like family." Sumiko pulled herself up to a full 3.5-foot height. "If I wanted a lesson about life and death, I would speak to a full-fledged master, not a short, little novice like yourself. I am an initiate, woman," Bayon said indignantly, looking down at her from his 4-foot height. "I finished with short." She slowly looked from his face to his groin, then back up. "You," she replied, raising one hand. Her fingers glowed gold for a second. "To be clear, I called you short and little. I am a life master. I can feel an abundance of life. I can also detect a lack of it in certain places." Her gaze drifted down for just a moment. Then, without another word, she turned and stalked away. Beyond's face turned beet red, and even the shiny bald pate on top of his head turned an angry scarlet. He took a loud, deep breath in, most likely preparing to flay the flesh from Sumiko's bones with scathing comments. But Richter decided the exchange had probably gone far enough. He clapped a hand on Bayon's shoulder and said, "Take a lap, man. Don't fight. With old ladies, if you win, you're a bully. If you lose, you're a bitch. Just learn not to play." "But I know. That was fucked up," Washi said. "I'm sure you're like a mighty oak with a crazy long branch in the middle of you. That's not the point, though. And honestly, even that one compliment just made me crazy. Uncomfortable. As to your request, I'm siding with her on this. These people deserve to be put to rest. Do whatever you can to help, because soon they are going to be buried. Please." Clearly still irritated, Bayon still followed Richter's command. He walked over to the jumble of bones and started directing the young healers. In regards to the best way to separate the remains, Sumiko immediately gave them other directions. Seeing a resurgence of hostilities coming, Richter ordered 2 of the mist workers to follow Beyond's instructions and let the sprite govern her own people. They all worked for the next few hours until most of the skeletons had been reassembled. Some were missing pieces, and there were some pieces that did not match any others, but they had done what they could. Besides, there were always extra pieces when you put something together. What was important was that Sumiko could cast a mass spell now that the remains were reassembled. Each skeleton glowed golden for a moment. Then the light faded, and they looked the same as before. Richter shook his head. As happens so often in life, the conclusion was anticlimactic. He didn't complain, though. After the spell was done, she supervised them all, being placed into the ground and the mist workers filled in the hole. The life mage looked tired, but satisfied. A prompt filled Richter's vision. You have completed a quest. Lay to rest the remains of the dark. Aberration's victims have been purified and can now be safely buried. Reward 3,125. Experience. For his part, Bayan had found a loophole in Richter's order. The Chaos Seed is said, lay the people to rest. The gnome had kept a few animal and monster remains off to the side. Even Sumiko couldn't mount. Good argument against that, though she still protested. Richter was concerned about any bad vibes, as he called it, coming off of the bones, but Bayan assured him there was no danger. He just wanted the bones for research. The fact that there was a slightly manic look in his eye as he said, it was something Richter decided to let go of. Everyone was somewhat tired when they were done, but both Sumiko and Bayan assured him that the remains were safe now. The sprite healer took one last parting shot at the death mage. Have fun with your bones, Bayan. It should be a nice change for you to be able to hold something hard. Before the gnome could respond, she beckoned with 2 fingers and all of her healers fell in step behind her. Bayan looked at Richter in offended disbelief, but the Chaos Seed just shook his head. Don't try to shout after someone with an entourage. It just makes you look desperate. Let's go grab some dinner. Sion decided to stay at the cauldron to prepare the blood crystal. Richter nodded in extreme appreciation. Then he banished Tabia from the core building until morning. There was the predictable amount of wailing and gnashing of teeth from the elvish woman, but Richter stayed firm. He couldn't let anyone else find out about the red crystal's unique properties. He told his friend that he would send a mist worker up with some food, and he also left 3 of the grave figures at his friend's disposal. Richter walked off with armor circling above and a barely seen giant snake sliding through the calf-high grass beside them. Chapter 11, Day 111, Cuban 1. 15,000. Richter ate a bit with his people, but his belt of sustenance greatly reduced the amount of food and rest he needed After only a few bites, he was full. He was going to leave, but then he learned the truth can often have unforeseen consequences. No, I will speak to him, and I will do it now. Richter looked to the side, just in time for him to see Jean, woman right before she slapped him. Her face was tear-streaked, and her eyes were red. The guard looked back and forth between the woman and his lord, his face a picture of embarrassment and chagrin. Lord. The Chaos Seed analyzed the distraught woman and found out that her name was Loisa. He was confused for a moment until her remembered G mentioning that that was his wife's name. Everything became clear. Do not apologize for me, Loisa said to her husband. Her tone was a mix of anger and sorrow. You were almost killed. And for what? Because your lord needed to kill a giant. She turned her gaze back to Richter. Was it worth it? Would it have been worth it if my husband had died? Richter just looked at her, at a loss for words. All other conversation had stopped in the feast area. Before he could reply, spoke again. My lord, I am sorry about this. I will accept any punishment you deem necessary, but please do not hold my wife's words against her. She is motivated by her love for me. The Chaos Seed held up a hand, cutting his guardsman off. He stood slowly and faced the couple. The eyes of every villager were trained on the three of them. He chose his next words carefully. Your husband's life is precious to me, Loisa. Your life is precious to me. The lives of all you, Richter said, addressing the crowd, are precious to me. He looked back at Loisa. I will not be callous with your husband's safety, but he has chosen to stand for something. He decided to fight too. Protect you and the way of life we are creating here. I repeat, his life is precious to me, and I will do what I can to safeguard it. But make no mistake, we are in danger. All of us are in danger. Our enemies are out there, and we have to get stronger for the sake of the village. For the sake of all of us. I don't want to hear about all of us, Louisa spat. She looked at Jean and her face crumpled. I only want to keep your name off of that memorial wall. Then she hurried away, weeping. Jean looked at his liege and started to speak again. Go take care of her. Don't worry about this, he said. Jean nodded gratefully and ran off after his wife. Richter stood there, uncertain how to feel. Conversation resumed among the tables of villagers. As he looked around, he felt better when many of his villagers lifted a mug in his direction, and when his guards placed their fists over their hearts and nodded respectfully. What Loisa had said was valid. It just didn't reflect the whole story. It was reassuring to know that his people still respected and supported him as a whole. He saw Terad walking into the feast area and waved him over. Isabel was with him. Good evening, my lord, the captain said. "Good eve." "Lord Richter," the herbalist echoed as she gave him. "Warm hug. I'm guessing you heard that?" Richter asked. They both nodded. "Do you think she was right?" Terad looked him squarely in the eye, and then said slowly, "We could have approached the fight with the giant in a better way." Isabella just stood silently, but then she reached out a hand and squeezed Richter's arm reassuringly. He nodded to her, in thanks. Richter reflected on everything that had just happened for a few more moments before changing the subject. Both Terad and Isabel were equally eager to move past the tense moment. The garden seems to be coming along well. He complimented the elfin woman. "It is," she replied excitedly. Stepping back, "The Nalan weeds are budding faster than we could have expected. The forest sage is almost growing faster than we can pick it. And the coral magini, I am happy to say, is finally sprouting. We were also able to place some seeds for a corinth shrub in the cellar under the dragon's cauldron, and I have seen the first tendril of growth." "Do you know what that means, my lord?" Richter laughed out loud at the woman's excitement. "I have no idea, but I'm sure it's great. I have a question for you, though. Would you like to be the official herbalist for the Mist Village?" Isabel's mouth dropped, opened in an O of excitement, and she looked quickly back and forth between Terad. Then she gave Richter another enormous hug and said, "Yes." Richter smiled and awaited the prompt, saying he had discovered another job. Nothing appeared. He didn't let her see his disappointment, though, and soon she had run off to see the other gardeners. "That was very kind, my lord," Terad said, as he looked at his love, smiling. "When are you going to make an honest woman out of her?" Richter asked, watching Isabel as well. Terad turned towards Richter with a frown. "I assure you, Isabel is an extremely honorable woman, Lord Richter." Richter chuckled, which only deepened Terad's frown, until Richter explained, "I know Isabel is honorable. I was asking, when are you going to marry her?" Terad's face made a no to mirror Isabel's previous expression. The captain suddenly grew somewhat shy. "This is obviously something I want with my entire heart. When we lived in law, it was not feasible. Under the new king's laws, polluting the bloodline it was called. If the guards found out, the punishment was severe." Terad looked off into the distance for a moment. "I lost good friends in the king's dungeon. Of this horrible law." Richter just stood next to his companion. There wasn't anything that he could say that would make up for the loss of a loved one. There was no reasoning with someone else's bigotry. It was madness, pure and simple. Happily, Terad shook off his melancholy mood. Calm smile. "I have considered asking her to bond her life to mine. There always seems to be so much to do, as someone who will most likely never see his birthplace again. Take my advice, Terad. Don't wait for the right time. There are always reasons to wait, but there is not always a tomorrow. Carpe diem, dude. Seize the day. Tareed nodded and thanked Richter for his advice. Richter started to walk off, but then the captain said, "Have you had a chance to look at the remains?" Richter shook his head in confusion. Remains of the spiders and rock giant. Your familiar summoned enough. Missed workers. To bring the giant back to the village, I had the bodies dragged over to the hunter's cleaning site on the eastern edge of the village. Chotching. Richter literally heard a cash register noise in his head. Who knew what kind of great goodies those remains might have? It might even cheer Bayan up after Samiko had made him her bitch. Saying goodbye to his captain, he jogged over to the gnome, who did indeed perk up when Richter told him what was waiting for them not too far away. The two of them left the feast area. Bayan was basically skipping by the time they got close to the end. Hunters clean in sight. As Richter walked, he periodically summoned mist, lights, and threw them up along the path. Soon his village would be lit up, day and night, all year long, he thought happily. When they arrived, none of the hunters were in the area, which was probably best. As Richter looked at the already foul-smelling carcasses of the dead spiders, he knew this was probably going to be super gross. Raising his eyebrows and pursing his mouth for a moment, Looke at Bayan. The gnome already had a knife out. His head was darting back and forth while he looked at a spider's carcass, as if trying to figure out where to start first. Sounding as magnanimous as possible, Richter said, "Suppose I could let you work on the queen if you want. If you find anything, good. I might be okay with you using it to make the potion you're using. Compete with Tabia." "Truly?" Bayan asked, excited. "You do not mind?" "You will have to show me everything you find," Richter said. Admonishingly, "If the ingredient is super valuable, I might need to keep it myself." Of course, my lord. I promise you will not regret this," Bayan said with a bright smile. Richter pretended to ponder the matter for another minute, but then told the gnome to get to work. Bayan immediately drove his blade into the queen's body and started soaring upward. The dagger made a wet slurping sound. Green jelly immediately poured out over the Death Mage's hand, and a wretched scent filled the air, like opening a dumpster in July. Strip club. Richter's face wrinkled in disgust. That was not a memory he had any desire to relive. He couldn't keep an involuntary gawk from escaping as he watched the alchemist work. When Bayan looked back, though, he snapped a strange smile into place and gave the mage a thumbs up. The gnome grinned widely, totally okay with the bit of rotting bug juice that had already landed on his face. Bayan just kept sawing. Richter turned his back on the gross tableau. He summoned a mist worker and placed it at Bayan's command. figure that had been occupying his thoughts since he had spoken to his old foe, the rock giant. The fading light made it somewhat hard to see. So he cast mist light again. He was awarded with a clear view of the dead behemoth. It lay on its back, all 20 feet of it. The top of its chest was a full 4 feet off of the ground. Richter hopped up onto its stomach and walked towards its head. He was so used to seeing an expression of anger on the monster's face that viewing its lifeless visage was strange. This thing that he had so feared was now dead. A smile of satisfaction grew insidiously Richter's face without him even knowing it as he looked at his vanquished enemy. Richter drew his elementum short sword from the sheath on his back. The blade made a shink as it came free. Richter hopped down and raised his sword. He had known before he got here what he was going to start with. His blade fell. It took 2 more strikes before the first spike of the giant's rocky crown fell free. He cut through the other 2 and then examined what he had found. You have found spike of rock, giant crown, durability 211, item, class, unusual, weight 2.3 kilograms, traits, can create a high density, weapon. This could also be ground down to augment earth-based potions, or used to make a potion of electrical resistance. Richter put each of the spikes in his bag. Then he started cutting into the giant's face. The eyes did not produce a prompt, and neither did the tongue. He had to saw and bash the skull to get to the creature's brain. It started drizzling out while he was working. His sweat mixed with the bits of flesh and blood that were released from beneath the rock giant's exoskeleton. Harvesting useful parts from monsters was definitely glamorous. Richter started cutting into the monster's chest. Its natural armor was 2 to 3 inches thick and made for slow going. Richter didn't want to ruin it, though. He sawed his sword along the side of its ribs, tracing a sleeveless vest pattern. Then he started skinning it. If he didn't have an elementum blade, he didn't think he would have been able to manage this. Even with the wondrous metal, the short sword was not ideal for this kind of work. It was only because of the rock giant's massive size. Weapon was at all feasible. Despite the difficulties, though, he was able to remove the rocky chest plate. You have found rock giant exoskeleton, durability 648, item, class unusual, weight 37.1 kilograms, traits, can create a high-density armor. This could also be ground down to augment earth-based potions, or used to make a potion of electrical resistance. Richter started on the rest. It took another hour to remove the exoskeleton from its legs and arms. That only left the giant's back to be skinned before he ordered mist workers to turn the giant over. Started to examine some of the small fragments that had fallen off of the giant's exoskeleton, even though he had picked up a rock that was smaller than a baseball. It weighed as much as a bowling ball. No prompt came up as he examined it, but he had an idea. He cast Create Soul Stone with his left hand. White light bathed the grey-black chunk of rock in his right hand, and it began to change. In no time, the rock had been replaced with a multifaceted amber jewel. It had worked. You have found Soul Stone. Level common. Status empty. Richter examined the prompt. The loose rubble around him could be turned into common soul stones. The marbled quartz that was spread throughout the hills around the village had been used to make soul stones for the hunters, but it only made stones that could hold basic level souls. Looking around at the many small rocks that had littered the ground, smiled. There were dozens of rocks here, maybe hundreds, and the pieces of the rock giant made common level stones, a full level stronger than the basic stones the quartz made. Richter collected the rest of the small rocks and put them in his bag. He could always convert them later, and if he decided to invest in the talent that let him make stronger soul stones, he didn't want to waste the materials. Richter was about to summon several mist workers to roll the giants carcass over when his eyes fell on a piece of the giant's flesh that had fallen to the ground. Unlike the dark, rocky skin, the meat was a pale pink. You have found rock giant flesh. Durability 13/13. Item class unusual. Weight 1.3 kilograms. Traits: this tender flesh is found beneath a rock. Giant's tough exoskeleton. Properly prepared, this flesh can give a strength boost if eaten. Richter's face wrinkled in disgust. Eat this thing? Could he do that? Richter looked at the massive amount of flesh in front of him, considered the morality of eating a semi-sentient creature. It didn't make him a cannibal exactly, but at the same time, how did you draw that line when there were so many intelligent species in the world? Back on Earth, he would have felt bad about eating dolphin. On the other hand, dolphins were not malignant creatures that delighted in the pain and suffering of others. This thing. Richter thought about it for long minutes, then thought back to a conversation that he had had with Yoshi months ago. He had been concerned about the sprite judging him for Alma's special brain drain attack. To feed her more enemies, he would cripple enemies so that she could feed on them one by one with impunity. It meant the creatures suffered longer than otherwise would have been necessary. Yoshi's response was simple and absent of judgment. Stronger should be taken. Richter stared at the rock giant's carcass. Yoshi's statement was overly simplistic, but it held a strong truth at the same time. Richter knew that there were some lines that he wasn't willing to cross, but this wasn't one of them. He started cutting into the body. Large chunks of bloody meat fell to the ground after he cut them free. He sent Futon ahead to the cooks with instructions to preserve meat. Also, anyone with the cooking skill should see if they could unlock the properties of the flesh. Ideally, the meat could be turned into travel, rations that the strike groups could consume before going into battle. He kept cutting into the body. After digging into the leg, he uncovered one of the giant's long bones. The durability on the long bones was insanely high to support the heavy mass of its exoskeleton. You have found rock, giant, long bones, durability 3792. Item class unusual. Weight 37.1 kilograms. Traits: the high-density long bones support a rock giant's frame. These bones are too dense to be worked into anything useful. It is possible they have further uses that may one day be unlocked. However, Richter was surprised at the lack of organs. The magic that allowed the monster to exist had apparently made them unnecessary. Richter thought, until his blade met something. It didn't immediately cut through. It was in the giant's chest. On the left side would be. He cut around the obstruction and found that it was roughly spherical. The short sword wasn't the right tool for the job, and ultimately, Richter ended up using his hands. His strong hands ripped through their meat surrounding what he had found. After 10 minutes of struggle, he was able to shove his arms deep into its chest. His fingers found the bottom, the object, and he lifted. It turned out to be a round rock about the size of a soccer ball. The surface was pitted like a meteorite, and it had sharp projections sticking out at odd spots. Strangely, the outside of the stone was mildly reflective in the spots that were not still covered in gobbets of pink flesh or rotting fluid. A prompt appeared. You have found rock giant heart. Durability 78. Item class scarce. Weight 14.9. Traits: this metallic sphere, magic which powers the rock giant. This metal can be smelted for powerful weapons or armor. Bong. Know this. Your talent synergy of items. I has allowed you to identify possible object set. Spike of rock giant crown by 3. Exoskeleton and rock giant heart. This series of objects can be turned into an item set, among other options. As of now, you do not have the requisite skills to make anything useful from these objects. Take them to other craftsmen to obtain their input. Richter looked at the hunk of metal excitedly. Despite his earlier judgment of Bion for getting covered in gore, he was now standing inside of a monster's body, covered in congealed blood and flesh, smiling lovingly, while he held a mortal enemy's heart. None of this penetrated his psyche, though as he was so overcome with thinking of possible uses for the object. Set. He was so enthralled by his discovery that he didn't see the three hunters that had been watching him for the last few minutes. All three exchanged looks and walked back towards the village proper. They didn't speak, but all of them came to the same conclusion. Their lord was not someone to fuck with. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Day 111. Cuban 1. Richter cut up the rest of the body, sending the meat to the cooks, and the rest of the thick skin to the forge. Night had fallen, but with the mist lights overhead, there was more than enough light to work by. Futon had come back while he was working, which was the only break that Richter took. He sent the remnant right back into the village to gather Samiko, Tsar, Quasia, Gloran, Shiovana, and Roswin. He wanted his top casters and craftsmen to look at the item set and see if they could figure out anything useful to do with it. Mist workers carried everything away. When he was finally done, he walked over to where Bayon was, working on one of the isekai drones. I'm assuming this means you've finished with the cutters and the queen, Richter asked him. That I did, the gore-covered gnome said. Let me show you. He started showing Richter what he had found by butchering the drones. Then he moved on to the cutters and finished with the queen. You have found a Songhai spider drone leg. Durability. Item. Class. Common. Weight. 0.8 kilograms. Traits. The hardened tip of this leg can be used to make a strong arrowhead. X2. X. You have found a Songhai spider drone. Durability 5/5. Item. Class. Common. Weight 0.8 kilograms. Traits. The webbing in these sacks has mild, analgesic, sterilizing and sedating properties. Each bundle of thread produced will decrease the durability of the sack by 1. X37. You have found a Songhai spider cutter scythe legs. Durability 31. 31st. Item class. Uncommon. Weight 2.9. Traits. The forelegs of a Songhai cutters can be molded into strong blades. X16. You have found a Songhai spider cutter poison sacks. Durability. Item class. Uncommon. Weight 0.6 kilograms. Traits: Songhai cutters spit this caustic poison at enemies. Can make a biologic acid. X8. You have found a Songhai spider queen axe legs. Durability 137. 137th. Item class scarce. Weight 4.4 kilograms. Traits: the forelegs of an queen. These limbs can be used to make weapons of high durability. Damage. You have found a Singai Spider Queen web sack. Durability 308. Item class scarce. Weight 4.8. Traits. The webbing of this sack can create threads of exceptional strength and utility. The gossamer contents of this sack will respond to the will of the person, retrieving them from the web. Sack, producing threads of various magical properties. The level of response is commensurate to the person's weaving skill. Each bundle of thread produced will decrease the durability by 1. You have found a Singai Spider Queen egg sack. Durability 205, 273. Item class scarce. Weight 15.2 kg. Traits. The sack is created to speed the growth and maturation of a sack. A clever alchemist could create a formula to make creatures grow faster and stronger than otherwise possible. Is that all? Richter asked sarcastically. The weapons from the cutters and drones were useful, but what had been recovered from the Queen was incredible. He would have to review the tablet with all of the villagers on it to see if there was anyone with a high weaving skill. He had no idea what was possible with enchanted clothing in the land, but he was sure it was potentially spectacular. He was even more impressed with the egg sack. If he was reading the prompt right, the thing was filled with concentrated growth hormone. He knew just which clutch of scath babies he planned to feed it to. Richter summoned more workers to carry the spider legs to the forge and the egg, and poison sack to the cauldron. Then he slid the web sacks into his bag. He summoned 2 more to start dragging the rest of the carcasses to the new pit the hunters were using for disposal, helping the gnome they finished harvesting the last useful goods from the spiders. Richter walked over to a water barrel and cast weak flame. A gout of orange fire shot into the water and heated it quickly. Both Richter and Bayon used the warm water to clean off the disgusting substances coating them. Once they were relatively clean, Richter put his clothes back on and walked over to the pit, moving both arms together. A dual-cast weak flame. The orange flame turned an orange yellow. He kept the flame trained on the remains until his mana was almost depleted. When he stopped the spell, the remains continued to burn. Bayon and Richter walked west into the village proper. The gnome wanted to go rest after his hours of work, but Richter pulled him along to the Forge of Heavens. The item set was something he couldn't ignore. When he got close, he heard arguing voices. The best thing to make be a set of augmented armor. The ninnies. Richter heard Gloran retort, I still say, we can make a golem. Why risk a man's life in armor when we could create something stronger without him? Can the 2 of you stop arguing for 3 seconds? Samiko asked, in an irritated voice. I may not have many years left, but I promise that You too will have less if I have to hear you much longer. Do not talk like that, Ma. Lovely, Crom said. I already told thee. Could make ye feel decades younger. Richter heard an incantation and saw a flash of gold right before he was able to look around a weapons rack. He was just in time to see a giant gold fist grab Crom and throw the dwarf backwards. The dwarf flew 6 feet through the air and then skidded until he rolled into one of the smaller anvils. I will give you worse. Next time you decide to let your hand wander. Again, Master Dwarf. Sumiko spat at him, shaking her cane. Richter saw Crom sit up, blinking and looking confused. The light from the furnace cast shadows of red-tinged black that made it difficult to see exactly how badly the dwarf had been hurt. Richter would have been worried, but a second later he saw his smith smile at Sumiko and then blow her a kiss. The sprite woman harumphed and turned her back on the dwarf. Several feet away, Quasia and Shivana clapped, though it was unclear if they were cheering Sumiko or Crom. Tsar just had one hand, covering his eyes, and was shaking his head as if embarrassed for his people. Trying not to laugh, Richter summoned a mist light and carried it in his hand as he walked forward. As good as a clarion call, the new light announced his presence, and everyone bowed slightly, placing their hands on their hearts. Waving the show of respect away, Richter said, I'm glad to see that you're all having fun. I gather there are some ideas as to what we could do with these items. The objects collected from the rock giant rested together on the floor of the forge. Gloran opened his mouth to speak, but Richter cut him off. I would like to hear from someone that hasn't already been speaking. Let's hold off on any further inevitable argument for a few minutes. Just so it's said, I have the ability to enchant an item set, but the piece is apparently to be made into something useful. First, now that I know we are all on the same page, what are your ideas? He looked at Shivana and nodded. The elfin shipwright shrugged. I could incorporate these pieces into the ship. If I widened the keel, we would be able to line the outside with this skin, I suppose, and not tip over, but we would basically be a slowly floating rock, which is to be expected because this, she kicked the rock. Giant skin is made of rock. Suwu, you're saying we shouldn't incorporate this into the ship? Richter asked with a small laugh. Giovanna closed her eyes and shook her head while slowly mouthing nitrogen monoxide. Okay then. Moving on. Richter looked at Quasia, who shook her head. Tsar did have an idea. I think these items could be used to make a golem, the dwarf said. Gloran raised both arms and looked around in vindication. I do not know if that fits in with your new profession, but it seems like the obvious option. I do not have the requisite skills to make a golem. However, you would need an artificer to make a truly powerful one. Richter looked at Glorin. Can you make a golem? The elf waffled for a bit before responding. Not exactly, but which were my point, your lordship. Crom interrupted. I cannot make any fancy items, but I could make a great set of heavy armor, strong weapons from these things, and still have plenty of this rocky skin left over. I'll leave the enchanting to your lordship, but I can handle it. Rest. Any other thoughts or objections? Richter asked. No one spoke. Up though Glorin looked regretful about not having a good argument. Turned Crom. When can you have it done by? Now it was the dwarf's turn to persevere it. Thing is, your lordship, time be a fluid thing. Bah, Richter said, waving his hand back and forth. We will talk about this again in a week or so. The main point about tonight was to get you all thinking. I won't make a final decision as to what to do with the object set until at least one of you can come to me with a solid plan. Understood? A chorus of yes, my lord, echoed around the forge. I'm going to bed, Sumiko said when no one else spoke. From her tone, it was clear that she would be leaving soon. Liked it or not, Crom started going over the objects again, and everyone else chimed in with ideas. Everyone except Bayon. That was what is it, dude? I would like to have some of the leftover skin, if possible. Richter just looked at the gnome. Bayon looked around at anything. But Richter, the gnome, made eye contact for a second and then looked around again. You're not instilling me with confidence here. What the hell? Do you want the skin for? Bayon took a deep breath and motioned for Richter to follow him. They walked a short distance, and when they were out of earshot, Gnome said, there was a set of old bones among the rest. A complete set. Richter started to glare at him. Non-humanoid, I swear it, Bayon said quickly. I didn't even know what they were at first, but I was able to determine that they were from an abyssal siphon. The gnome looked at Richter excitedly. It was clear to him that Bayon was expecting some reaction to his pronouncement. It was equally clear to Richter that he was getting tired of people using words he didn't know. With infinite patience, he asked, what is an abyssal siphon? Bayon looked at Richter like he was an ignoramus, and Richter's fingers involuntarily curled into a fist. Reading the vibe, Bayon fixed his face and said, a siphon is a creature that can adopt the body parts of other creatures. They can become the most dangerous monsters in a given area. Most other creatures kill them on sight because of this. What do you mean adopt? Richter asked. After they have slain something else, they have the ability to incorporate the physical body parts. Body. For instance, it could add the stinger from a scorpion, or the claws of a hunting cat, or the nose of a bloodhound. If these things are as dangerous as all that, overrun with them, what could possibly stand against them? Richter asked. As far as I know, they are only found in void plains. They must be summoned to the land. That's why it is so rare to find the bones of one. My grandfather would have spent almost anything to find something. It could make an extremely powerful guardian for any caster. Richter nodded. He could see why Bayon was excited. It did raise the question, though. Why didn't you tell me about this when you found the bones? And why did you just look so hesitant to tell me about the siphon? Bayon ran his hand over his bald pate. Share that I found the bones at the time, because I didn't want that shrew of a life mage to object. I was hesitant to tell you. Bayon paused again. The truth is that I have never used the spell to animate the bones before. It is from one of the spell books that I never learned. In the last fight, though, I reached skill level 10 in death magic. I only need another 3 levels before I can learn the spell. I am sure that I can master it, though. Richter frowned. Is there a possibility that you might not master it? Bayon nodded, albeit reluctantly. The magic you try to use might be more powerful than your will. It is one of the main reasons that there are magical colleges, not just for the spread of knowledge, but also to increase the mental strength of casters. Bayon's face firmed. I know that I am strong enough to control the spell and what it summons, my lord. I am still at an affinity of 97%. I will be a master death mage. Richter looked down at the fierce gnome. What is the spell? Creates skeletal familiar. It only creates a level 5 familiar, but whatever bones you use can retain abilities from life. That is why I wanted the skin from the rock giant. If the siphon keeps its ability to incorporate the giant's skin could make it truly formidable. Richter thought about it some more. I have 2 conditions. 1. When you cast this spell, you will do it with me and several others present. If this familiar starts acting savage, I want enough of us around to break it into bits. Bayon looked pained by the possible outcome, but he nodded. Richter continued, I need you to give me your books. Just for a short time. I want to see if the scribes can copy them. If they can't, then I'll return them. If you have a level 1 spell that I can learn to start training in death magic, I would like to buy it from you. Bayon's face had grown pensive as soon as Richter mentioned books. Richter had anticipated that, though I know those books are precious to you. I have not forgotten what you have gone through to protect them for decades, but you need to remember something. You are not that same scared refugee anymore. You are a man standing on your own feet, and a mage exploring your magic. I will do what I can to protect you while you do so, including helping you to create a powerful guardian. Need to invest in me and this village. Richter fixed him with a steady gaze. Either you're really in, or you're not. Bayon stood quietly for several minutes, lost in thought. Richter did not rush him. From what Bayon had said before, the Chaos Seed understood that the books were not only valuable, they were also the gnome's only tie to his past and his murdered family. Richter hadn't wanted to push this issue, but every villager would be called on to make sacrifices for the future. Bayon had a treasure trove of spells, and he couldn't just risk those spell books being lost to time. It was way too hard, and definitely too expensive to find new spells in the land. Everyone else continued, speaking nearby. Finally, the Death Mage said, "Do you promise me that you will not risk the books or do anything irrevocable before you speak with me?" Richter nodded, and Bayon asked further, "And I will get all of the books back when you are done?" Richter nodded again. After a few more seconds, Bayon stuck out his hand. The two men clasped wrists. "I will trust you, my lord. Please do not let anyone else see these." Richter looked at him, confused. "You have the books with you?" Bayon smiled and reached down to his belt. He took an overlarge pouch off of his waist, uncinching the drawstring. The brown leather wallet, it opened, and opened, and opened. What Richter was seeing didn't seem possible, but the top of the coin pouch stretched until the opening was the size of a dinner plate. Suddenly, Richter knew what he was looking at. Bayon had a pouch of holding. Bayon saw Richter's surprise and said, "After my family had to run. The first time, we understood the importance of protecting our valuables. As I said, the alchemy shop we ran became prosperous. We spent a small fortune on this pouch, but it was worth every copper. When I told you that I was able to grab a bag with all of our belongings, he hefted the pouch. Now, you know what I meant." The gnome turned his body so the others wouldn't see and started taking items out of the pouch. When the first book was removed, took it and started to read the cover, but after some vigorous head shaking by Bayon, he just put the book into his own bag of holding. Book after book came out of the small pouch and went directly into Richter's bag. Moving like that, they were able to transfer 12 books in no time. Bayon cinched his pouch closed again and retied it to his waist. He looked at Richter again and said, "I am trusting you to show you that I am in. As you said, you just received to do with as you will." Richter smiled and thanked the gnome. "Let's go back to everyone. Elson, tell Crom to leave some of that skin for you. Magic belt or not. After a long day, the Chaos Seed was looking forward to some sleep." Chapter 13, Day 112. Kuban 2. 15,368. Lord Richter, came the deadpan but very loud call, front of his sleeping face. What's happening?" Richter shot to his feet, his head barely missing the remnant that sped to the side. He grabbed his elementum short sword from the hook it hung on by his bed. It, looking around his room for the danger. The guard stationed outside of his door also rushed in, sword drawn. Not seeing anything, Richter listened intently to check if the sounds of screams or battle could be heard. Not hearing anything besides his own wildly beating heart. Wildly beating heart. Remnant, what's happening? Are we being attacked? No, my lord, came the monotone reply. Nothing else was. Forthcoming, not wasting time glaring at the orb, mainly because it never seemed to work, Richter said, as calmly as he could. Up. Wait, scratch that question. Why the hell did you wake me up? So loudly, you told me that you wished for me to take the initiative and inform you of any relevant information. I was just notified of a village spawned quest. I assumed you would want to know, my lord. Richter's heart started beating faster again. I'm sorry if you did the right thing. What's happening? For the village to give him a quest, it must be something vital. The last two had involved him unlocking two of the basic elements that comprised his place of power. The light at the center of the grey orb flared. In Richter's vision, you have been offered a quest. Know your backyard. There are many hidden dangers and treasures within the bounds of your domain. Will you be master in name alone? Or will you be the true power of your lands? Examine 3 sites that are at least interesting locations within your domain and determine their importance. Reward unknown. Penalty for failure to complete or accept this quest. Increased frequency of future attacks. Yes or no? Once again, there didn't seem to be a real choice. Richter selected yes, and then looked at few. Where are these notable locations? Are these ruins? I do not know, my lord. The grey sphere just hovered there, the light in his center throbbing slowly. Richter glared at the remnant before he could stop himself. You don't know. You woke me up to tell me about a quest that deals with 3 places somewhere within the roughly 300 square miles that comprise the boundaries of the village lands, and you don't know where I'm supposed to go. Richter's voice rose in consternation. The guard showed prudence in backing out of the room and leaving his lord to yell at the weirdly glowing ball. Richter didn't even notice as he continued his tirade. You said you were told about this quest. I said I was notified, Futon answered, not in the least bit perturbed by his master's ire. What's the difference between being told and notified? Richter railed, waving his green blade above his head. Alma had been trying to go back to sleep, but now she hissed loudly. It wasn't clear, even to her, if she was pissed at Richter or Futon. The remnant was quiet for a moment. I suppose there is not a meaningful difference. My lord, Richter could literally feel the vein on his forehead throbbing. "You're fucking with me, aren't you? Just tell me the truth. Once and for all. Are you doing this on purpose?" Futon was quiet for several seconds, and then succinctly said, "No." There was silence. "No." "No what?" Richter shouted. "No, you aren't fucking with me." Or, "No, you're not doing it on purpose." Futon was quiet for almost half a minute before succinctly saying, "Yes, motherfucker." The guard on the other side of the door then heard a litany of profanity that he would not have thought possible even moments before. Though the thick door muffled much sound, he was fairly certain his lord was swearing in multiple languages, as apparently common speak alone was not sufficient for the task. The man stood still and simply accepted the experience as a learning opportunity. Several days later, he used his memories of that night to swear at another guard in Orsish. Richter calmed down after several minutes. He even checked his stamina, expecting to find it greatly diminished after his verbal exertions. But the green bar remained full. Taking a series of deep, calming breaths, asked, "Who told you about the quest?" "I was notified by the powers of the village, my lord." Richter's anger and irritation subsided somewhat in the face of unexpected pronouncement. "The powers spoke to you. Not in the way that you mean, Lord Richter. The powers are more alive than the sun, or time itself. Which is to say, alive in a way that makes them unable to converse with you or share their thoughts, which would most likely be beyond your comprehension." Richter blinked. He wasn't sure if he had just been insulted or been given a glimpse of some cosmic truth. He decided probably both. But after his abrupt awakening and the emotional drain of yelling at Futon, for a solid 5 minutes, he was in no mood for existential questions in either case. You were notified by the powers, but they didn't speak to you. "No, my lord. I suddenly had the knowledge that there was a danger. I know that this knowledge came from my connection with the powers. I cannot explain further." Richter nodded absently. He hadn't really considered the powers as being alive, but he supposed it was entirely possible that ancient immortal influences might have a consciousness in some fashion. Apparently, he wouldn't be having a chat with his line, but it was comforting to know that he might get some advance warning in case of attack. Richter checked his clock. It was 4:12 in the morning. He hadn't been sleeping for more than 3 hours, yet surprisingly, he felt completely refreshed. The lord of the Mist Village gave a long-suffering sigh and cinched up his sustenance belt. The extra strength he had received from his previous belt had been nice, but for a leader, what he was wearing now was the definite right choice. He also changed his mana regeneration. Before going to sleep, earlier, he had allocated 100% of his regen to unlocking level 2 of his sonic damage enchantment. His blue mana bar was still full, but he was happy to see that more than 5,800 mana points had been earned while he slept. With that done, Richter pulled up his traveler's map. Across his vision, the three-dimensional picture always made him marvel. It was a study of colors, everything from black and white to grayscale, rich red and brilliant blues. Everywhere he had personally been was depicted in color, as were the locations Sion had been, now that the sprite was wearing the mapping ring. Those places either of them had been most recently had the most vivid hues. The map also showed what had been seen by the traveler, that it made it, but those sections were depicted in grayscale. Experience had shown him that if he traveled over those lands, they would become colored and adjust to reflect the latest information. Rivers would alter course slightly on the map, and trees would grow in height. Any areas that had not been explored at all were an impenetrable black. Much of Richter's lands was still either grayscale or black. On the grey areas, he could see several different areas that could qualify as ruins. Two of the largest were to the south, and one was in the mountains to the north. What he needed was someone to scout those ruins. Someone he could trust to do the job right. A person who could move quickly and with stealth. There really was only one man for the job. A broad smile crossed his face. Are you ready to do some hunting, my love? Just you and me. Alma stood on all fours and stretched languorously with her tail extended. It has been too long, Master. It has been entirely too long. Richter quickly donned his armor and cloak. The guards on duty each asked if they should follow him, but he left them at their posts. Had a few stops to make before he could leave the village. Once he was out of the catacombs, with Alma on his shoulders, he sent out a mental call. The adder, the snake, was nearby and was soon sliding along beside him. The first thing he did was to go to the Forge of Heavens. He placed a bundle of high steel heavy arrows into his bag and went over to the green chest. At his willed command, the lid rose, and Richter looked inside. A smile crossed his face when he saw that Crom was as good as his word. His new sword lay within. Crom had affixed a thin crossbar hilt, the clear blade. It offered protection for Richter's hands, but also did not weigh the blade down. The smith had apparently also decided to use another small amount of elementum to create a ball at the end of the pummel. Slamming the weighted end of the sword into someone's face would cause major damage. It also balanced the weapon nicely. Richter was pleased. As he held the blade, he felt the slightest amount of vibration. It was time to put the weapon to good use. The giant's heart and crown pieces were also in the large chest. The skin sat over to the side, drying near the banked furnace. One other item was in the chest. You have found Moonstone Dagger of +3 damage. Damage 17 to 23. Durability 114. Item class Uncommon. Quality Superb. Weight 0.9 kilograms. Richter picked the dagger up, appreciating the beautiful simplicity. Of the dwarf's work, there weren't any fancy enchantments, but the extra damage made for a formidable weapon nonetheless. He was actually missing a good dagger among his own. Crom must have recognized. The Lacan made it for him. Richter happily tied it to his belt. He closed the chest and moved on. His next stop was the cauldron. Richter cast weak haste and ran up the hill to the meadow. The guard, posted at the top, saluted him. Richter nodded back as he ran past and entered the glass building, unsurprisingly. Despite the early hour, stood working nearby. I need health, mana, and stamina potions. Preamble. Greetings, my Lord Rick. I have several prepared, she said, with a slight bow. The cocoa-skinned elf quickly moved over to a cabinet and removed 5 of each potion. Richter checked them and saw that each had a potion, level of solution, and a strength of processed. They all restored 200, 300 points over 10 to 15 seconds. He smiled and turned to leave, but he remembered a question that had occurred to him previously. You've reached level 14, and you're a journeyman. Alchemy. Why don't you have a profession? Her face grew very still. She looked down and said, I was planning to tell you this at a later date, but I have not always been a peaceful person, Lord Richter. I have been a mercenary for more than a decade. I was valued for both my sword arm and my alchemy skill. That is why my level is as high as it is. The truth is that I have never been in a safe place long enough to go for my trial. Because of the new king's laws, I was forced to leave the kingdom of Eve and bring my wife with me. If this proves to be a safe place for the both of us, I do plan to pursue my profession soon. Richter stared at the woman, almost sure that he was not receiving the whole story. He decided to have her take the oath in front of Sumiko soon as possible. If she was found to be loyal, he would let her keep her secrets. If she wasn't loyal, well, then Bayan might end up being in charge of the cauldron after all, and something would have to be done. The last thing he did before leaving was to have her grab a large, empty barra. He appended his bag of holding and poured out the fragile Asengai eggs he had collected in the spider's cave. They had properties too. Slow decay or cure poison. She said that she would preserve them until they could be rendered into a potion. Nodding, Richter took his leave. While he walked, he remembered to load his ring of spell-holding. The clear stone on the ring turned green. The last thing he did was to stop by the area where the stone was brought for the builders to use. He scavenged around and found dozens of small bits of marbled quartz. Each was turned into an amber soul, stone of basic level and went into his bag. Then, moving like a wraith, the night he made his way to the village gate, crossed out of his village, and went hunting. Chapter 14. Day 112. Cuban 2. The first ruin he was going to check was about 6 miles to the south. He drank a potion of clarity and gave one to Armor as well. He considered trying to force-feed one to the adder, but seeing as how that would involve him either putting his hand near the mouth of a snake or pouring the solution on the ground in the hopes that the monster would lap it up, he decided, maybe not so much. If he wanted to tame it permanently, it would also happen faster if its level stayed where it was. With that done, he considered his options. Out alone in the darkened forest, he decided to opt for stealth over speed. Richter pulled the hood of his cloak of concealment up and melded into the forest around him. His stealth skill was only up to initiate rank, and moving too quickly would make him visible, so he had to take his time. Luckily, that afforded other opportunities, like learning the level 1 spell that Bayan had given him. For instance, he started reading, and the pages turned faster and faster, slammed shut and fell to dust. As had happened with every other book of magic he had consumed, suddenly he knew. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Death Magic. Increasing. Your skill will allow you to cast more advanced spells. Congratulations. You have learned the spell, Summon Weak Bile Rats. Summons a small nest of bile rats. The bites of these creatures can cause nausea. This is a spell of death. Level 1. Cost 27 mana. Duration 6 minutes. Range 3 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 14 minutes. Once he had learned the spell, he moved out. Richter cast Night Vision, and his vision shifted to a spectrum of green and black, with the moonlight of 3 moons filtering down. He could see as was noon. When he was a short distance from the village, he tested his new death spell. He removed his new summoner's ring and cast the spell one. Handed a disk of purple-black energy appeared on the ground, 2 feet across. 5 rats, each a foot long, rose out of the disk. When they were fully formed, the circle disappeared. The rats were a sickly in color, and they had beady black eyes. The wretched things squeaked and crawled over each other while looking up at him. Analyzers showed that each was either level 1 or 2. Run that way, he commanded. All 5 rats took off. Richter nodded to himself. At least he knew that the creatures would follow his directions. He started moving forward. After the cool-down period expired, he cast the spell again. The disk appeared again, and 5 rats appeared, but this time They were larger. Each of the rats were now level 6 or 7. Again, he sent them off. 15 minutes later, he dual cast the spell. The purple-black disc was larger than before, and this time 13 rats stood awaiting his orders, each level 6 or 7. Richter smiled. His new ring was a massive win. He sent the rats off and kept moving, while the spell wouldn't conquer. Powerful foes, it felt good to finally be able to cast a spell in each of the 8 basic elements. In the dark, his herb lore and tracking skills still filled his world. With light, the faint glow from significant plants and the tracks of animals, and monsters blazed in his vision. By the time Richter had made his way 2 miles from the village walls, he had collected more than a dozen herbs. He had also found it was easier to move through the thick sections of the forest than it should have been. Thorns barely pulled at him, and his footing seemed sure somehow. Looking at his new bracelet of smooth movement, he silently thanked whatever poor bastard had left it behind in the cave of the dark aberration. More important than anything else, though, Alma Sola killed several monsters. You have been awarded 2,156 experience from Brain Drain against level 11. Tree Worm. You have been awarded 990 experience from Brain Drain against level 7 Screechling. You have been awarded experience from Brain Drain against level 8 Wolf. Richter was surprised when he got the first prompt. He was even more surprised because right before he saw the prompt, there was a swirl of rainbow light that snaked out of the forest and into his bag. The light blinded his night vision-enhanced eyes for a second. Tight. Prior to the soul being captured, the forest with armor ranging ahead, Richter immediately sent out a mental call to make sure she was okay. In response, he just received a satisfied feeling reminiscent of someone enjoying a great meal. Then she had sent him the image of a 3-foot-long creature with a mouth like a lamprey. It lay dead on the ground. Richter started to make his way towards her, telling her that he was going to summon a mist worker when he received a massive shock. Mist started coalescing around her, and soon a grey figure stood in front of her. It picked up the body of the tree worm and started running back towards the village. "What did you do?" he asked her. "I summoned a worker and told it to take the worm to the hunters." "Is that not what you wanted, Master?" she asked back. "It is," he assured her. "I meant, how long have you been able to summon mist workers?" She flew towards him and landed on his shoulder. A bit of green ichor dripped off of her claws. "What I can do comes from you, Master. Think that I may always have been able to do this, but it is only since our bond has increased that new thoughts have been occurring to me. I have always hunted, but this is the first time that I have used brain drain on my own or thought to capture souls for you. Now that I have, though I cannot understand why it did not occur to me before. Richter smiled and thought, my little girl is all grown up. He had mostly been increasing Cybon to improve her self-awareness, but her new initiative was a wonderful and unexpected benefit. The other kills brought him souls as well, giving him 2 more basic souls. And 1 week, he was somewhat concerned about the rainbow swirls, giving away his position, but the light moved faster than any predator could follow. He also didn't want to inhibit his familiar's new industriousness. Thinking about the increased bond he had with her, Richter checked her status page and saw that she had almost leveled. More than that, he realized that he hadn't checked her stats. Since she had killed the queen, there were points to distribute. Name Alma. Level 2783. Health 370 mana. 592 stamina. Abilities: Cybond, LVL 5, points to next level. Cyblast, LVL 2. Brain Drain, LVL 6, points. Psy Channeling, LVL 1, points to next level. Can use Air Magic, Life Magic, Resistances, Mental 100%, Air 50%, Life 50%, Race, Psy Dragonling. Richter was so excited by his discovery that he almost dropped. Stealth. He caught himself in time, though he devoted the minimal amount of attention to keep going, and devoted the rest to Alma's development. He sent the adder to scout ahead and asked Alma to keep watch overhead. With 7 points to spend, he could invest in any one of her abilities. The obvious question was which one. Cybond had continually shown itself to be a clutch ability, as shown by her new initiative. Cyblast was a wonderful offensive ability, and it seemed to gain properties. Advanced. Brain Drain had been the secret to his fast increase in level. It didn't have any extra properties, but it was also the easiest way to increase Alma's level. Richter's eyes fell onto her last ability. Psy Channeling was the newest addition to her abilities, and offered extremely interesting possibilities. One of the biggest problems with his spells was that he had to be almost within striking distance to use them. When Alma could swoop past an opponent while unleashing a spell, though it drastically increased his range, the greatly increased mana cost made the skill prohibitive. Richter asked Alma opinion about it, but she just responded that she trusted her master. He decided to invest a point and see what happened. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability, Psy Channeling, to level 2. At level 2, the range of Psy Channeling has increased from 100 to 200 yards. Using the ability now requires 250% greater mana usage, rather than 300%. Any other spell requirements will remain unchanged. You and your familiar may now also share mana at a loss of 3 to 1. The increase in distance and decrease in mana usage was pretty much what he expected. The ability to share mana was a welcome bonus. Though, of course, what he really needed to know was how quickly her mana regenerated. Her status page didn't show her individual stats like his did. Reviewing his life and air spells, he decided the easiest one to test. Her regen rate would be, "Alma, my love, come here." The dragonling swooped down and landed on his shoulder again. Richter told her to cast Summon Weak Life Wisp, but he waited until just before the turn of the minute. The 60-point mana cost would make the math easy. She cast the spell, and Richter watched her regen closely. Took 101 seconds for it to refill. He stopped a moment to do a quick calculation and figured out that her mana was refilling at a rate of around 6 points every 10 seconds. That was faster than his own regen. Right. He turned his head to look at Alma, who promptly licked his face, and then jumped into the air, mentally laughing. Richter shook his head. The dragling was still the size of a cat, albeit a large cat now. Small one like when he had first summoned her. Despite her small size, though the level 27 creature was a force to be reckoned with, that still left the question of what to do with her remaining 6 ability points. The light coming off of the light wisp was interfering his stealth, so he had Alma dismiss the spell. Once he was again cloaked in darkness, he examined the bonuses of each area to invest in. Of his mind, he knew that he already had his answer. Even though brain drain didn't come with a lot of sexy bells and whistles like the other abilities, each new level potentially brought a lot of experience with it. If Alma were able to kill a level 14 monster, for instance, the upgrade would bring at least another 1,000 XP. He invested the 6 points and upgraded her skill. Alma gave a trill as she swooped through the air. "I am going to hunt, master," she thought to Richter happily. "I will stay nearby." Richter sent her thoughts of love and encouragement. He began a cursory read of the prompt that had appeared, and his mouth dropped open in shock. "You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability, brain drain, to level 7. Successful kills will now give 7% of total experience to both you and your familiar. Drain occurs faster. Stun can occur on enemies level 31. Below. Drain now gives you a greater understanding of Alma's victims. There is a chance to relive the most poignant memory of the target's life." He had never thought brain drain would ever be more than an expedient way to gain XP. More than anything else, he needed the experience to buy talent points. Now the ability had become potentially so much more. What memory could he have received from Sonia, a Sangai queen? What insights could he gain if Alma were to drain a bugbear captain? For a moment he considered the possible danger, reliving someone else's memories. But he decided the benefits, the potential risk, Richter sent another message to Alma, telling her happy hunting. He was eager to see if she could trigger the new facet of her ability. Nothing else of serious note happened for the next few miles. Alma drained several more creatures and then summoned mist workers to carry the remains back to the village. With her high mana regeneration rate, always had more than enough magic for the summonings. Each kill earned Richter another swirl of rainbow light and several hundred experience. He was especially delighted when she killed a level 16 Carniced. He had no idea what a Carniced was, but since it gave him almost 8,000 experience, he didn't especially care. Alma told him there was something for him to see though, so she led him back towards the beast. Alma quickly brought him back to the carcass. He continued to tell. Few turned to scout around him while remaining invisible. The last thing Richter wanted was a monster up his arse while he was looking at Alma's latest kill. The Animala monster, Richter thought, really know how to distinguish between the two, if there even was an appreciable differentias about the size of a large boar. It had spots like a leopard, orange skin, and was powerfully muscled. The large fangs in its mouth and its hooked claws left no doubt that it was a hunter. A small black scorch mark marred one side of it, and, upon checking, another smaller scorch mark on the bottom of one foot, where the lightning had exited the body. I did not think you would need to shock it first, my love, Richter thought to his familiar curiously. It was with a larger pack, master. Stunning at first also allows me to cast Soul Trap before draining it, she answered. A larger pack. How large? Which way did they go? His questions came fast, one after the other. Richter suddenly had a vision of being overwhelmed by 20 of these creatures. One of his hands was already on the hilt of his new short sword as he looked around. Alma sent him a memory of a group of Carnicedes, 7 strong, rushing off into the woods, overlaying the information with what he was seeing. He figured out that the pack had run off, more or less to the south. Even more interesting to him was the fact that there were 3 small Carnicedes running with the adults. A slow smile grew on his face. If those oversexed twins could train scaths, why not angry little piggies? Besides, the pack was roughly going in the same direction as the ruins he was heading towards. He sent Alma ahead to find the pack and summoned a mist worker to take the Carnicede's body back to the village. His people would be eating good today. Then his mind started flirting with the idea of how to invent barbecue sauce, or at the very least, figure out a local equivalent of KFC. 7 secret spices. A dry, sliding noise brought him back to the present moment, the shea ladder slithering through the grass near him. Richter sent it a mental message to follow him, and he moved south as quickly as he could. Richter checked his clock and saw that he still had at least an hour. Before dawn. He wouldn't have time to scout other ruins before dawn. If everything went well, he would be able to be home not long after. Daybreak. Before too long, Alma sent him a mental picture of the Carnassian, resting together in a pack. She had flown above the pack unseen, and was now perched in a tree looking down at them. The animals were sheltering, together for warmth and security, but it just made them easy pickings for the Chaos Seed and his reptile band. Richter sent the adder forward towards Deparkand. He followed, stealthed, making sure that both of them stayed downwind. When he was only 20 feet from the slumbering creatures, he stopped behind a tree and quietly summoned 2 mist workers. Then he ordered Alma to sigh. Blast the entire group, holding his free short sword at the ready. Alma sent back a happy assent and launched silently into the air. She flew off a few yards and then tipped into a steep dive. Timing it perfectly, she fired the narrowed beam of her psychic attack, catching all members of the pack at once. The animals fell to the ground, en masse only. A twitching leg here and there showing that they weren't dead. Richter and the adder rushed forward, while Alma immediately latched on to the head of the largest Carnassian and began draining it. Richter ordered the 2 mist workers forward to grab the young and then started culling the herd. He cast Soul Trap on the animal that Alma was attacking and plunged his blade into its breast. Frost trimmed the edges of the wound as it slid inside, causing massive internal damage. The animal died almost instantly, and a ribbon of light swirled around the Chaos Seed before disappearing into his bag. The adder had wrapped its length around one of the Carnassians, had latched its fangs into the neck of another. Blood flowed freely from the puncture wounds. The mist workers grabbed the 3 Carnassian piglets and were holding their limp bodies aloft. Richter made a quick assessment and knew that he didn't have time to kill the monsters one at a time. He also didn't want to waste the experience, though. His lips tightened against what he was about to do, but he didn't hesitate to draw his second blade and then lay into the still forms of the pack. At most, he had another 3, 2, 4 seconds before the animals roused. Then they would either attack together or scatter to the wind. Neither option worked for him, so he systematically cut their hamstrings. 1 blade stabbed down and then another. Richter repeated the process with the remaining 2. He had just finished when the animals came out of their psychic shock and started braying in pain and anger. They all tried to get to their feet, but each and every one fell back down as they found one of their legs did not work. Richter carefully approached each again and stabbed them in another leg to ensure they couldn't escape. Though they were just animals, hearing their cries of pain pulled on. His heart. He had no love of needless suffering, but he also wasn't willing to waste the experience they could give him and Alma. He had done something very similar when he had first encountered the eaters, removing their legs and letting Alma feed on them one by one. He hadn't had a moment's hesitation. Alma finished with the animal she was draining and hopped into the air towards one of the injured ones. The hapless predator snapped at her, but she easily maneuvered over the bite onto its body at the base of the neck. The carniceur's body began to spasm. Richter cast Soul Trap and quickly ended its life. As Alma moved onto the next, he repeated the pattern, reminding himself that the ends justified the means. Was the life of these animals any different from the life of the eaters? Did the minute of pain they had to suffer before the end really make any difference? Hearing them cry out in pain evoked sympathy in him, but did that kind of sentimentality really belong here in the land? Was he actually just a hypocrite for even considering these questions when he had executed helpless men for the sake of expedience and butchered retreating bugbears in the name of vengeance? Richter rammed his sword into the fourth carnicid he had crippled. A rainbow of light rose into the air, and Alma shot into the air with a savage cry. She flew up 10 feet and then locked eyes on the two carnicides Ada had immobilized. Both were close to death, one from asphyxiation, another from blood loss. The creature the adder was biting had struggled to get free. It had failed to escape the snake's powerful bite. Struggled. It tore a large hole in its own neck. By the time Alma cast Soul Trap, it was barely moving and was nothing more than a light mental snack for the dragonling. As he pondered his own morality, Richter looked at the snake he had enslaved that was now killing in his name. He looked at the faceless grey automatons holding the young carnicides. He hoped to train into obedient killers. He looked at Alma, his familiar, who killed with wanton abandon, and possibly even with brutal joy. He looked at what he had wrought, and a faint smile worked its way onto his face. He realized that he had been asking the wrong questions. Earlier, it was not a question of if he would kill in a given situation, or even if he would risk the suffering of innocence to further his own ends. The question was, would he go as far as was required to secure his kingdom in the land? Richter drew back his sword to thrust into another helpless creature, and answered himself, of course he would. After all, blood had always been the mortar for the foundations of an empire. Chapter 15. Day 112. Cuban 2. They finished with the carnicides, and between Richter and Alma, another 4 missed workers were summoned. The workers carried the bodies of the pack back to the village. Before he sent back the 2 holding the carnicide piglets, Richter penned a short note to Randolphus to get the twins to come check on the young animals. He gave the letter to a worker with instructions to pass it along to the gate guard. Going after the animals had forced Richter to detour from his initial objective of the ruin, but not too far. He stealthed again and started moving. east. Less than 10 minutes later, they were within range of the ruins. Nothing so far had given Richter any indication that there was an enemy encampment close by. He had approached as quietly as possible and didn't think anyone could have noticed him. Still, he decided not to be cocky. Maintaining stealth, Richter stalked forward towards the location of the ruins on his map. He sent Futon ahead to scout and push through the trees to get his first view of the ruins. Before arriving, he had zoomed in on his map and examined what the traveler that had made it had seen. On the map, there was a compound about the size of a soccer field. 12 buildings dotted the area. From what he could see, it looked like this had once been a small village. Richter tried to zoom inside one of the buildings, but apparently the traveler had not explored inside them, because all he saw on the map was blackness. Richter had never gotten a good answer as to how long ago it had been since the unknown traveler had made this map. As he had walked through the forest and saw rivers deviate slightly and trees that were much larger than depicted, it had become clear that the very least 100 years had passed. This village was no exception. Not one freestanding building stood where the map had depicted them. All he saw where the buildings should have been was a nest of bracken and the decaying forms of fallen trees. Other trees even grew amidst the compound. If he hadn't had a map to follow, Richter could have passed by this area without a second thought. It was just another patch of forest. Futon came back and spoke quietly while still invisible. I was not able to detect any hostile creatures, my lord. Richter sent a mental query to Alma, who confirmed that she couldn't sense any monsters or dangerous animals in the immediate vicinity. He looked out over the area the ruins were supposed to be in, drew his swords with a sigh. It was time to get to work. The good news was that between his strength of 33 and the power of his elementum blades, he was able to cut through the undergrowth without too much difficulty. The problem was that the bushes and thorns were springy new growth and gave before his blows, so the process was still time-consuming. Part of him wanted to cast flame to burn through the undergrowth faster, but he resisted the temptation. In an ideal world, it would burn off the leaves and make his work go faster, if the fire got away from him, though he had no way of stopping it. He wouldn't risk a forest fire endangering his people just for the sake of expedience. It took more than an hour, and the sky was starting to lighten. Was able to clear a path to the closest building. Things went a great deal faster after he started summoning mist workers. Embarrassingly, it was Alma who came up with that particular brilliant idea. He was cursing at a particularly stubborn snarl of thorny vines when a worker just reached past. Hem pulled it taut. With the tension provided, it was easy to cut through. Richter looked up at his familiar, who was lazily circling above him. She sent a mental chuckle to him through their sigh bond and then let loose a trumpeting toot to praise her own superior intelligence. Richter mentally called her a brat in mock irritation. But she just flew off, laughing and praising her own magnificence. The worker continued to pull at the thicket. Richter took a step back and summoned several more workers. While they worked, he reflected on why he hadn't come up with the idea himself. In retrospect, summoning help was an obvious idea. Fallen into the same trap that he always did. He tried to do everything himself. Richter had been raised to be strong and independent. It was a trait that had served him well back on Earth, and if he was being honest, had served him well since coming to the land. He realized that he couldn't keep thinking like that, though. He couldn't just be an army of one. Even coming out here on his own this morning had been a mixture of wanting a bit of freedom and honestly thinking it would be easier just to explore by himself. Richter resolved to do better. Between the Chaos Seed and the Dragonling, they soon had 20 mist workers pulling the trees and bracken away. The workers couldn't form their limbs into blades nearly as strong or as sharp as Richter's blades, but they made up for that with numbers and single-minded devotion to their tasks. When Richter saw that he wouldn't be back to the village before everyone started waking up, he wrote another note and gave it to a mist worker. He detailed where he was, what he was doing, and that he would be back soon. Richter could already see the look of disapproval on Randolphus's face. But hey, sometimes a man just needed a nighttime walk through a monster-infested forest to explore long-forgotten ruins. The Chamberlain would understand that. Right. Richter chuckled to himself and thought, yeah, right, and if toads had wings, maybe they wouldn't bump their asses when they jumped. Then he thought, damn, Tia Carrere was hot. Richter looked out at the now relatively clear space and was somewhat disappointed. He still didn't really see anything that would indicate the ruins that had once been here. Not knowing what else to do and not ready to give up yet, he ordered the workers to start digging. He himself sat on a nearby rock and took a bit of trail mix out of his bag, munching on the local equivalent of a cherry, and some nuts. He summoned a few more mist workers and set them to help. After that, he took out one of his short swords and started going through sword forms. The next time he saw Yoshi, he intended to ask for instruction in the half-sprite's dual-wielding style. He knew that if he neglected what Yoshi had already taught him, though, then the chances of learning more were next to zero. When he thought of the sword adept, were not the words that came to mind. As he practiced, he continued to get periodic notifications about Alma using brain drain. Each time they were accompanied by a ribbon light. The kills were all simple animals, yielding only weak or poor souls. Alma continued to summon mist workers as needed, but had them bring the kills back to where Richter was training. He, in turn, put them to work with the other workers to start digging. Another hour and a half passed, and Richter was getting to the point of giving up, but then he heard a loud crash. One of the teams of diggers had collapsed into an underground space. The other 3 teams kept digging without pause. Richter called out and stopped the other groups, and then ran over to the collapse. A hole about 20 feet across had been exposed. The northern aspect of the collapse had created a rocky slope down the newly exposed floor, ending 10 feet below where he, standing, excited, Richter half walked, half slid down the slope. Alma flew down to land upon his shoulders, and he sent out 2 mental calls. 1 for the adder to stay above, and 2 him. 2 of the mist workers had landed safely and were even now still digging into this new floor. Another was leaking mist from a large rent in its side. A quick use of analyze showed that its health was down to 10% and was dropping another percent every few seconds. Of the other 2, there was no sign. Richter assumed they must have been destroyed by the collapse and dissipated. The morning had advanced enough that seeing what was around him was no problem. He dismissed the injured mist worker and ordered the other 2 to stop digging. Then he looked around. Richter was standing in a cellar made from square blocks. The stone was almost completely covered by dirt, but a falling stone had scraped a wall, and he could see grey stone underneath. Other than a large hole in one wall, he didn't see anything else. Richter cast simple light and looked around further, but still didn't see anything. He was preparing to go back up, and when he got closer to the hole in the wall, "You have found mature dungeon." Everything stopped for Richter. He had never gotten a confirmation that the age scale used for dungeons was the same as it had been in the game, but mature dungeons had meant they had been around for anywhere between 100 and 1,000 years. It didn't necessarily mean that what you found inside was going to be more dangerous than any other dungeon, but it was enough of an indication. Considered getting the fuck out of Dodge. He backed up and looked around, expanding his senses. Detect anything dangerous. Richter looked at his familiar to see if she anything to add, but the dragonling just looked back at him, waiting for his decision. He came to a decision. Whatever had been down that hole might be long gone by now, but even if there was still a danger, it would be best to do some scouting. This could very well be the reason that the village had given him a quest. Another point was that his quest counter for Know Your Backyard was still at a disappointing 0/3. As of right now, all he knew was that he had found a big hole in the ground. If he didn't explore further, the last several hours would have been a waste. No. He had to figure out what happened here, or at least what type of threat it might pose now. If he was going to go exploring, though he was going to put his best foot forward, he called the Adar down to join him and sent Futan to scout ahead, invisibly. Richter looked at his ring of spell storage and decided. That weak sonic wail might not be the best spell to place there. He was here for reconnaissance more than anything else. He didn't need or want to get into a knockdown fight. He actually needed a way to avoid one. Thinking about the possible tight-spaced underground, he made his decision. Richter dismissed the previously stored spell, and the gem on the ring reverted back to a clear crystal. Then he started the cast of weak, rending talons, rather than manifest the spell. However, he channeled it into his ring. The inert stone set into the band started to glow with a soft green radiance again, showing that the spell had been captured. While he waited for Futon to return, Richter examined the hole. That was the entrance to the dungeon. When he had first seen it, he had guessed that part of the falling ceiling had struck the wall. On closer examination, he saw that he was wrong. The stones around the hole were pushed outward toward him. Looking even closer, he got a chill. Claw marks could be seen on the side of the stone that faced the tunnel beyond. What monster had been able to leave claw marks on solid stone? Richter had no idea, but he was starting to get an idea of what had happened to the people that had once lived above. As soon as he had that thought, a quest prompt appeared. You have been offered a quest. Proper rest. The people who lived above fell victim to an unknown attacker, though this incident most likely occurred long ago. These people deserve better than to just be forgotten. Find some evidence of their fate. Reward. Optional. Put their remains to rest. Do you accept? Yes or no? The quest seemed in line with what he was already doing. Besides, fighting the good fight and laying people to rest was kinda his jam. These days, Richter selected yes, and the prompt disappeared. Richter started to seriously second-guess his decision to enter the dungeon on his own. The claw marks were basically a big, flashing keep out sign. The only thing that would have tipped off his danger sense more would have been a sexwire oppressed librarian chick saying, yeah, it was time to go. He sent a mental call to the remnant to return. Minutes passed, but still there was no sign of Futon. Richter sent out another mental call, but still nothing. Alma landed on his shoulders and snaked her head around to look at him. Something is wrong, Master. The irritating light should have been back by now. I think you're right, my love. Richter's lips firmed. We cannot leave him down there, though, even if he is an irritating light. Sighing deeply, Richter looked into the dark hole. Fuck! Chapter 16, Day 112. Coburn. 2. 15,368. Now, see. This is exactly why you don't go adventuring on your own, Richter said to himself. He started a dual cast. If something had happened to Futon, then speed was now more important than stealth. It also occurred to him that his stealth skill was most likely not going to be effective in the dungeon. The remnant could turn fully invisible. Compared to that, his own camouflage abilities were paltry. Yup, he thought it was time for a show of force. He cast Summon Weak. Surprolling, a green disc appeared in the air. It was 6 feet in diameter, and even before the surprolling emerged, Richter heard a hunting cat's roar. The forest creature dove through the green disc. Each time he used this spell, the minor forest elemental took a different form. This time, it was in the shape of a mountain lion, 4 feet high at the shoulder. It had 6 legs, and instead of fur, it was covered in countless small, green leaves. The lion looked at Richter, and he saw that its eyes were actually red agates striped in white. It let loose another snarl and stood at the ready. Richter used Analyze to get a better grip on its capabilities. Name, Surprolling. Disposition, friendly. A low-level forest elemental. A Surprolling can take many forms. They are often summoned by novice earth mages for a variety of tasks. Though helpful for mundane tasks, they can also attack with deadly force when needed. Level 12. Health 260. Strength 16. Agility 28. Dexterity 17. Constitution 26. Endurance 27. Intelligence 25. Wisdom 17. Charisma 8. Luck 11. Mana 250. Stamina 270. A smile ghosted across his face. His summoner's ring had worked. The creature was 5 levels higher than any creature he had been able to conjure before, and, more importantly, its stats matched. The elevated agility and dexterity meant it would be hard to hit. Intelligence also spoke to the possibility that it could be a caster. Richter was about to tell it to go into the tunnel when he thought about his mental connection to the Shea ladder. His psi bond had been synergistic with his beast bonding skill, allowing him to psychically communicate in a limited way with the snake. Who was to say that he couldn't do the same thing here? Richter searched that part of his mind that Alma occupied and saw her thought pattern shining like a noonday sun in summer. In the same section, he was able to detect the adder's mind. It appeared like an easily seen but distant star. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything else to indicate a connection to the Surprolling. Undaunted, he reached his mind out to the forest creature, willing a joining to occur. Nothing happened. He stared at the forest elemental, straining to use an ability that he had never consciously utilized in the past. After a minute, Richter exhaled in frustration. He might as well be trying to move rocks with his mind. At the sound of his irritation, the Saproling turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and he felt a connection. Another distant star appeared in that part of his mind. It was slightly fainter than the light representing his connection with the shale adder, but it was there. Know this, your mental fortitude has brought your bondability to new heights. Eye contact offers the chance to connect with other creatures in a limited way. The extent of the connection will vary based on the mental abilities of yourself and the recipient. Never forget that doors can swing both ways. Ominous much. Richter waited for a moment, but nothing bad happened. The Saproling continued to look at him with its agate eyes. Feeling like he had wasted enough time, he tried a few sample commands. Move left, move right, lay down. The Saproling followed each of his instructions as soon as he finished thinking them. Nodding to himself, he sent a picture of futon. With his mind, the construct didn't give any indication that it understood, but he figured that it couldn't hurt. Richter cast far light and shot a ball of light down the hole. The light sped forward for 50 feet and affixed itself to a wall. Richter cast far light several more times, but at an angle, to the walls of the tunnel. Then he cast simple light and climbed into the hole. He gave a psychic order to the Saproling and Adder, sending them ahead of him. Alma wanted to scout too, but he kept her on his shoulders. There was no knowing what was ahead of them. Richter hadn't come across anything that could have detected futon before, though he didn't want to sacrifice either the Saproling or the snake unnecessarily. Something bad was going to happen. He wanted it to happen to them, him or Alma. Richter waited until his commanded creatures were 20 feet ahead, then he climbed into the hole himself. The tunnel beyond was a mix of stone walls, an earthen floor. The air was stale, and he caught the faint scent of rot and damp, but it wasn't overpowering. He drew his frost sword from his back sheath and left his other hand free for casting. Richter reasoned that futon couldn't have been too far away if he was just stuck somehow. Originally, the remnant had only been able to travel 100 yards away from him if they weren't at the village. That distance had more than doubled in the time since he had become master of the village, but Futan still couldn't travel too far on his own. Of course, that might not matter if something else had captured him, but Richter would cross that bridge if and when he came to it. He reached his first light and saw that the tunnel curved to the right. Richter cast far light several more times. This segment of the tunnel only went straight for about another 20 feet. Richter sent his summoned creature ahead with the snake again and followed afterward. The impromptu party followed that pattern for the next 5 minutes. Richter grew concerned after they had travelled more than 300 yards from the entrance to the dungeon. Something had happened to a few minutes later, the tunnel levelled out and they reached a large cavern. unlike the natural and irregular stone of the tunnel, clearly man-made. For the first time since entering the dungeon, didn't need to cast firelight to see. 2 large braziers hung from the ceiling, and inside of each burned bright blue flames. In their light, Richter had no difficulty seeing the figure that was holding Futon. It was a humanoid dressed in black armor. It stood 6 feet tall, and a large axe hung from its back. Its helmet was held in one hand, making it easy to see that whatever it was no longer alive. The face was gaunt and wizened. Mouldy holes pockmarked the head in places, and on its scalp, yellowed bone even peeked through in places. That didn't stop it from standing upright. A well-defined burn stretched across its face, in the shape of a handprint. What captured Richter's attention, though, was that, in its other hand, a nimbus of purple, black light surrounded the remnant. A writhing tether of the same color extended from the grey sphere and led to the undead thing's open mouth. Pulses of light flowed regularly from Futon towards the figure. In just a few seconds it took to take this all in, Richter could see that Futon's light was dimming with each pulse of light. That fucking thing was feeding on him. Let him go, motherfucker. Richter shouted. Name: Decamer. Night disposition. A Decamer Knight is a dangerous enemy. They are often employed by stronger undead to lead weaker units. Decamer Knights can utilize both magical and martial skills, though they normally specialize in melee combat. A true knight leads a retinue, and Decamer Knights take this to the extreme, often enslaving fallen victims to serve them even after death. Wounds caused by these knights have a high likelihood becoming Level 37. Health 387 500 Mana 283. Stamina 251 per 480. Strength 31. Agility 6. Dexterity. Constitution 51. Endurance 48. Intelligence 36. Wisdom 21. Charisma 12. Luck 12. Richter didn't understand what the parentheses meant, but as he watched the knight's strength, agility, and dexterity, the damn thing was getting stronger. Feeding off of Futon must be restoring it. Somehow, a few seconds after Richter shouted at it, Hedden glared at him. The tether broke, but Futon remained trapped in the purple-black nimbus of death. Magic. The undeed's eyes glowed with an inner light, and it spoke in a powerful and scathing voice. You dare interrupt my meal? I have been guarding this portal for centuries, lowering myself to feed upon the vermin and weak souls that pass through this cavern. Now you would dare to stop my feeding. I will consume this thing, and then I will tear your soul from your pathetic body. Richter glared back at it. Or maybe I'll just kill you, then skullfuck you. Then leave a note here that I skullfucked a Decaimer Knight. That's another option. What do you think? The undead monster blinked in complete surprise, and even in death, looked completely shocked. It could never have conceived of a human coming into its lair and talking shit. Well, Richter thought, I'm an American. We give zero fucks about anything. With that profound mission statement ringing in his mind, he sent a mental command. The Saproling let loose a screeching roar and bounded towards the night. The snake started slithering faster than Richter would have thought, possible towards his enemy as well. Alma launched into the air and cast weak haste on herself before launching herself forward. The three-pronged attack shook the undead fighter out of its stupor. It let go of Futan, who unfortunately still stayed immobilized in the field of necrotic light, and immediately began weaving one hand in an incantation, while it shouted guttural words of magic. With its other hand, it placed its helmet on and then freed the axe from its back. Before any of the attackers had crossed even half the distance of the long hall, the knight finished his casting. A ball of purple-black light shot forward 10 feet and hovered for a moment before exploding and shooting in multiple directions. None of the light struck Richter's 3 helpers. Instead, it struck the walls, ceiling, and the floor before disappearing. Maybe that's all that will happen, Richter thought with false hope. Of course, that was when the whole fracking room started shaking. A low, moaning wail filled the chamber. Ethereal creatures started floating into the room from where the purple light had struck. 5, then 10, and finally 14 ghost-like figures phased into being. To make matters worse, the light had awakened more than just spectres. In 3 different places, bony hands shot up from the floor, displacing flagstones. Skeletons rose from the ground, and not the simple collections of bones Richter had fought in the past. These bones were thicker than they should have been for human remains, and sharp projections rose from there. Flexor joints, bony thorns stuck out of their elbows and knees and capped each finger when balls of purple light started glowing in their eye sockets. Richter thought, enough already. You're badass. We get it. The snake and Saproling continued on to attack the knight, despite the massive amount of reinforcements it had summoned. Alma showed much more wisdom. She slowed down and started casting as many buffs as she could, namely minor life armor and minor life aura. A golden nimbus surrounded the dragonling as she swooped in to attack the spectres. The small but nimble creature dived towards a knot of ghosts and unleashed a new spell, Weak Banish Undead. One of the ghosts winked out of existence. Alma trumpeted her success, and flew off to attack the next one. Richter didn't even notice the effectiveness of the spell. His sole focus was on casting his spirit spell. Since ordering the attack, casting weak aura lance, the spell had a long cast time of 10 seconds. But Richter had a feeling that the Decaimer Knight was no ordinary enemy. The fact that the knight had summoned almost a full score of minions further underscored that truth. Waves of black and gold power rose off of him as he dual cast spell. The energy focused in front of him, beginning as a small sphere. As he continued to cast, the sphere grew larger. When he was only a few seconds into the incantation, Richter realized that this casting was much easier than when he had used the spell against the rock giant. When he had tried it last time, Richter had felt buffeted by various emotions and concerns. The spell had resisted him. This time, it was much easier. Movement and words flowing with greater alacrity. He could only think that it was thanks to Alma's mental training. Richter focused on his objective and kept chanting. The Saproling was fighting the Decaimer Knight. The two were battling fiercely. The knight swung his axe with 2 hands at the forest creature. The Saproling responded to the attack instantly. As soon as the weapon moved towards it, the forest creature stopped its forward movement and changed direction on a dime, springing to the side. The motion seemed almost impossible, but is powerful. 6 legs, fangs out. It swiped at the knight, armor, but failing to do any serious damage. The knight swung again, and this time the Saproling ducked under the blow. The fight continued. While this was going on, the adder struck at the spectre's weaving around it. The snake struck faster than the eye could follow. With its mouth, agape, it impacted an ethereal being and passed right through it, before the snake could even withdraw. The spectre counterattacked. Though the snake didn't seem to be able to harm the ghosts, the spirits had no such limitation. Its bony hand struck the snake's back, making a small gouge in the tamed animal's scaled skin. Red blood leaked down from the wound. Edges of the cut began to blacken. The snake drew back. But before the animal could do anything, 10 more ghosts descended. The adder started writhing on the ground as ghostly claws started taking its life away in a hell of 1,000 cuts. Alma was doing her best to help, but the banishing spell had a cooldown of 5 minutes and so couldn't be cast again until that elapsed. Luckily, she found out that her very body was now a weapon. Some of the ghosts had immediately converged on her, flying through the air to attack. When their hands came into contact with her glowing body, wailed and pulled back, unable to tolerate the life magic surrounding her. Smiling a draconian smile, she dive-bombed through the bodies of ghosts attacking the adder, while simultaneously casting weak slow heal. The snake, just before Richter finished his spell, The lion Saproling showed the importance of summoning higher-level creatures. The three skeletons had fully emerged from the ground, and they were converging on the forest elemental. The Decaimer Knight had managed to score a blow against the outnumbered Saproling, but it wasn't enough to hinder the creature. With a powerful jump of all 6 legs, the lion leapt 20 feet away, whipped its head around to look at the knight. A yowling roar shook hall, and a green glow enveloped. Green vines shot up in a 5-foot radius, with the knight in the center. They wrapped around the legs of 2 of the skeletons and the undead summoner, temporarily rooting them in place. With a final shouted word of power, Richter finished his spell. The basketball-sized sphere shot forward. It was black as a moonless midnight. 1 minute and a ball of molten gold the next. The sphere lengthened into a javelin that struck the knight in its chest. Immobilized as it was, the knight had no chance to evade. Just as with the rock giant, its skin broke into countless pieces which floated up and dissipated. Afterwards, the knight looked the same, but Richter could see the vines. Holding it climbed a bit further up the undead fighter's legs. The Saproling dove in again and hit the remaining free skeleton with a flying leap. The 2 went down in a rolling pile several yards away from the knight. Other 2 skeletons. Now that his casting was done, he was facing. He used Analyze on the knight's summoned creatures. Name: Decaimer. A Decaimer ghost is a low-level spectre. Its ability to deal damage is minor, but when it strikes wounds, often become the ethereal nature of this being lets it ignore mundane physical damage. Level 6. Health 130. Mana 12. Agility, Dexterity, Constitution 13. Endurance, Intelligence 4. Wisdom 5. Charisma 2. Luck 10. Name: Decaimer. Skeleton disposition. A Decaimer skeleton is the infantry soldier. They have bones of greater density than normal skeletons and are equipped with natural weapons in the form of bony knobs. Level 12. Health 220. Mana 10. Strength 17. Agility 16. Dexterity 16. Constitution 22. Endurance 28. Intelligence 1. Wisdom 1. Charisma 4. Luck 10. Stamina 280. Neither the skeletons nor the ghosts posed any real danger to Rick individually, but the knight was a potentially serious threat. The 3 bound enemies were already pulling themselves free from vines. Looking Around, he quickly assessed the situation. The saproling had pulled one of the skeleton's arms free and was now savaging the other. The leaves that covered it had turned black in large swaths, but that only appeared to enrage. The forest elemental, Alma, was flying through the ghosts, causing small amounts of continual damage. The snake, though, was looking the worse for wear. It bled from countless cuts. Richter decided to aid his tamed animal. Running forward, he cast weak life, aura, on the snake. Slow, heal. The adder had just been lying in a defensive coil. Ordered it to attack again. Obedient to its master, the snake raised its head and shot its head towards a ghost. Unlike the last time, the ghost reared back from the adder's attack. With a hiss of animalistic vengeance, the snake laid into any ghost it could find. Richter turned his attention to the night. The skeletons were still bound fairly tightly, but the night was almost free. "Where are you going?" "Bitch," Richter called out. The night looked at him, the flames in its purple eyes dancing in anger. Richter cast grease. All three bound figures fell, not giving them a chance to recover. Richter released his stored spell, weak rending talons. A swirling maelstrom of claws sprung into being and started damaging the prone. Undead. Not done. Richter cast one more spell. He shouted, and a gout of orange flame shot from his hand. The grease caught fire. 10 by 10 foot area caught flame, burning all within. The knight had been able to ignore the talon spell, but as with all undead, a strained yell came from the undead summoner. Leaving them for the moment, Richter drew both swords and threw himself at the ghosts. As with the first time he had tried dual-wielding 2 blades, he felt off balance and unsure. The emotional flood from using spirit magic wasn't helping, but his new self-awareness skill kept the worst of it at bay. Richter rushed forward, concerned that his blades not have an effect on the non-corporeal spirits. But oh boy, was he wrong. The sonic blade cut into the first ghost and not only did damage, but it also left a rent in its ethereal body. He followed up with another overhand shot with his ice-enchanted blade. The result was just as spectacular as the first blow. Another ghost struck him from behind. Between the weakness of the attack and the quality of his armor, he was able to shrug it off with only a point or two of health being lost. Richter spun into the sword form, Samara seed falling 180 degrees to each other. One blade finished the ghost he had been attacking, while the other cut to Mordecaima's spirits that had the misfortune of being inside of his attack radius. Alma finished off one of those with weak life bolt, and the third drifted off. Master and familiar shared a triumphant look. "I think I can finish this off, my love. Let's not waste the souls. I will take care of it, Master," she thought gleefully. Richter laid into any spirit he could reach, and Alma flew above, casting Soul Trap again and again. The adder continued to help with its life, magic, enhanced body. Once she had cast the spell on all the ghosts, Alma flew over to the almost dismantled skeleton the Saproling had been fighting and cast Soul Trap again. With things well in hand, she attached herself to the skeleton and used brain drain. HPs. Everything was going great, until the knight shouted, "This." Richter looked over towards the grease fire and saw that the knight had managed to roll free. The flames had been great at damaging the undead, but they had also weakened the magical roots. Knight in place, despite the fact that it was still burning and coated with grease. The undead summoner stood tall. It wove its fingers into a particular configuration, and purple light coalesced around its arms. Not sure what to expect, Richter finished the ghost he was fighting and raised both swords. Again, neither he nor the non-human members of his party were the targets of the knight's spell. Instead, the purple light on its arm shot out in tethers, remaining summoned, dead. The ropes of death. Magic looked just like the one it had connected to Futan, and it drew the remaining energy from the skeletons and the ghosts into itself. Multiple swirls of rainbow light wove through the air and into Richter's bag, but he barely noticed. All he could focused on was the night as it restored itself to its full glory. The damn thing had grown 6 inches. Richter used Analyze again and saw that all of its stats had risen to full power. Also, its health, mana, and stamina were completely restored. Even the flames had gone out. It walked wide around the still burning grease fire and started towards Richter. The Saproling and Ada took up positions on either side of him, and Alma floated above, staring coldly at the night. Richter downed several potions, then brought both swords up, waiting for the thing's next move. The knight stopped 40 feet away. Axe. Futan still hovered in the prison of death magic, but Richter was relieved that the remnants' inner light hadn't gotten any fainter. The undead spoke. When first you invaded this place, I misjudged you. Long have I dwelt in this hall, the portal. I confess I was drunk on the consumed energy of this flying stone. Ask one warrior. 2. Another, I would offer you terms. If you help me to depart this place now, I will return your captured comrade. I ask only that you help me to destroy a rune that has bound me to this dungeon. Furthermore, once I am freed, I will travel far from this forest, never to cross paths with you again. 4. Your help. I will also tell you a secret of this place. If you choose to not depart, then I offer you the honor of single combat. If you choose to accept, I will summon a minion to tell you the secret in the event of my destruction. What say you? The knight's voice boomed in the hall. Despite the room being large, the sound still echoed slightly painfully in Richter's ears. You have been offered discordant quests. Quest 1. Freedom for the Fallen. The Decaymer Knight has been forcibly bound to guard this room and an unknown portal for centuries. It seeks freedom and promises to leave the forest of Nadria. In exchange, the undead promises to return, Futon unharmed if you agree to help, and will tell you a secret of this place. Reward: Futon's safe return. Reward: a secret of this place. Quest 2. Honorable combat for the honorable dead. The Decaymer Knight offers to fight you one-on-one, without any minions. The offer made that if you win, you will still learn the secret from one of its minions. The knight has been trapped here for so long that even the possibility of an honorable death seems tempting to it. Reward: Futon's safe return. Reward: a secret of this place. Know this: both quests cannot be accepted. Choosing one will lead to the refusal of the other. What is your choice? Richter stared at the knight in surprise. When the undead had drained the life force from the other death creatures, he had expected the hall to turn into Rock'em Sackem robots, and had just secretly been praying to be the blue one. Evidently, he had proven himself though, and the knight was willing to bow out. He told Alma what the quest said, and asked what she thought should do. You are an honorable man, Master. I have full confidence that you could destroy this foe. On the other hand, I say that we should just stall for time until our mana regenerates and our spell cooldowns. Richter smiled broadly at her, feeling a peculiar mix of pride and excitement, like seeing the gangly neighborhood girl you grew up with, stretching in yoga pants for the first time. She smiled back and continued. Besides, I don't think your saproling is looking too good. He looked at the forest cat and saw that she was right. The leaves that served as its skin were beginning to fall off, exposing the wicker lattice. Underneath, a green disc appeared and the saproling entered it. Without even a farewell snarl, the time on the spell had elapsed and the elemental had returned to wherever it called home. What say you? The knight boomed again. Just a second, Richter said in admonishment. He sheathed one of his swords and looked at the adder. The snake had small, black marks all over its body. It wasn't at death's door, but it was really looking the worse. For where? Richter extended his hand and cast weak, slow heal. What are you doing? Give me your answer. My pet is injured. You say you're an honorable knight, but you are willing to let an innocent animal suffer because you're impatient. If you want to go mano a mano, head to head, your Pikachu, you have to wait a goddamn minute. I know you want an answer. Absolutely distraught. Absolutely distraught. Really, this snake is like part of my family. You've been down here for centuries. You can wait another minute or two. The night glared at him, purple light flaring in its eyes. Richter wondered if he had overplayed his hand. He tightened his grip on his short sword, preparing to defend himself, but the knight gave a curt nod. The undead began to pace, muttering to itself. Could the undead mutter? Richter healed the snake 3 more times, and the knight's agitation grew each time the golden light flared. Finally, the undead had had enough, and shouted while hefting its axe, "Choose now." Richter looked up with a smile. He could never be sure if he under the influence of spirit magic or not, but he said, "Well, if you're going to be a dick about it, I'll give you my answer." He pointed at Futon. "Fact is, you fucked with my boy. Sue, I think all of us will just need to fuck you up. You have nitrogen monoxide on her," the knight accused. Says the guy that eats people. "Let's do this. You have refused both quests." Richter cast weak life aura on the snake and sent it forward. Alma cast weak life bolt at the knight, who ducked under the attack and began a casting of its own. A circle of purple light appeared on the floor. Night began its spell. Alma started casting buffs on everyone. While Richter resummoned, he looked at the knight behind its spell barrier and thought, "You might think you're safe, jabroni, but just wait. I've got some forge of heaven's weapons coming for your ass." The green disc appeared again, and the mountain lion re-emerged. All damage it had sustained before was gone. The cat bared its teeth and leaped forward to attack the knight. Richter started casting buffs on himself. Haste, weak life armor, bark skin, potions. As ready as he would ever be, he drew both swords and ran forward to attack the barrier and reach the knight beneath. The undead warrior had not been idle, though, and as Richter ran towards it, the knight finished its own spell. A purple-black disc popped into existence, and a rank scent filled the air. 3 skeletons in chains trumped through the disc before it winked out of existence. They were a full foot taller than the previous skeletons, and all held weapons. The knight sent them forward with a wave of its hand. "You shall now meet death at the hands of my skeletal warriors. I will feast on your what?" One of the skeletal warriors the knight had been crowing about glowed golden for a moment, then disappeared. Alma trumpeted her triumph. Richter grinned and threw one of his short swords at another warrior. The blades sunk into its chest, popping rusty chainmail links with ease. With his other hand, he cast weak. A golden glow surrounded the warrior. The skeleton resisted the spell for a moment. Richter's mastery of life gave the casting a 50% bump in power. The gold light sunk into the death creature, and it faded away. The last skeleton swung its sword at Richter's head. The Chaos Seed committed himself to the sword form reaping wheat. Dropping to one knee, he swung his blade horizontally. The green metal of his elementum blade cut through the hardened bone with ease. Richter stood quickly, and as he did, he grabbed the blade that was sticking out of the skeleton's chest. It came free easily. The undead warrior hit the ground, and Richter swiped down with his sword. Head from the body, the rest of the skeleton lost cohesion. The Decaimer Knight looked at Richter, eyes widened in shock. It clearly had not expected its minions to be dispatched so quickly. Richter held up one blade and walked up to the spell barrier. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We'll be together soon." Then he swung his sword. The barrier didn't last long. Richter's Forge of Heaven's Mark gave his attacks plus 10% damage versus spell barriers, coupled with the plus 10% damage against spell barriers the weapons made in the forge gained. Each strike took nearly 80 points away from the shield. Within a minute, collapsed, and the final battle was joined. The purple-black shield dropped, and the Saproling dove forward. The knight swung a heavy blow from left to right at the elemental. The lion had been able to avoid the previous attacks, but this time the knight was back to full strength. The black axe head struck the Saproling in one of its middle paws, and the force of the blow knocked it to one side. The axe had cut deep, rendering that paw useless. With 5 to spare, however, summoned creature wasn't out of the fight. Alma fired a lightning bolt at the knight. Its decreased resistances made it susceptible to various magics. Originally, the undead creature had 0% resistance to air magic, but now that it dropped below 0, vulnerable to her attack. The stun effect took over, and it toppled forward. Richter wasted no time capitalizing on its weakness. He rushed forward and stabbed his sonic sword into the crook of the knight's neck. The sword slid down into its chest, doing massive damage. The stun effect did not last long. The low-level air magic did not have the power to completely overcome the knight, weakened resistance. Or, no. The Decaimer fighter stood, showing no concern for the weapon. Sticking out of its neck and blocked Richter's next attack. Armored forearm. The elementum blade bit into the armor, but not enough to cause the knight meaningful harm. It pushed the blade away and grabbed Richter by the throat. The Chaos Seed's strength was not inconsiderable, but it could not match the undead knight's fully restored power. The Saproling yowled from the side, preparing to dive at the rather than wait for the attack. The knight dropped its axe and wove its hand in an arcane pattern. The Saproling sprung, but a beam of necrotic energy shot from the gauntlet. It struck the Saproling in the chest, when it was only a foot away. The cat crumpled to the ground, black energy eating its body. The shale adder wove around the knight's midsection, but the undead just ignored it. Richter stabbed his remaining sword through the undead's torso, but it did not have living organs, so the hit did not register as critical. The knight squeezed harder, and Richter began to see stars. Alma had not wasted the distraction. She descended from behind the knight and latched onto the back of the knight's head, though it had ignored a blade that was still sticking out of its body. The psychic attack could not be so. Azeli shrugged off. It reached up with its free hand, while continuing to strangle Richter with the other. The Chaos Seed wasn't going to let Alma be mauled, though. He reached out with both hands up and grabbed the knight's free hand. It struggled against him and squeezed his neck harder, but Richter didn't let go. He started to hear his heart throb in his ears, but he knew he just had to hold on until his dragonling could kill. Fucking thing. He let go with one hand to slam a fist down on the sword, sticking out of its neck before frantically grabbing the knight's arm again. Even letting go for a moment had allowed the knight to move its arm a few inches closer to Alma. He could only hope that he had hastened its end. The throbbing in his head spoke of impending unconsciousness, though so he doubted it. Everything went black. The next thing he knew, he had been thrown into the air. The Saproling had recovered from the death magic attack and had just enough strength left to rush at the knight. This time, it just aimed at running through the undead's legs. The knight might be much stronger than the cat, but it couldn't ignore physics. The elemental had been able to pick up enough speed that it knocked the knight off its feet. Richter was thrown free in the confusion. Looking up, he saw the knight on all fours, Alma still attached to its back. He knew he couldn't wait. A strangled cry coming from Richter's throat. Feet. He dove at the knight, arms outstretched. His hands grabbed the blade, sticking out of its chest, and pulled it free. Richter took a risk and cast Soul Trap. A quick use of Analyze showed that the creature only had a few dozen life left. The knight looked up at him, a snarl on its wizened face. In a variation of the sword formed the drunken barber. Richter swung his sword and decapitated his enemy. A ribbon of rainbow light swirled around Richter, disappeared into his bag. The undead knight had been laid to its final rest. Chapter 17, Day 112, Q-Burn 2. With the knight's death, the purple light holding Futon in place winked out. The remnant dropped like a stone. He made a solid clack as he impacted the ground. Richter rushed over to the remnant. Alma flew into the air with a cry of triumph, while the adder and Saproling simply waited for further instructions. Richter picked up the remnant and held Futan close to his face. The white light at the stone's heart continued to pulse regularly, though it was dimmer than normal. Futan? Futan, can you hear me? The light started to pulse a bit stronger. I can hear you. My lord, you are breathing on me. The remnant's tone was as deadpan as ever. Richter couldn't ignore that the voice was somewhat querulous, though, that there might have been just a touch of relief in it as well. Richter laughed. He definitely was relieved. As frustrating as the remnant was, the little floating nightlight had become dear to him. Can you fly? He asked. I will need to absorb mana from the village pool. My lord, I was unable to access any mana while I was being held in the Decamer spell. With enough magic, I will heal enough to be able to travel. I will need to return to the Great Seal to heal completely. Do what you need to do, Richter said. The white light at Futan's core started pulsing faster, and Richter monitored the village mana. 217 points were consumed in short order, and the remnant floated into the air. I am feeling much improved, my lord. Futan's voice was indeed stronger. Good, Richter said, nodding. Then I need your help. The night kept going on and on about a secret he had and a portal he was guarding. Search the room and see what you can find. As you wish, my lord. Futan floated off. Richter checked the adder and saw that it was still bleeding. Places. Richter cast Weak Slow, Heal, and the wounds closed. The snake hissed in relief and coiled upon itself, exhausted. He could admit that the fight had tired him out as well. His stamina was full now, but he still felt a bit mentally drained. The effects of casting the spirit spell were nowhere near as overwhelming as the previous time, but he could still feel emotions were in flux. Controlling them was also taking a toll. Richter was actually surprised that he had so much more control after only a bit of training, but he supposed it was the same as fighting naked or in leather armor. Leather armor didn't offer much defense to a sword strike, but it was still worlds better than getting struck wearing only one skin. Putting such thoughts aside, he focused on the notifications he had. Earned. You have trapped the soul of a Decamer ghost. Soul level. Common. X9. You have trapped the soul of a Decamer skeleton. Soul level. Common. You have trapped the soul of a Decamer knight. Soul level luminous. You have been awarded 4064. Experience. From Brain Drain, against level 13. You have been awarded 65,805. Experience from Brain Drain, against level 37 Decamer Knight. Richter broke off, reading, to give a woot. He was well on his way to restoring the XP he had spent. The knight had been a serious opponent, and if this guy was only the gatekeeper, then wherever that portal it had been talking about LED might be an XP goldmine. He got back to his prompts. Your familiar has reached level 28. Your familiar has reached level 29. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 11 in small blades. 2% attack speed. 2% bonus. 2 damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in dual wield. Base accuracy, penalty and primary hand reduced to 24%. Attack speed increased by 1%. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in dual wield. Base accuracy, penalty and primary hand reduced to 23%. And in offhand, attack speed increased by 1%. Congratulations! You've reached subskill level 10. In grace, in combat, dodge increased by 20% while wearing all light armor. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8. In life magic, new spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in beast bonding. 1% effectiveness to tame. 1% attack and defense of bonded creatures. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in 2% mental and emotional control. You have received 600 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the subskill. Grace in combat. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate. In grace combat, your understanding of how to move in light armor increased, plus 5% movement speed if wearing all light armor. This effect is cumulative with successive ranks. All of those prompts were good news, but what really caught Richter's attention was the last one. Its border was clear, but it pulsed with white light. Congratulations! You have captured a memory from a Decaymer Knight. This memory can only be accessed for the next 24 hours before dissolution into the ether. Experiencing this memory will be instantaneous. In regards to your timeline, do you wish to access this memory? Yes. No. Richter smiled. He could only imagine what the memory held. If it was something important, could it perhaps be the secret the night had been referencing? Either way, Richter felt better after reading the prompt. One of the things he had been worried about was getting caught in a memory for a long period of time. It wouldn't be so good if he was immobilized for a long period of time. He would never live it down. The land's equivalent of a dragon warrior, blue slime, slowly beat him to death, while he just stood there drooling. Richter selected yes, and his vision went black. He panicked for a second, but a green light flared. Not the dark green that he normally associated with earth magic. This was more of a brighter neon and, for lack of a better word, ethereal light. Richter realized that he was kneeling with his head slightly bent, as if in prayer. His position didn't inhibit his view of the chamber in any way. though a moment later he wished it had. The green light was coming from two braziers suspended from the ceiling. The dancing, lime-colored flames flickered in and out of existence. Observing the strange fire was the last thing on Richter's mind, though. All he could focus on was the upright, shaped stands that screaming people were attached to. Men, women, and children were being devoured by some type of demon animal. Most of the bound figures were human, but there were also several elves and even a few sprites. The beasts were built like rock, but their skin had been removed, showing the bones beneath. The same neon green energy that illuminated the hall showed through rents in their exposed flesh. There were only 5 of them, but they were systematically mauling the dozens of people tied to the sacrificial stands. Several men and women were already sagging dead, their entrails on the ground, mixed with blood and fresh excrement. The monsters methodically tore into the victims one at a time, savaging limbs and genitals to prolong the pain. The beasts seemed particularly pleased when they struck an artery. He saw one animal strike a child's leg, and a jet of scarlet shot into the air before subsiding. A moment later, another stream of blood washed over the boy's tormentor in time with the child's panicked heart. The undead beast clamped its mouth onto the gusher and drank deeply. The child screamed in pain and fear before the boy died, though the monster loosened its bite. The blood loss slowed considerably, letting the small child suffer for a bit longer before death. A stream of the same green energy came off of each of the dogs and extended back behind Richter's field of vision. The ribbons of light grew darker and thicker as they were fueled by the pain and death. The man whose eyes Richter was seeing through took all of this in, but focused mostly on the bloodied body of a screaming human girl, one of the demon. Dogs was taking its time, each bloody chunk whole. In his mind, Richter heard the night think in tones of shame and love. I am sorry, Krista. I am sorry, Krista. It will be over soon. Please let it be over soon. Richter felt, or rather the night felt, a bony hand, neck. A voice like a dry whisper echoed in his ears, seemingly coming from all directions at once. You've done well, Jürgen. I accept your sacrifice. As promised, I shall now give you power and life through the ages. The figure crossed into his view, and Richter saw where the ribbons of light were going. They ended in the chest of a gaunt figure. Its chest was bare, and its skin was desiccated and grey. It wore an open robe of dull red silk and simple black pants. Thin white hair fell down from its head, but Richter could not see its face, for it was looking at the people screaming for help and an end to their pain. It raised one hand and started an incantation, still facing away. After a few moments, green fire enveloped its hand. Discomfort. It spoke in the same whispering voice, making Richter feel as if a spider was slowly walking across his mind. Say the words. Jorgen began to speak, even though Richter could remember that this was its memory. He felt sickened as he relived the man's betrayal. Forsake life, and offer the lives of my loved ones, and the blood of my blood. I forsake life, and offer the lives of my loved ones, and the blood of my blood. I forsake life, and offer the lives of my loved ones, and the blood of my blood. It showed no emotion as it turned to look at the night. Through the sun-to-be-damned man's eyes, Richter could finally see the figure's face. Stark and sunken cheeks framed a cruel, male gaze. Its features were fine, like an elf's, and its eyes glowed with the same ubiquitous green light. Were spread throughout the chamber, thrice heard and witnessed. With that pronouncement, it plunged its hand onto the knight's face. Richter felt a searing agony as the fire marred Jorgen's face, and an even worse pain. Energy from the magical flame reached inside and perverted the man's immortal soul. Jorgen Richter screamed. Mixing with the wails of the sacrificial victims. Unperturbed by the suffering around him, figure spoke again. You will serve me by guarding the entrance to my realm. The suffering of these victims will continue until the land crumbles. Their spirits shall remain bound to this plane. Agony at being kept from their rest will power your life and my magic. You will be bound through eternity, damned to remain here at the sight of your betrayal of light and life. Your only company shall be those who you slay in my name. The flames disfiguring Jorgen's face went out. The newly born Decaymer Knight fell to the ground and wept. Richter's disgust deepened as he realized that the man was grieving not for the people still suffering. 30 feet away, stumps. He grieved for his own future, moaning on the floor with eyes that could no longer weep. The red-robed mage lifted Jorgen's chin. The man flinched, but the mage's grip on his chin firmed. Once they were gazing into one another. Eyes again, the caster spoke. You will reside in this place. In its eyes intensified and its gaze deepened. Richter started to feel panic. It felt like the undead lord was looking through Jorgen and seeing him. Confirming his worst fears, it said, Who are you, agent of chaos? Richter felt it reaching even deeper into Jorgen's mind, in an effort to pierce his own. The Chaos Seed knew instinctively that this was not a foe. He could resist, at least not in this type of contest. He felt its will brush up against the edges of his mind, and Richter could sense its hunger to learn his secret. With a furious exertion of will, he broke the memory link. Panting, and with sweat running down his face, Richter looked about frantically. He was back in his own time. There were no sacrificial victims, no blood-drinking hounds, and most importantly, fire or undead master. His legs gave out, and he slumped to the floor in relief. Alma flew over and sat on his lap in concern, mentally asking her, "Master, what was wrong?" Richter just pulled the dragonling close and held her. He thanked God that he had escaped, whatever that thing had been. Also, that his small love hadn't had to live through what he had just experienced. Chapter 18. Day 112. Kuborn 2. Quest update. Know your backyard. You have found a notable location. This dungeon was the site of a massacre and horrible sacrifice. The knight guarding the entrance to this dungeon was duped into sacrificing his family only to be turned into a slave. You have discovered the importance of one of 3 locations. Quest update. Proper rest. The people who lived above this dungeon was sacrificed by one of their own. It was a horrible tragedy, unforgivable betrayal. You have 24 hours to fulfill the optional requirement and put their remains to rest. You have been offered a quest. Who is the master? You have bonded with your place of power, but have just been shown that you are not the only authority within the boundaries of your domain. You have narrowly missed being discovered by an undead lord, but can you trust that its power will not one day threaten you and your people? Find the portal that a knight spoke of and remove this danger. Will you explore this undead realm? Yes or no? Richter checked his internal clock. Only seconds had passed. He had accepted the memory, and that time could be attributed to what he had done since coming back. Almar continued to ask him what had happened. All he could think about, though, was the pure evil of the mind that had almost touched his. The quest prompt hung in his vision until he perfunctorily selected yes. After a few minutes, he calmed down enough and related the story. The dragonling didn't interrupt while he mentally shared the information, a much faster rate than mere words could have accomplished. He made sure not to share any actual images with his familiar. As soon as he was done with the tale, she let her feelings be known. Fool, you could have been killed or possessed. You cannot dive into psychic spaces without any defenses in place. Richter, still somewhat traumatized, didn't try and defend himself. He just asked, "What do you mean, defenses?" She mentally blasted him with a few more invectives, then rubbed her face against his, trying to console him, even while she herself was racked with anger and worry. When she spoke again, though her tone was patient, "I am sorry that I yelled, Master. I was scared for you, and I must accept that this is partly my fault." She put a heavy emphasis on partly. You should have told me that our connection was awakening new capabilities in you. I did not know that you had progressed to the point of making mental links. That is a versatile skill, but it is dangerous as well. I had known, I would have given you training to protect yourself. Like when you taught me myself, he asked. That skill is about inner control. In my homeland, however, there were many creatures that possessed psychic powers. My kind used psychic abilities on an instinctual level, but since my intellect has increased, see that my race has instinctual defense mechanisms to protect ourselves from creatures that would use those abilities against us. Her mental tone grew determined. We will work together each day to train your mind in defense. I will not lose you, Master. Richter was both touched by her obvious love for him and taken aback by her ferocity. I have my 65% mental resistance, and I know have 100%. What else can we do? The mental connection to Alma grew staticky. Somehow, he knew that meant she was frustrated. She looked up at him, thinking of a way to explain herself. Until that moment, Richter had never known how incredibly cute and humorous it could be to see a pondering expression on a dragonling's face. He made sure to keep that thought buried. Wasn't in the mood to have her fire lightning in his face. After a few more moments, she apparently came up with an analogy. Your small blade skill is increasing. Right. He sent her a mental assent. Sprite Yoshi does not rely only on his blade skill level, battle, but also in his training and technique. He sent another assent. The same is true for your mental defenses. Your increased mental resistance will protect you somewhat from straightforward mental attacks. But even with my 100% resistance, I must still be wary of subtle mental manipulations. So, you're saying that my defenses are like a castle, but I have been leaving the gate open. Richter thought her feeling good about gaining her point. Alma looked at him quizzically, and then with a long-suffering tone, thought back. Sure, Master, if it helps you to think about it that way. I will help make your castle stronger and teach you to keep your drawbridge up. Richter looked down at the impudent little dragonling. I think my analogy was fine, he muttered under his breath. He also thought it must be an odd quirk of the universe that women were always telling him to keep their drawbridges up. That thought must have leaked through the bond, because Alma blew a jet of air into his face. Then she set about teaching him as best she could. It wasn't easy for her to translate eons of genetic instinct into a set of relatable instructions, but just like when she taught him the skill of self-awareness, their mental bond allowed for a steep learning curve. Richter had expected them to start this when safely back in the village, but she said that since they were waiting for Futon to search anyway, there was no reason to wait. He didn't receive any prompts showing a new skill this time. Instead, she guided him in techniques to create his own mental safeguards. Her analogy had been accurate, and the experience was vaguely reminiscent of learning Yoshi's sword forms. It taught him to use what he already had, making him much more effective. The two of them got lost in their mental communion, neither even noticed when the sprawling returned to its home plane. Despite her, initially, dismissive tone, Alma stayed with the idea that Richter's mind was a castle. She showed him how to shore up the defenses, raise the walls, and even started teaching him to imagine defensive thought forms. As guards, patrolling the walls. It wasn't until Futon floated up and told them that he had found something that they stopped the training. Alma informed Richter that his mind was already more secure, but was nowhere near being acceptably defended. She promised him more training again soon. Alma flew up into the air, and Richter stood. He checked his clock, and was shocked to see that almost an hour had gone by. He penned another quick note and summoned a missed worker to run it back to the village. Thinking a bit more, he summoned 3 more to escort the first. The workers had almost no offensive capabilities, but he ordered the extra ones to sacrifice themselves, if necessary. First might make it back to the village safely. He could only imagine Tariq swearing up a storm at his irresponsible lord. As the mist workers left the dungeon, Richter walked over to the body of the Dekema knight. He had been so preoccupied with his prompts that he hadn't searched the body yet. The first thing he did was to remove his blade from its body. He wiped the bits of rotted matter off with a rag from his bag and then dropped the soiled cloth in distaste. The short sword went back into his back sheath, and he examined the knight. You have found Dekema steel, barbed helm, defense +8, weight 2.3 kilogram, durability, item class, uncommon, quality, exceptional, type medium armor, traits, must be undead to safely wear, 1%, strength of death spells. You have found Dekema steel breastplate, defense +10, weight 8.8 kilogram, durability 80 to 91st, item class, uncommon, quality, exceptional, type, medium armor, traits, must be undead to safely wear, 1%, strength of death spells. You have found Dekema steel braces, defense +7, weight 3.7 kilograms, durability 58, 60 seconds, item class, uncommon, quality, well crafted, type, medium armor, traits, must be undead to safely wear, 1% strength of death spells. You have found Dekema steel gauntlets, defense +7, weight 2.3, durability 34/40, item class, uncommon, quality, exceptional, type, medium armor, traits, must be undead to safely wear, 1% strength of death spells. You have found Dekema Steel greaves. Defense +8. Weight 4.2 kilograms. Durability 54/59. Item class uncommon. Quality exceptional. Type medium armor. Traits must be undead to safely wear. 1% strength. Death spells. You have found Decama steel boots. Defense +4. Weight 3.5 kilograms. Durability 30 to 30 seconds. Item class uncommon. Quality well crafted. Type medium armor. Traits must be undead to safely wear. 1% strength of death spells. Congratulations, you have obtained an entire set of matched armor. Decama Knight's armor. Defense given by each piece increased by 25%. Special bonus. Controlled death creatures will be 1 level higher. You have found Balanced War Axe. Damage 1721. Weight 4.1 kilograms. Durability 70 to 83. Item class common. Quality exceptional. Curious about the restriction on the armor, Richter took off his gauntlets and slipped the black Decama ones on. Immediately gained a poisoned icon, and his health started dropping. Focusing on the icon told him that he would lose 5 health per second, and that, upon death, would become an undead in the service of whatever being had created. Armor. Shivering involuntarily, he quickly removed the armored glove. The icon disappeared, and his health stopped falling. He cast Weak Slow. Hill, restoring the few points he had lost. The knight didn't have any other items of note, so Richter just shoved all of the items into his bag. He didn't know what good the Decama armor could do, but he thought he'd show it to Chrome to see if the dwarf had any ideas. At the very least, he could sacrifice the armor to the forge and, hopefully, gain an enchantment. Richter summoned a mist. Worker to take the body back to the village. Bayon or Tabia might also find something useful. Futan waited silently nearby. Once Richter was done, the remnant led him several 100 yards to the back of the hall. Shailadar slid silently behind them. Futan stopped in front of a blank wall. The light inside of the remnant flared, and a circular ward appeared. Richter's eyes widened slightly. Previous wards he had seen had 1 or perhaps 2 circles on the periphery. The number of circles was proportional to their complexity. This ward had 4 circles, each filled with tiny symbols. He looked at Futan. Can you even disarm this? I studied the pattern before coming to notify you, my lord. That is, why my search took so long. I am fairly confident that I have figured out how to disarm it. Saying nothing else, Futan's light flared again. Circles on the ward began to spin, They twisted back and forth like tumblers. It took several minutes, but finally the ward flared and rose into the air before dissipating. "Good job," Richter said, relieved. He hadn't really liked hearing. Futon say fairly confident. It had worked out, though. The chaos seed leaned forward and started examining the apparently blank wall. It didn't take him too long to find a finger-width indentation between two of the stones. His pierce the veil skill once again showed its worth, and a faint blue glow appeared. Richter smiled. That particular shade of azul indicated that he had found a hidden compartment. He scanned all around the indentation to make sure that no telltale red glow appeared, but thankfully it didn't look like there were any traps. He took his gauntlet off and slipped a finger inside. Release mechanism. Richter's finger went in about 3 inches, curling to the side, but he couldn't get it in any further. He felt around for another second and was able to detect a small hole at the end of the indentation. It was too small for him to worm his finger any deeper, though. Richter pulled his finger out and frowned. Hadn't seen any other secret caches. Wasn't just an irregularity in the stone. The indentation curled so he couldn't use one of his lockpicks. He took a step back and tried to reason it out. There had to be a way in. The release was most likely at the end of the small hole. The real question was how the undead knight had managed to release the catch when it was too small. 4 fingers. He chuckled. Himself. The answer was obvious. He drew his white dagger and walked back over to the mistworker. Holding the body, Richter checked both hands, and, sure enough, one of the knight's fingers was denuded of flesh, showing only bone. Richter braced, the finger against the edge of his blade like he was getting ready to cut in two. An apple. He pressed down, wincing slightly at the sound of cracking bone. But was able to cut the finger free. Richter walked back over to the indentation and inserted the skeletal finger. He snaked it around until he felt it align with the small hole. Another slight push sunk the finger another ½ inch. The wall began to vibrate. Richter stepped back with a smug grin and looked at the knight's severed appendage. He chuckled to himself. A skeleton key. A portion of the wall swung open. The edge of the door was crenellated to follow the line of the stone blocks. The hallway was built of. Behind the wall was another chamber made of the same stone blocks. The light from the 2 hanging braziers in the main chamber was not enough to fully see. So Richter summoned a mist light. The grey-white light filled the room. 2 pedestals sat in the center of the circular room. One white, other black. They were each 5 feet tall and triangular. Both pillars had runes carved into their faces. The white. Against the far wall was a sturdy wooden door with a ring. Nothing else. was in the chamber. Walking up to them, he saw that just as with the large rune he had seen with the dark aberration, there were many little details. But at the core of each were two larger symbols. One of the symbols comprising both runes was the ancient sigil for death. Richter recognized it from his lore book. The other symbol on the black pillar was a slight variation on the dark aberration rune for containment. The last sigil he didn't recognize. It looked like the opposite of the containment rune. With a flash of insight, Richter realized that the two runes must work in conjunction. The containment rune kept the knight from escaping. The other rune, though, must have been there to keep the knight from getting too close to either pedestal and deactivating them. The perfect trap. Richter walked up to the white column, and after pausing for just a moment, placed his hand upon it. Welcome, Master of the Mist Village. You have accessed the rune of death. Repulsion. It serves to keep a specific being of death magic outside of the range of the spell. You have conquered the antechamber of this dungeon and can now access its functions. Do you wish to deactivate the runic magic? Yes or no? Richter thought about it. He hadn't worked up the nerve to deactivate the rune of dark holding in the aberration cave yet. But if he understood this correctly, the rune on the white column was only meant to keep the knight out of this antechamber. Since the knight was now dead, truly dead, what was the worst that could happen? Promising himself the umpteenth time that he would stop tempting fate with stupid questions. Like that, Richter decided to see what would happen when he deactivated the rune. First, though, he decided to make a rubbing in case the rune destroyed. He took a piece of paper and some charcoal from his bag. Placing the paper over the rune, he started rubbing the charcoal vigorously over the top. Richter could feel a tingle of power coming through the thin sheet. He had wondered how paper was made in the land for a while. The sheet was nowhere near as thin or easy to write on as what he could have bought at any Walmart, but it was still better than what he would have thought medieval society could produce. Richter shrugged, imagining the answer must have something to do with magic. Seeing as how he had two scribes in the village, he should be able to have the answer easily enough. Richter finished making a copy of the first rune and inspected it. Except for one area, he had been able to capture all of the little details. He carefully placed the etching back into the same position and ran over the part that was lacking. A minute later, the rubbing was complete. Satisfied, he carefully put the paper into his bag. Checking his inventory, he saw that the paper had taken up a single square of the 20 by 20 grid. Richter was sure that it would stay safe there. To be completely safe, he took another thin piece of parchment and made a second rubbing of the white rune. Then he repeated the process with the rune on the black column. When he was done, and the parchment was resting safely in his inventory, hand back on the white rune, Richter selected yes to deactivate the rune, and it started vibrating. under his hand. He snatched his palm away from the column and watched. As the center of the rune changed, first it grew transparent, and then ghostly in appearance. A soul stone floated out from the rune and hovered in the air, a foot from the column's surface. Richter looked at it, surprised. But then the rune returned to normal, and the stone dropped. It was because of his high dexterity that was he able to catch it before it hit the ground. Know this. The soul contained within this stone has been expended. 2. Reactivate this rune. You will need another luminous level soul. You have found level luminous. Status. Richter smiled. The soul stones were retrievable. True, it seemed. The souls contained within were lost. Valuable. Wasting no time, he deactivated the other rune. This time, stones fell out, one luminous and one common. To fur. Richter quickly pocketed the empty soul repositories. He immediately started thinking of the much larger rune in the dark aberration cave. There was probably an even stronger stone waiting for him back at the village. Each rune looked the same as before, but they no longer gave the tingle that they had when they were active. Richter looked around, but didn't see anything else except for the wooden door. He walked up and examined it, but found nothing notable, not even a lock. Confirming with Futon that there were no magical traps. He pulled the door open. What he saw took his breath away. It was an archway of black crystal. Upright in the archway was what looked like a pool of oil. Richter ran forward, not even taking the time to scan the room, and laid his hand on the arch. You have found novice portal. This was a smaller version of the portal that had brought him to the land. It matched in almost every detail. It also matched the image in his mind of what a portal should look like, at least according to the knowledge he had gained from the Typhonum Queen. It was a major moment for Richter. He could have examined his last memory of Earth and compared it to what he had learned from the Queen at any time, but it didn't click. Until he was confronted with an actual portal. Coming back to himself, Richter took stock of his surroundings. There was nothing else in the room. Alma had already examined their new surroundings and told him there was no danger. Her mental tone made it clear that she disapproved of his lack of awareness. Richter waved her disapproval away and continued examining the portal. He knew that many materials went into the creation of a portal, not least of which was several pounds of gold. From the knowledge he had gained, he knew that they ultimately all combined to make the impossibly hard, black crystal of a portal's frame. Unfortunately, he also knew that he couldn't salvage parts from this portal to make his own. The process was irreversible. As he continued to explore the Black Arch and compare it to his own knowledge, he discovered there were options on what could be done with the remains of a destroyed portal. Very interesting options. My lord, do you wish to cross through the portal? Queried Potten's deadpan voice. The question interrupted his musings. Richter thought about it. Are we sure that we'll be able to get back? Futon floated closer to the gate. Are present on this side, my lord. Activate. It also means the activation key must be present on the far side. There is no guarantee that the destination key is present on the other side. My lord, if it is not, then you could be stranded. Richter nodded. What Futon said was consistent with what he understood about the portals. Each portal had a specific activation key that only worked with that one portal. It enabled the possibility of incoming, outgoing travel, to travel from the portal you were at to another location. Required a second key, though, the destination key. For a novice portal like the one in front of him, it could only travel to one place, and so only had one destination key, though Richter knew it was possible to make copies of the same key. How do you know so much about gates? My memory is still fragmented, my lord, but I believe my knowledge stems from the fact that there is a portal in the village. Richter's mind split in half. A portion wanted to say what the deuce, and the other part wanted to go with say what. He settled, for spluttering for a few seconds, then saying, where the fuck is portal? Futon pulsed silently in the air for a moment before replying, doorway to the catacombs, my lord. You have been through it. That's a portal, Richter asked loudly, but it doesn't look all weird and shimmery, and the doorway isn't made of black crystal. I believe the portal we are looking at, and the type that you are describing, are one and the same. Lord, such gateways deal with traveling down a ley line from one physical location to another. The portal that leads away from the Great Seal is an example of traveling to various levels within the same ley line. I have told you before that the Great Seal is the physical representation of the nexus of ley lines that creates your place of power. The nexus permeates every level of the catacombs. To access a door in the catacombs, you need simply Lord. Then you can instantly reach that point again. Richter got a confused look on his face. I felt a slight tingle when I crossed through the doorway leading down to the first level of the catacombs, but I still had to walk up and down stairs for more than a mile. Had to carry the bodies of those dead kobolds up while they bled and dripped other stuff all over me. Why didn't I instantly appear back in the room of the Great Seal when I left level 1 of the catacombs? Did you try to teleport back up to the Great Seal, my lord? You simply start walking back up the stairs. Richter ground his teeth and closed his eyes. I simply walked back. Up, he admitted. Futon just floated there, the light at his center slowly throbbing. 2. Richter, It looked like the damn remnant was blinking at him and letting the silence communicate a simple message. Dumbass dude. Richter wanted to yell at Futan for not giving him information before now, but he just decided to take the L on this one. The truth was he could have asked. Richter let the matter drop. The question remained. What was he to do with the portal in front of them? The adventurer in him wanted to go through the portal and vanquish the bad guy. The smart part of him knew that this was probably beyond his capabilities. Without help, he needed to move forward in force, but until he was ready, he really didn't like the idea of leaving a portal to the netherworld, or wherever the fuck this thing led unguarded in his lands. Luckily, his knowledge gave him options. He placed 3 fingers of his left hand at the top of the archway, then turned them counterclockwise while projecting his desire. Greetings, Master of the Mist Village. Available keys, activation and dark. Leyline destination. Do you wish to access the keys of this portal? Yes or no? Richter went through the interface and deactivated the activation key. The activation key is now separated from this portal. To use this portal, again, the activation key must be replaced. A circular space appeared in the uppermost point of the black crystal arch. Out of this hollow floated a small, circular object. Richter reached up and grasped it. The pool of inky blackness disappeared, leaving only an empty arch of black crystal. You have found Rune of Kiramurat. Durability 90,000. Item Class Rare. Weight 3.6 kilograms. The disc was cream-colored and was the size of a child's palm. 4. Its small size, it was remarkably heavy. One side of the disc was blank, but the other had 4 grooves that started as parallel lines and halfway across. The disc became a snarled mess. The circular space in the arch disappeared, leaving only smooth, black crystal again. Richter kept looking at the disc. Kiramurat. He ran the word through his mind, but his gift of tongue's ability couldn't translate the word. He supposed that it might be because it was written in a language his ability couldn't translate. When he had met Zutrix, the imp had spoken some type of higher language, and he hadn't been able to understand it. Something about the word tugged at his mind, though, so he just kept thinking about it. Kiramurat, he said slowly, his brow furrowed. Kiramu. Rotik. Richter blinked and then said in a questioning tone. Neither Kiri nor Mora meant anything, remarkably like Kiran and Mara. Richter wasn't sure what language he was accessing through his ability, but those words meant home, vapor, respectively. He blinked a few more times. Then a slow smile crept across his face. A village was kind of like a home. And what was mist if not vapor? Was he holding the Mist Village rune? He wasn't sure what the TQ meant at the end of the word, but the rest of it made sense. Richter felt a thrill of accomplishment at having answered this riddle. Richter called Futon over and asked the remnant to confirm his guess. The orb's monotone voice didn't seem as excited about his discovery as it should have in Richter's opinion. Yes, my lord. He put the rune into his bag and accessed his inventory, finding what he wanted. He pulled out the rune of Truthrium. He had found this disc attached to the armor of a long-dead adventurer in a dungeon. At the time, he hadn't been able to figure out anything more than that it allowed him to use a portal. Now he tried to phonetically break it down, though. It was a bit like trying to guess what the answer was on Wheel of Fortune, when you didn't know the clue, what language the answer would be in, or even what alphabet was being used. After a few minutes, Richter got a couple possible matches. Goat, hairy tongue, foot cloud, pin, and cross. None of it made much sense, except for one that he hoped he was wrong. About the words "Shoot it," Hern and Iob, of the forgotten apostates. He really hoped he was wrong about that one. Richter put the rune back into his bag. He could deal with that later. He hadn't even found the corresponding portal yet. Richter looked around the small room he was in. There was nothing else of interest, except, of course, for the light blue outline on the wall. He rushed over to the left side of the room, and the blue color deepened, leaving no doubt that a secret panel was present. The hidden compartment was 3 by 3 feet, a perfect square. Richter searched for traps or a complex locking mechanism, but didn't see anything. Carefully, he placed his hand on one side and pushed. The small compartment swung open on a swivel, revealing what was hidden inside. Bones. Piles of bones. The wall had been hollowed out and used as a storage locker for what looked like the remains of dozens of people. Most of the bones had been thrown in like so much rubbish, but on top of the pile was a large purple pillow. It shone like velvet in the mist light and had tassels of golden thread falling from each corner. A full set of bones were stacked carefully atop the pillow in perfect symmetry, center stage. They were the bones of a child. Richter sighed deeply, remembering a screaming girl undergoing unimaginable torment. Hello, Krista. I promise to give you whatever peace that I can. Chapter 19, Day 112, Cuban 2, 15,000. Richter gathered all of the bones, placing them inside his bag. From Jorgen's memory, he knew exactly how many people had been sacrificed. He counted the skulls as he worked and found them all to be present. Final tally came to 107. Seeing exactly how much space the bones of more than 100 people took up was horrifying. Even more than that, he was shocked by how much the bones began to weigh. If not for the weight-reducing properties of his bag of holding, he would not have been strong enough to carry it all. When he was done, his bag was 124 kilograms heavier, which meant he was carrying more than 2,700 pounds of remains. Richter kept reaching into the cubby, pulling out skulls, ribs, and long bones, and trying to keep the horror of what he was doing reaching him. When he had cleared out the remains from the dark, Aberration's cave, the bones were just what was left from victims in a forgotten past. Not so here. He actively resisted trying to think of the people he had seen being tortured. The bones of the children were the worst part. He remembered seeing their young faces reddened from screaming. After only a few minutes, he started silently praying for it to stop. It took more than 30 minutes for him to finish. Richter walked back into the chamber with the runes and looked at the 2 pillars again. He was tempted to summon more mist workers and have them hammer at the columns' bases until they broke free. Bring them back to the village. 2 things stopped him, though. 1, that it seemed inelegant somehow, and 2, it kinda seemed like a bad idea. 2, hit complicated magical runes with chisels and just hope for the best. He walked on. Alma flew up and settled onto his shoulders as he crossed back into the main hall. The ceiling brazier still burned with a blue flame. The adder slid up beside him. It was time to leave this place of death. Morning was well underway when he made it out of the collapsed basement. Birdsong surrounded him, and the dew had been burned off of the grass beneath his feet. Richter winced when he was confronted with how many hours had passed since leaving the village. He dual-cast weak, haste on himself, and then took off at a jog. He was able to make good time. No large predators reared up to block his path, and before long his village was in sight. The second area trench had been dug around the village, nearly 10 miles long, and shaped like a broad U, where each tip ended against the cliff faces north of the village. The trench was at least 10 feet deep and 10 feet across. The distance was too great to patrol, so the displaced earth had been gathered to make a series of earthwork towers spaced every few hundred yards. Mist workers continued to make the ditch deeper and wider every day. Only 3 sections across the secondary trench had been left alone. Each was about 10 feet wide enough to cross easily, enough for an army to surge across en masse. One of the sections was to the west, another was to the southwest, and the third was directly south. The village, it was to the southern bridge that Richter headed now. Each section was manned by a 5-man squad, and to earthwork. Towers were clustered behind the passages, with a crossbowman on top. Squad leader saluted Richter as the Chaos Seed approached, his chainmail shirt directly over his heart. "Greetings, my lord," Richter used to analyze in what had become almost an instinctive maneuver, and he said, "Hello, Delino. Is all well?" "Quite well, my lord. Captain Tered left word with each squad to communicate that he is looking for you After giving that message, gestured with his head, and one of the other guards jogged off towards the village. Richter chuckled wryly. I bet he is. How mad did he look that I wasn't in the village this morning? A smirk threatened to break Delino's forcefully stoic visage. Sure that I could not say, my lord. Richter laughed aloud and clapped the guard on the shoulder. Course, you can't. His levity was interrupted by seeing the other guards clutch their weapons tightly. Richter looked behind him and saw that Shailadar had caught up and had begun sliding across the narrow path. The Chaos Seed quickly held up both hands and said, It's with me. That's my snake. Still, he saw no reason to upset his villagers unduly. Quick mental order ensured that the snake would hunt around the periphery of the village, but not wander too far. The adder reversed direction, activated its camouflage. In less than a minute, it was hidden even from Richter's view. He stared at the creature. He would have to try and tame it again soon, seeing what a danger it could be, though he knew that if he failed to master it, then he would have to destroy it. Richter let go of such dark thoughts and started walking back towards the village. To either side of him were patches of tilled earth. He was happy to see that the crops were thriving, but it was no great surprise. 3 factors were working to make a bountiful harvest almost a guarantee. Richter's life ability, bounty of life, increased crop growth by 30%. Isabel's new spell, Viral's blessing, increased the yield of the plants by 5% every time it was cast. It had a cooldown of 1 day, but the effects were cumulative and could ultimately increase a plant's final growth by 100%. Last but not least, there was the presence of the quickening. As the tree had reached level 2, all resources in his domain yielded 25% more than they otherwise would have produced. Richter wasn't sure if this included growing food, but on his village interface, food was listed under resources, so it might, whether the quickening affected the crops or not. The reality was that some of the plants were already massive. Crops had been destroyed during the bugbear attack, but from what Richter could see, that loss had been made up. As usual, his villagers were pleased to see him. Each and every one of them greeted their lord with a smile and a hail. He smiled back and waved while Futan and Alma flew along behind him. The mist worker, carrying the knight's body, brought up the rear. Futan, go find Sami. She is probably in the healer's tent. Ask her to come to the northern meadow. Tell her there are tortured souls to lay to rest. Yes, my lord, Futan replied. Richter kept walking. The gate guards greeted him as well, communicating Tered's desire to speak with him. He nodded with a slight amount of irritation. Walking, He knew it was a bit cocky for him to have left on his own. Geez. He was the lord of these lands, wasn't he? To read was just being a bit of a mother hen. Went on a little walk, did you? A melodic, yet masculine voice called out. Richter looked to the side and saw Scion walking up with a broad smile on his face. He raised his hand and gave the sprite a high five. The companions fell in lockstep together. I didn't plan to leave for so long, but things happened. Scion looked back at the mistworker carrying the nude undead knight and said, "No shit." Richter just shrugged. He filled his companion in on what had happened during the morning. Scion reacted with shock about hearing of the ritual sacrifices. His mouth dropped open at hearing that an undead lord could still be layered up somewhere nearby. My mother works so hard to ensure that evil cannot gain a foothold in the forest, and you are telling me that death magic sacrifices are taking place. I don't know if it's still taking place, but they did, and apparently it has allowed evil to endure. That leads me to the next thing you, and probably the Hearth Mother, need to know. I found a dark magic portal. I'm not sure where it goes, but I am almost sure that it leads to somewhere. In my lands, we are going to need to explore it and remove whatever threat we might find. Scion's face adopted a grim expression. Just say the word. I knew I could count on you, Richter said, clapping his friend. The back. Scion nodded. Always. Now, will you tell me why we are going up? To the meadow? A smile broke out across his face. Unless you were trying to hide from Terade. Richter stopped walking. No, I'm not fucking hiding from Terade. Terade works for me. Just what has he been saying? Scion held up both hands. Why are you getting all worked up? He just wants you to be safe. Hemph. Maybe he can hold my cock. Richter started walking again. Might not be a bad idea. Scion called after him. But when he has to keep looking to find it, things might get awkward. I wouldn't start talking shit. Scion, Richter responded. Looking back, Daniela told me some stuff about you. Scion stared after his friend. What? Stuff. Richter just gave a sardonic smile and kept walking. The sprite started jogging after Richter. What stuff did she tell you, man? Chapter 20. Day 112. Cubone 2. They reached the top of the hill, and as per usual, Isabel and the other gardeners were hard at work. She waved to Richter with a brilliant smile when she saw him. Her love was next to her. Terade's expression was decidedly less sunny. Greetings, my Lord Terade said curtly. Richter let loose an expansive sigh. Go ahead. Speak freely. Let the haranguing begin. Terade didn't hesitate. It is my job to keep you safe, Lord Richter. It is my job to ensure that you remain alive so that you can lead us. That job is made much harder if you keep running out into the wilds by yourself. The monsters that we are seeing on a daily basis are all dangerous. You are powerful, my lord, but you are not all-powerful. If you had run into that pack of scaths on your own, they would have eaten you, torn you limb from bloody limb. You are also not the only one at risk. Only these mists protect us from hostile forces. Where would we be if you did not make it back? Richter didn't interrupt Terod while the man was speaking. The captain clearly had some things to get off of his chest. Initially, the Chaos Seed was just planning on enduring a lecture. Afterwards, he would apologize, and they could all move on. When Terod almost slipped up and revealed the truth about his resurrections, though he understood that was no small matter for his companion. Terod was not a man with loose lips. The captain had operated an underground railroad in Eve for years. To put it another way, the former innkeeper wasn't the kind of man to let secrets slip. In this current moment, he was apparently so upset that he had almost revealed Richter's most precious secret. The Lord of the Mist Village looked at Terod and, as calmly as he could, said, "Come with me. You too, Sion. This is a companion type of talk." Richter led the way with his two companions, away from the garden and towards the freshly turned graveyard. He started summoning more mist workers as he walked. When they arrived in front of the monument to the fallen villagers, Richter set the workers to digging. There, grey hands formed into shovel heads, and they set to their appointed task. He looked out over the area he was standing in and took in the almost grass-covered mound that contained the remains of the villagers had died in the bugbear attack. He then looked at the denuded earth that marked where he had buried the remains from the dark aberration caverns just the day before. Now he was about to dig another hole. When you included the dead goblins he had buried upon first claiming the mist village, he was averaging almost one mass grave a month. Richter shook his head. Did that mean that his actions were leading to all of this death? Or was he acting like a scalpel, cutting away diseased sections of the land? If that were true, then the process might not be pretty, but it left the patient healthier. Or was he instead living up to his name? Was this simply the natural result of being a chaos seed? "What did you want to say?" Sion asked gently. He recognized the pensive look on his friend's face, and so brought him back to the current moment. Richter nodded his appreciation to the sprite. He looked at his other companion, Terod. "I want you to know that I hear you. I appreciate that you do on my behalf, and the way that you are training our guards." The captain nodded, but Richter wasn't done. "You need to understand something. While your job is to protect this village and to protect me, my job is to prepare for the future. My job," Richter pointed to the mound that contained the bodies of his villagers, is to make sure does not happen again. I cannot do that by playing it safe. His expression softened also. With only a few exceptions, no one in this village stronger or faster than me. If you train an absolute badass, who can be my personal guard, all well and good. Until that time, though, I'll knock down who I can and run from the rest. I will not allow good men and women to be killed facing opponents that are beyond them. Our enemies are coming. Terid, I have to be stronger. Do you understand? Terid's face showed that he didn't like what he was hearing. Nodded. Richter was thankful that he had gotten through to the captain. There was one more thing to say. His face hardened, and he clearly enunciated his next words. Despite any of that, though, share the secret of my resurrection with the other villagers. His captain nodded again. As you will, my lord. I apologize for my near... Richter held Terid's gaze. Like I said, I think you have a good point. We are in this together. The universe has made us companions. Honor me, and I will be with you. Train the men hard. I will start taking them with me. Until then, I will not have them be fodder for monsters that are too strong for them. Can you do that, my friend? Terid smiled faintly and clapped his fist to his chest. Redouble my efforts. I know you will, Richter said, smiling back. They clasped wrists, each glad to have been heard by the other. The two men fell silent. You guys going to make out, or should we get back to work? Asked. Richter smiled at his friend, thankful to him for dispelling the small amount of residual tension. I'd give you a kiss, but my legs are too stiff to bend down. My lord, you should never admit you'd be more comfortable with your legs in the air. Terid quipped. Richter and Scion looked at the former innkeeper in surprise. Then a broad smile broke out over Scion's face. Basically said, you should have never started this, man. And with that, Terid became a true shit-talking companion. Richter chuckled as he listened to Scion congratulate Terid. Both of them started verbally going toe-to-toe, without any signs of stopping. Looked around to see if Sumiko had come up to the meadow yet, but there was no sign of her or knowing they had a bit of time, Richter decided to lead his companions to the quickening. Something inside of him wanted to bring all of his companions into one place, despite the fact that Alora was still cocooned. The three of them walked along while Alma flew in circles around them, leaving the mist workers to dig. Richter left Futan to direct them. As they neared the celestial tree, two figures phased into view. They were the guardian Sumiko had left behind to ensure the celestial tree's safety. What had hidden the sprites wasn't exactly the same as invisibility. After they appeared, his mind knew that he should have seen them before. It was almost like stealth, but he admitted that the sprite's concealment ability, superior, albeit limited in that it only worked in the forest. No matter how it worked, it was always amazing to see someone appear out of nowhere, and he was happy that the sprites were his allies. The now visible warriors greeted him. "Hail, Lord Richter," one said. "Well met, brother," said the other two scion. "Is all well with the quickening?" Richter asked. The two sprite warriors exchanged glances. "All is well. Light coming from the cocoon has intensified. It also shudders, from time to time as well." The other sprite opened his mouth for a moment, but didn't say anything. Richter looked at him meaningfully and nodded. The sprite, the prompting, "I am the only one that has detected this. But I believe that I hear a voice. It is very small, but I know that it is calling to me. The voice does not speak aloud. It communicates to my heart. It started yesterday, after I had gazed upon the cocoon." Richter considered what he had just been told. "What does the voice say?" The sprite looked him somewhat embarrassed, but still said, "There are no actual words, Lord Richter. Despite that, I know two things. One, that I will not be alone for much longer. Two, it talks about a sprite. Woman. I have cared for this woman for some time. The voice urges me to tell her about my feelings. It says that she is part of my destiny." The other sprite snorted when his fellow stopped speaking. Richter looked at him. "So I take it you haven't heard any voices?" "No, Lord Richter," the sprite responded with a laugh. The other warrior looked at him in irritation. "Who do you think was talking?" Richter asked the first sprite. The sprite who had heard the voice looked Richter in the eye and said definitively, "It is one of the pixies. She is telling me that she will be here soon." Richter smiled. "Well, that's good news. Let's go check on them." The 5 men walked under the canopy of the quickening. While the outward appearance of the tree was that of a gigantic willow with huge, velvet white leaves, the underside of those leaves was something else entirely. Richter looked up, enjoying seeing the light reflected off of the silvery bottoms of the foliage. Mist lights had been summoned in the past, and they still hung there, promising illumination for the next year. They all continued on until they were standing right next to the trunk. 8 silver roots extended up from the ground. Diameter. They interwove into an octuple helix, leaving gaps. Interior could be seen. When Richter looked inside, he saw the cocoon, spun silver that housed Allura and the first pixies, land for countless years. Just as the sprite guardian had said, the lights coming from Alora's cocoon had intensified. Only the other day Richter had observed the cocoon, and he had seen filaments of gold, yellow, blue, and black light seeping through the threads. Now, the 4 colors shone through like a spotlight. "I hear it," Scion suddenly exclaimed. Richter looked at his friend. The sprite's eyes were widened. Shock, and he had the expression of someone listening intently for something that was barely audible. "What do you hear?" he asked. Scion said, waving one hand for silence. He cocked his head to the side. Then he blinked and looked down. The sprite laid one hand flat on his chest. He looked at Richter and said, "I hear it here." Scion looked at the other sprite, who had heard a voice too. The sprite nodded back with a slightly relieved expression, likely pleased that he wasn't going crazy. "What do you hear?" Richter asked for the second time. He was right. I am not hearing actual words. It is more like a feeling. Scion closed his eyes, listening intently. When he opened them again, he smiled. "They will be born tonight." Richter smiled broadly in response. "Is there any way that we can?" "Tell your mother. I know she would want to be here for this." Scion shook his head in response. "Not in time to be here." One of the sprite guards spoke up. "Are you sure that the birth will be tonight?" Richter's companion nodded. "Then I can notify the Hearth Mother." The sprite took a pouch off of his belt and reached inside. He pulled out what looked to be an acorn without a top. The sprite brought it to his lips and spoke softly to it. Then he dropped it to the ground. Before it struck, it started spinning quickly, and when it struck the ground, it burrowed in a drill bit. In a moment, it was gone. Richter watched the seed disappear and realized it was the only means of long-distance communication he had seen since coming to the land. It drove home just how isolated and alone he was in the forest. He was so busy each day that he didn't think about it much. But the truth, he knew nothing of what was happening in the world around him. The current state of affairs in Eve, whether Count Stonak was still plotting against, or if his friends in the kingdom were faring well. The truth was, didn't even know anything about this Jupiter-sized world except for the small bit of geography that was the River Peninsula. Richter knew he couldn't ignore the world around him forever, but he also knew that it was not something he could resolve today. The messenger seed will find the Hearth Mother and notify her. "The birth," the sprite said. "That's an awesome trick," Richter exclaimed. "How can I get one of those?" The warrior smiled. "They grow from a specific tree. I am sure the Hearth Mother would be able to trade you for something of equal value." Richter shook his head. "What had happened to you guys? When I first came to the land, you were all touchy-feely and didn't care about money at all." He missed those simpler times. Still, being able to communicate over long distances would be worth investing in. How long? Until she gets the message, Cyan answered. Messenger seeds can cover many miles in an hour. She will be notified soon. Richter nodded. He bade the sprite warriors to continue protecting the tree. The two walked away, and before they had moved 20 feet, they disappeared. He led his companions back towards the gravesite. Samika was waiting, and behind her was her entire troop of healers. Really? Again, she asked waspishly. What did you do, and where did you find more remains? How many are there? More. Importantly, what is that thing you have the worker holding? She was, pointing at the Decaima knight's body. Richter sighed and resigned himself to relating the whole story. Again, he started talking, making sure he stayed well out of her canes. Striking distance, her expression soft as she heard about how he had found the bones, and became sorrowful as he told her about the torture these people had endured. Her face became like granite, though, when she heard about the undead lord. I am coming with you when you go to cleanse that nest of evil. The Chaos Seed looked skeptically at the older woman. Samika was indeed a life master, but she was also old. The sprite woman snorted when she saw his disbelief. Do not worry about me. If the two of us went into a den of death creatures, and only one walked out, guarantee that it would be I. Richter decided not to push the issue. There was no way in hell that he was going to take a geriatric into a fight, though. Subject. He started unloading the bones of the sacrificial victims and laying them down. Samika looked at him and said, You do realize that we are running out of room for mass graves? That thought did occur to me, he said. Now are you going to help or not? She glared at him for another few moments, but then set her healers into action. They began to categorize the bones and tried to match the skeletons. Sumiko cast a spell and confirmed that the spirits were indeed still tied to the remains. Just like last time, she told him that in order to set the souls free, she would need to align the skeletons first. The mage was about to say something else when she focused on something behind him. Nasty expression came across her face and she walked away. Richter sighed, and before he even turned around said, Hey, Bayan. Richter saw the death mage was inspecting the Decaima knight's body. This is amazing. Can I have it? Bayan asked excitedly. Scion and Richter shared a look. It was the sprite who spoke up. Feel like I already know the answer to this, but I have to ask anyway. This is not a sexual thing, right? Bayan glared at the sprite. No. Then why do you want it? Richter asked. He shared a faint smile with his best friend over the fact that they had been thinking the same thing. The two gave a no-look fist bump. Bayon kept glaring at Sion for a moment before answering. Not strong enough to make a minion of this level. My lord, this body would afford me a special opportunity. It is still mostly intact, and has already turned into a creature of death. I think I could reanimate it with one of my spells, Claim Weak Death Servant. This thing wasn't exactly weak, man. Believe me, Richter said. Bayon shook his head. This is not just an empty body, and those aren't simple remains. I do not know how it was done, but even though the body is empty, the spirit is still bound to this plane. He looked at the blank expressions on both companions' faces and let out a long-suffering sigh. When he spoke again, he did so slowly. Insultingly slowly as far as Richter was concerned. The body is still magically active. I can make use of it. Isn't that what you always do? Richter asked, a bit irritated. I've seen you make zombies before. It is not the same thing, the gnome explained. After death, a soul normally lingers for a short while. That is what allows me to summon it back with my spell. We commune with the undead. When I make the zombies, however, I am forcing a completely different creature, death magic, into the body. What happens to the person's soul? Richter asked. Bayon shrugged. That is more of a philosophical question. Lord, there are ways to directly damage someone's soul, but I imagine that it goes wherever souls normally go after the body ceases to live. So why are you so excited about finding this body? Sion asked. Because it is special. As you said, I can turn almost any dead body into a zombie. My Summon Weak spell summons a death creature to inhabit the body. The creature would only have a base level of 3. However, 10% of the dead body's experience is added to determine the zombie's level, but it is still fated a weak servant. The spell is also a summoning for all intent and purposes, and the death creature will leave. After a time, my zombies only last 1 hour. Richter raised his eyebrows, impressed. His Soprolings only lasted 5 minutes. That still sounds like a pretty great duration for a summoning spell. Bayon nodded. Yes. My zombie spell will last longer than a similar summoning in a different school of magic. But you must keep in mind that I require a dead body to be present. Even when a body is present, the power of my zombie is dependent on the type of body present. Reanimating a squirrel, for instance, would not be of much use in a fight. Sion spoke up. I still do not understand why this body is different. I know, Bayon said. I will explain that right now. Any dead body is still a vessel of life, magic. It will feed the living, then rot, and become fertile ground for new life. A dead body is simply part of life's cycle. One of the few lessons I learned from my grandfather was that when a death spirit entered a dead body, the body is altered on a fundamental level. accommodate a creature of death. This is what leads to the loss of level, despite the body being changed. However, the corpse is still inherently vessel of life. That is why the death spirits I summoned to create my zombies cannot stay in the body forever. This, he said, patting the knight's head, not at all creeped out at all by the sloughing skin and wide open mouth, Richter noticed, has been turned into a vessel of death. Richter thought for a second and thought that he understood. Why? Bayan was so excited. Bayan was so excited. It means. Bayan interrupted. Can still summon a weak spirit to reanimate the body, and the lever will, most likely, be preserved. Sion nodded. I think I follow, but what use is a servant? How powerful, if it only lasts an hour? That is the best part, Bayan said, grinning. I will not just be summoning a zombie this time. I have another spell, Claim Weak Death, Servant, that lets me try to gain control of a death creature indefinitely. It would not work on a dead body, even right after death, because there is no spirit inhabiting it, and, as I said, dead bodies are still fundamentally vessels of life. My spell would also not have worked against this creature, while it was animate. The incantation only works against creatures below. That is what makes this so perfect. I would be casting the spell on a level 3. Nothing could go wrong. Bayan had been getting close to convincing Richter that this might be a good idea, but his last statement set off alarm bells. It was like hearing, "You'll double your money," or even worse, "Don't worry." I'm sure I took my pill. Richter had more questions, but Sion beat him to the punch. What about the large holes in it? Sion asked. He turned to Richter and pointed at the gashes left by the Chaos Seed's short swords. Your handiwork, I'm guessing. Richter shrugged. Play stupid games, and you win stupid prizes. This arsehole wanted to play games. He looked at Bayan. Sion makes a good point, though, he said to Bayan. I just killed it. Isn't the body damaged for you to use? Bayan smiled and spoke quick words of magic. The words of the death spell grated consonants together in a way that made Richter's spine shiver. After only 2 seconds, though, fingers and his hand glowed purple. At the same time, purple-black energy surrounded both gashes in the knight's skin, and the holes began to close. Richter's hand shot up to his sword hilt, concerned that Bayan might have just reanimated a dangerous enemy. Thankfully, the undead creature remained lifeless in the mist worker's arms, his heart beating wildly. Richter turned his ire on Bayan. Shit, man. Do not start casting death magic when we are talking about reanimating a deadly monster. What the fuck is wrong with you? Bayan bobbed his head and apologized, but the grin that remained etched on his face showed he really didn't mean it. Richter still wasn't sure. About relinquishing the body into the Tuiga. You can't control it. I don't want a high-level undead running amok in the village. I can, Bion promised. Though the body is strong, the spirit is weak. I will easily be able to dominate such a weak creature. We can turn an enemy into a loyal servant. Forever. What Bion was saying was starting to make sense to Richter. Even though the gnome's happy-go-lucky attitude didn't fill him with confidence. He had just finished giving Terada's speech about how chances needed to be taken. Before Richter could respond, however, someone else spoke up. Loudly. Sumiko had been silently watching the exchange. She had almost used her magic to teach the Death Mage a lesson when he cast his odious spell near her, but she knew Richter frowned on her. Completely reasonable. Hatred of death magic. When she heard the loathsome little selling lies to her new lord, dressed up as pretty truths though. Speak up. Enough. This is wrong and should not be allowed to happen. That thing, she said, pointing at the knight's body. Nature, it must be destroyed. Who are you to say what is right? Bion spat. My magic is one of the basic elements, just as yours is. Sumiko ignored the death mage and addressed Richter instead. You intend to put these souls to rest, or do you intend to profit from their deaths? I heard your story about what this knight has done, but would you really consign him to further torment as the slave to a death mage? Will you not even consider that his spirit should be allowed to pass on with the rest of his people? Bion opened his mouth to protest, but Richter wasn't in the mood to let this argument spiral out of control. Besides, Sumiko had a good point. She had also reminded him that he had a quest to fulfill, giving the villagers proper rest. If Jorgen was considered a villager, like Sumiko insinuated, Richter wasn't willing to fail in the quest just to give his necromancer a new toy, no matter how useful. She has a point. I'm not willing to ignore the fact that you say a soul is still attached to the body. What happens to that soul if you fill the body with the weak death spirit you're talking about? As I said before, if you are asking me what happens to us after we die, no one knows for sure. My lord, I am sure even our vaunted life master would admit to that. Richter looked at Sumiko, who didn't look happy, but didn't interrupt, seeing that she wouldn't challenge that particular point. Bion continued. I can help to determine what these people would want. Why should we so callously discuss their fate? I can cast the very first spell I was ever taught. We commune with dead. That way the spirits themselves can tell if they want their betrayer to move on with them. The gnome smiled in satisfaction, plainly confident that the aggrieved souls of the sacrificial victims would reject the idea of the knight's soul finding peace. It wasn't a horrible idea, Richter thought, but he did have one. Question? You told me that only worked right after death. That is because the soul normally leaves the remains. My lord, it should be possible to speak with them in this case. Richter looked at Sumiko. Do you have any objections? Besides, your normal and obvious hate for death magic. The sprite woman spit. She actually spit. She didn't raise arguments against the course of action, though. Not complain when fooling with death, magic goes wrong. We have assembled several skeletons now. I'm going to start laying these poor creatures to rest. She turned away and with a flick of her hand dismissed Richter Bayern and the whole affair. Just happy that he wasn't going to have to mediate another dispute. Richter gestured to Bayern and said, Chapter 21, Day 112, Cuban 2. Bayern smiled, feeling that victory was only a few short spells away. He walked over to the pile of remains and was about to begin when Rick told him to stop. The Chaos Seed walked over and found one particular, child-sized set of remains that he had set aside. This was his daughter. If anyone would speak on the nights, the half it would be her. She is who I want you to cast your spell on. Bayern frowned slightly. Richter assumed it was because the mage felt the deck was being stacked against him, but he did as he was asked. The spirit will be somewhat weak because we are in full sunlight. Warned, but the binding to the bones should keep it in this plane long. Enough to speak. I cannot promise that the spirit will choose to speak. However, Richter nodded his understanding and Bayern started chanting. Purple-black light gathered around both of the gnome's hands as he spoke. The grating language of death magic. The bones began to vibrate. Sickly green light began to emanate from them. A few seconds later, a spirit of the same color rose into the air. The body was that of a sick child. Krista wore the same nightgown Richter had seen in his vision, was torn open and ghostly entrails hung past her knees from a horrific wound in her stomach. Her legs ended in bloody stumps beneath. The ghost stared forward, unconcerned with the injuries she had sustained. In life, the apparition was much less solid than the ghosts the knight summoned. Whether that was because the knight had used a different spell, or because the spirit was weaker in direct sunlight like Bayern had warned. Richter had no idea. You can speak with her now, Bayern said. Richter walked up to the spirit, who continued to stare straight ahead. Hello, Krista. The ghost showed no response. Krista, we are going to release your souls to the ether. Everyone that was tortured will finally have peace. First, I have to ask you a question. Do you want your father released with you? The ethereal girl finally looked at Richter. When she spoke, her voice echoed oddly like she was speaking down a long tube. Yes. My father should be here. A strange expression that Richter couldn't read crossed the ghost's face. It was there and gone in a moment. Then she kept speaking. Please, summon my father's spirit. Lord, I would like to see him. It has been so long. She had a tone of longing in her voice. It was almost a hunger. Richter had heard enough. He turned to Bion and said, "Summon the night spirit. I know that you might lose your chance to claim the knight's body if the spirit leaves the body, but if his daughter can forgive him, then we will reunite them." The gnome nodded in resignation. "Yes, my lord. I think this is a waste, but I understand." Bayon cast weak commune with dead again. Time on the knight's remains. Another spirit appeared. Jorgen appeared as he was in life, without the undead mage's handprint on his face. He was dressed in simple pants and a tunic. Bare feet stuck out from the bottom. His pants. This second apparition was just as insubstantial as the first. The ghost was not as calm as Krista's had been. As soon as he materialized, eyes darted around before settling on his daughter. Jorgen's shade went down on one knee and held his arms out. "Kriestar," the spirit wailed. In that one word were centuries of pain, loss, and sorrow. In that moment, he was not an undead killer, simply a father reaching for his daughter, begging for forgiveness. Krista's shade floated forward until she was in Jorgen's embrace. He wrapped his ghostly arms around her and wailed, the sound echoing distantly. Krista's had. Jorgen bent his head forward and buried his face in his daughter's neck. No tears could fall from his ghostly eyes, but he continued, his low moan of sadness. Krista's face remained impassive as she was being held. Something that was not lost on Richter. He was about to say something to Bayon. Then the small ghost form solidified somewhat. Her body burst into bright green flames, the same color as the fires Richter had seen. Memory. At the same time, her small hands elongated, spectral claws. Jorgen began to howl, this time in agony, as her ghostly fire burned him. He attempted to let go, but she drove her talons into his back, locking them together into her fiery embrace. "My Fathia," Krista said gleefully, "I have learned so much. Want to show you. To thank you for all the long years I and the other villagers continued to be tortured and torn apart." The flames around her intensified and Jorgen's wails of pain increased proportionally. "That pain taught me Fathia." Her voice was stronger and sounded not unlike a gale whistling through mountain peaks. "I want to share what I learned. We all do." Krista released one hand from her father's back and spat words in a rapid string. Her hand contorted. "Sujita." Ethereal green light shot towards the bones of the other. Sacrificial victims. The light bathed all of the bones, and spirits began to rise. Only 10 seconds had passed, since Jorgen had foolishly embraced daughter. Richter would have left the man to their judgment, but the newly arisen spirits did not seem to only be interested in punishing Jorgen. A horrible moan that stole the heat from Ritker's bones came from their collective spectral throats. Then more than 100 spirits attacked. Everyone present. Alma rose in the air with a scream of defiance and cast weak life. Bolt, at one of the spectres. Having learned from the last battle, she then quickly cast minor life aura on herself before continuing her attack. The ghost she had attacked flew towards her, while the others attacked. Whatever being was closest to them. That happened to be the mist workers. The scant seconds that it took for the grey figures to be ripped apart let everyone else begin to counterattack. Richter analysed the spirits to know what he was facing. Name, tortured spirit, disposition. The spirits of these simple villagers were betrayed in a manner most foul. Their torment did not end with their deaths. However, powerful death mage bound their spirits to their remains. They continued to be tortured on an ethereal plane, and their suffering fed the magics and life force of the evil. The once pure spirits have been corrupted and twisted with foul magic until little remains of their original selves. Their only motivation is to share their torment with the living. Level 14. Health 220 mana, 30 stamina, 110. Strength 16. Agility 8. Dexterity 16. Constitution 22. Endurance 11. Intelligence 3. Wisdom 4. Charisma 1. Luck 6. Richter checked a few more spirits quickly and found that their levels ranged between 11 and 15. The one notable exception, Krista, the small ghost child, was a whopping 90. Richter scanned the information again, and his eyes locked on to bound their spirit remains. Destroy the bones, he shouted. Everyone else was already in action. A few villagers had come to see why a new hole was being dug. They all ran away, screaming at the sight of over 100 screaming spirits. Richter didn't begrudge them that. He was just glad that he wouldn't have to deal with trying to save them as the fight commenced. Make the war party, Scion shouted. He was firing an imbued arrow at the mass of spirits attacking the mist workers. The blast would damage the workers as well, but large rents had already been created in their grey bodies. The spectre's claws were mercilessly raking across their bodies, and wherever they were struck, mist flowed out to dissipate. Air, Richter nodded, and selected Scion. No one else from his main war party was within his sphere of influence. He would have added others, but at the last minute he remembered the challenge he had to complete. Leave no man behind. He had already been through 4 of the 5 war party battles required to fulfill the challenge, but if he added anyone new to the war party, he would fail. Besides, other than Sumiko, there weren't too many others at the gravesite. With that thought, he whipped his head to check on the healer, while he cast buffs on himself. Smile broke across his face when he saw her. She was doing fine. Sumiko had immediately ordered her young healers to retreat to the path that led down to the village, far enough to be away from the battle, but close enough to help anyone wounded in it. After that, she proved the validity of her earlier boast. Her opening salvo was so impressive that Richter no longer had any doubt that she should accompany him to attack the undead lord. An unbroken string of arcane words spilled from her lips as her arms moved in tandem. Even watching for a moment, Richter could see that she was dual casting. 5 seconds after she started her incantation, finished by slapping her hands together, a ball of golden light shot from her fingers towards the spirits. It did not impact against any of them, but instead stopped in mid. A second later, the spirits started being pulled into the ball of light. They struggled against it, but their bodies stretched like water going down the drain. More and more spirits were pulled into the ball, and as each disappeared, more than 20 spirits were consumed by the luminous ball before the light died completely. The ball winked out of existence. Sumika was already working on her next spell. Terret had started running towards the spirits, sword drawn. But Richter ordered him to protect Sumika. The captain hurried over to Duas. He was told. Sion continued to fire imbued arrows, but he had now attracted the attention of several spirits. The sprite fired into the collection of bones, but it had no effect. Richter didn't know if his theory was wrong, or if the whole skeleton needed to be destroyed, but the moaning wail of the spectres continued. It mixed with the haunting sounds of Jorgen's odd screams and his daughter's sadistic laughter. As he took in the whole scene, Richter decided that this was some major league creepy shit. Surprisingly, Bion was somewhat useless in the battle. The Death Major's low-level spells focused on summoning and direct attacks. Because his attacks utilized death magic, though stronger. Richter. The gnome shouted in frustration as his lord ran into the fray. Richter saw the helpless look on Bion's face, and he just shouted, "Do what you can." Then he ran towards Sion. Only an abnormally high dexterity was keeping his companion alive as he narrowly dodged Ghost's attacks. Sion couldn't take the time to fire another imbued arrow, beleaguered as he was by 5 spirits. His thorn-like rapier would also be of no help. The ethereal nature of the ghosts would have made them immune to such attacks. "This way," Richter shouted. Past the sprite he saw. Sumiko let loose her next spell. Whirling blades of golden energy cut down another 10 spirits. Sion ran directly towards him. Before he had even reached Sprite, Richter swung both swords. His friend dove under the strike, and then Richter was in the middle of the spirits. The time he had taken to cast Minor life armor and minor life aura served him well. The ghost shied away from him. They were too strong to be greatly damaged or fully repulsed by the spells, but it still let Richter use his blades to devastating effect. The accuracy penalty of wielding two blades made Richter